Meet the kid with a peerless brain. He hunts down his perfect world and then tightens his absolute grip on it. Because in a cramped room stuffed with arcane scrolls and weird clay figures, a boy with silver hair moves with razor-sharp focus. He grins, and you can practically see the "I get it" light flicker in his eyes. Because to him, this world is magic without the boring noise of TVs and smartphones. A paradise packed with endless possibilities, his exact idea of the perfect place. But this wasn't his first life. His tale kicked off in a totally different world, snapped into focus by cold, unforgiving reality. He was just a high school kid when his father told him he'd inherited a bloodline of magicians. Even if it was just a story, that boy latched onto it with his whole soul, spending his whole youth chasing magic and the occult, until he felt totally out of place with everyone else. While everyone else chased quick, surface-level friendships, he dug deeper, locking himself away to uncover the universe's hidden truths, and stacking his room floor to ceiling with books on black magic and ancient lore. He knew in his bones that magic wasn't real, but some part of him still begged for it anyway, and that obsession turned him into a total outcast. His classmates didn't just notice him, they stared like he was eerie and unsettling. Social life was a mystery code he had zero patience to crack. One afternoon, the girl barely in his life turns and walks away from him, spooked by the raw intensity in his gaze. And as he stares at her leaving, a sudden jolt snaps the world in motion before his eyes. A truck screamed past the laws of physics and smashed straight toward him. No time to blink, no chance to think, just a blinding flash as it hit. Darkness swallows everything, his mind drifts, fights to pull away, and stumbles over shattered memories. He's stuck wondering if he's in some hospital after all, like someone rescued him somehow. But the moment he looks around, everything feels off, twisted, and painfully unfamiliar. With his senses finally creeping back, he realizes he's trapped. Locked in place, fighting to move and screaming, "Where am I?" A tiny, clumsy hand drifts into his vision, wobbling like it doesn't quite know where it belongs. Then the whole world rushes in. This newborn baby is cradled in two loving arms, staring back at life as a man and woman hold him close. Because he's been reborn. 2 years slam by and suddenly he's Abel, a toddler running around a tiny village tied to the Marin clan. From this brand new viewpoint, he starts clocking everything, analyzing it all. Then his parents light up, amazed that he picked up how to feed himself so fast. Inside this 2-year-old's mind, a whole storm of thoughts churns. He clutches the memory of his old name, a life that's gone, and watches his new family like he's piecing the past back together. Their eyes burn red, their hair shines white, the Marin clan's unmistakable mark. He scans every corner with razor-sharp focus. No electricity, no appliances in sight, while his map shows a whole continent he's never laid eyes on before. There's no dodging this ending, because this isn't his old world at all. At 4 years old, his brand new life finally bursts to life. He carves totems all day, odd wooden dolls that his clan treats like they're sacred. One day, while she's cooking, his mother slices her finger, just a small cut, she insists. Then his father rockets to her side without hesitation. He slaps a ring over the wound and whispers one word that sounds straight up impossible. Then a gentle glow surges, and the cut disappears like it never happened. Abel freezes, eyes wide, because the healing magic hits him. It's real, and his mind can't handle it. He starts spotting it everywhere. His parents toss out simple spells for chores like it's nothing, animating dolls, hauling water from the well with a flick, and even coaxing a fire to life. Magic isn't some bedtime legend in this world. It's the lifeblood of everything people do. Right there, his old life's lonely obsession finally gets proven. And all those years of studying weren't for nothing. He gets reborn into a world where magic is real. And when he finally taps into it, pure joy crashes over him like a tidal wave. His little sister, Gizzle, yells for his attention, but Abel is locked in his work. He's already carving another totem like nothing else exists. Abel's father, Pure Simple Muscle, keeps telling him to go play outside, totally missing how locked in his son's mind is, and Abel just can't help seeing him as a muscle brain. Strong, gifted, but clueless about the kind of intellect his focus takes. By watching everything and reading between the lines, Abel starts ripping the whole system apart. Because in this world, magic isn't some vague mystery. It's science, a real craft where you write instructions or cast spells that spirits living inside everything can carry out. To cast it, you carve magic circles and sketches into the air with a glowing line, locking eyes with the spirits so the spell finally takes shape. And totem creation is the perfect practice, because it demands razor-sharp spatial control and total focus. The tools he swings are packed with power. He builds the totems from magical trees, and his clan's knives slice through it like it's nothing. He discovers the Marin clan used to be a terrifying secret weapon of war, passing down kids with freakishly advanced magical knowledge. But that was ages ago. Now his father barges in mid-training, trying to steer him onto a safer, more traditional track. After a whole century of war finally ending, magic had slipped into myth. and his father presses a bow into his hands, swearing that real strength means hunting, the kind that proves you're a true man of the Marin clan. Abel glares at the crudely made weapon, and it's pure insult, like they're asking him to accept something so beneath him in a world where his will can rewrite reality itself. By the time he's 7, the village looks totally different. Abel won't stop chasing magic, and now everyone's calling him a total totem maniac, while his father is stuck watching doll after doll pile up outside their home, begging him to take a breath. But Abel isn't just carving anymore. He stands out in the field, totally focused, and speaks the words with the force of living characters. A blazing, glowing magic circle snaps into existence in the air above him, and his sister, Gizzle, just 5 years old, stares in stunned awe. They've been hiding their training in the shadows, and now, boom, both of them can finally cast this basic magic. Abel locks her into secrecy, because spilling their real power too soon would be a total strategic blunder. He's already blown past everything his parents ever tried to teach him. To go any farther, he must find a real master, and his gut and logic keep screaming the same name, the village chieftain. If there's still a magic user from the Great War out there, it has to be him. That chieftain looms like a monster. He insists he's 50, yet magic keeps his face frozen in youth. Abel, with a swagger in his step, marched up to the elder and demanded to be his apprentice. Then the chieftain eyed the little boy up and down and warned him that his training would be brutally strict. Abel's resolve doesn't flinch for a second. The chieftain shoves him away, snaps that he'll come back tomorrow only when he's truly ready. It's a brutal little check to see if his seriousness is real. Right when they step out, the chieftain's granddaughter, Firo, comes running into their path. She tells Abel that her grandfather lit up with pride at his determination, and then she thanks him for giving the old man a brand new purpose. She tries to brush off her gratitude with a cold, dismissive act, but Abel sees right through it. He breaks down her every move like a cold expert, clocking her as nothing more than a familiar personality type. And so right then, his official training kicks off. With the chieftain steering him, Abel's skills shoot up at lightning speed. He finally cracks the real, structured magic circle craft, and the kind of intricate system his mind was built for snaps into place. He pours every awake second into studying, testing ideas, sharpening new spells, and grinding until he can finally sleep. Because for him, this isn't work, it's the ultimate brain battle. His room explodes into non-stop research and frantic, breakneck creation. His devoted sister keeps showing up with meals, and her steady, silent support never once slips away. The floor and walls explode with schematics and magical formulas as he scribbles, then scribbles some more, relentlessly shredding the limits of what he thought he knew. 6 months later, the chieftain blows the whistle and orders a full demonstration. Abel stood right in front of him, glowing with a calm confidence that totally lied about his age. He starts chanting, his words slicing through the air like glowing light. 2 brutal, complex magic circles ignite at his sides, hovering there like portals while he gears up to animate 2 totems at the very same time. The chieftain can't hide his amazement. Pulling off that kind of control over everything at once is a feat to remember. Abel slots the magic circles onto the totems, because this step is the key that lets the whole manipulation begin. In the middle of the doll dance, he barks an order. Both totems lift off the ground and spin through the air like graceful blades. The chieftain gives a sharp nod, and you can tell right away the boy's control is unreal. But Abel is just getting started. I'm still nowhere near the real grand finale, Grandpa, and he's smirking like he knows exactly what's coming. The air suddenly buckles and whips into a razor-sharp, violently spinning storm in the blink of an eye. He clamps everything down, then crams the power into one dense, ticking volatile orb. The pressure skyrockets, and then right at the edge, it all hits a breaking point. Then he pulls off a move that wrecks the chieftain's grip on what magic even means. When the sphere of destruction rockets in, the 2 totems jerk into action to intercept it, because Abel slipped in a secondary override command. They aren't his puppets, they're autonomous agents, and as they slam into the wind sphere, a blinding flash erupts and their combined blast annihilates the attack in a tight, controlled explosion that shields the target perfectly. Abel spun around, wearing a shaky apology, and blurted, "Sorry, I think I messed up the power adjustment." The chieftain is left speechless. No way this was a mistake. That weaving wasn't just skilled, it was a spell level he'd never seen before. "Who taught you that?" he snaps. Abel just shrugs and says he didn't copy anyone. He tested, pushed, and kept experimenting until it finally worked. The chieftain finally connects the dots. This kid reverse-engineered a self-correcting magic circle all by himself, and it's pure jaw-dropping genius. The old man clutches his chest, breathless with emotion, and declares, "There's nothing left I can teach you, because you're the very first who ever finished my training." Then his shoulders slump like he can finally die in peace. Abel and his sister throw a celebration for his big win. By just 7 years old, he'd already mastered the basics, and then went even further, forging advanced magic like it was nothing. But for Abel's mind, this is only the warm-up. He leans in and tells the chieftain he wants to dig deeper, mastering smarter, more advanced magic straight from the books stacked in his library. And he'll have to grab a piece of those chieftain totems too. Moments later, the old man's jaw drops as his enchanted totems roll out of his house, each one hauling a staggering tower of priceless magical tomes. "How many are you taking from me, right now?" he gasps, like the words got ripped out of his throat. Abel shrugs it off and says he'll likely need about 3 round trips for everything, while his arms are already packed to the brim. With his sister beside him and his brand new magical servants trailing behind, Abel storms off, leaving his stunned master in the dust. A huge, triumphant grin bursts across his face like he just won everything. Cradled by a mountain of ancient knowledge, he stares into a sea of limitless power, and he's 100% sure this world is his for the taking. Buried deep in his study, boxed in by towering stacks of arcane books, Abel raised a plain wooden wand, his own painstaking creation, built to shave precious seconds off every spell he cast. With pure triumph blasting through him, he tore out of his room and raised a weird metallic device to the sky. "Giselle, it's finished." Abel's 13-year-old eyes lit up as his younger sister's gaze widened with pure excitement, and he calmly took charge like a veteran researcher. "Let's go grab the data right now." Crouched behind a hedge, they watched a local farmer work his crops, while Abel locked in his aim with a sharp glint in his eyes and hissed the activation word, "Appear." A translucent panel snapped into place above the man, flashing the verdict in raw symbols. Hands magic, 21 for strength, 34, proving the device worked. A flawless way to measure the invisible forces of this world. Under the cover of a huge tree's shade, Abel studied the first numbers flickering on a giant projected display. Adult males average about 20 magical power, and right then Gizzle leaned in at that complicated screen and blurted, "Brother, what kind of magic is this?" Abel flashed a small, smug grin. He was about to drop a piece of his old world on them. A ruthless system of logic and measurements to bend this one to his will, and honestly, I've always craved an RPG-style element. He remembered every last detail, how one life got ripped away in an instant, and how he was violently thrown into a brand new world where magic ruled everything. This was the ultimate fantasy, the biggest stage imaginable, and he could feel a grandmaster arranging the board like it was a secret only he could read, like some main character stepping into a future he'd carve with his own hands, not a script somebody else wrote. Gizzle's voice yanked Abel out of his head. "Your magic is higher than the average adult, so start training now and your future will be wildly promising." Yet Abel's focus snapped right back to the real issue. His father didn't touch magic circles until he was 20, and the whole Marin clan runs on low consciousness for magic, which disgusted him and lit a fire of opportunity. Even the village chieftain's strength couldn't hold a candle to his, and Abel stayed locked in unshaken, unimpressed by any tiny win. While Gizzle paused to admire a flower, a wave of dread hit him out of nowhere, and then he scanned her stats and realized her strength was 4 times his. He stared as she came toward him, only to realize she wasn't coming for him at all, but for a tiny, demon-like creature crouched behind a tree. The second the creature showed its ugly face, Abel's tactical brain kicked in run, and he yanked the stunned Gizzle out of harm's way. Even with magic and fiction in his blood, he couldn't help but stare back at the lonely life he'd left behind. Few friends, no real connection, expecting this new world to be the same empty kind of solitude. His thoughts snapped to a halt when a sharp voice cut through the air and shouted his name. Firo, a girl backed up by a huge dog, marched straight toward them with a blazing, accusing glare. "There's a rumor about you, Balak's son. So tell me, Toda Maniac, what are you really plotting?" Abel didn't even flinch at the accusation, he just lifted his device and proved it. "So you wanna check your status." The outcome was brutal. Her physical strength was 10 times his, and a straight-up clash felt impossible. Right then, his whole vibe flipped. He bowed with smooth, practiced manners. "Please excuse me here, my father's going to panic if we don't head home soon." Firo just stared, completely thrown by the sudden, respectful exit. Like clockwork, his father was waiting, furious, masked in rage. "Why are you dragging Gizzle out so late? That's dangerous." The lecture kept going, and Abel got hammered for skipping his duties just to mess with magic. "You're always playing around with spells and never lifting a finger around the house." Rage finally hit a breaking point in his father. Then his mother called from the doorway, pointing out that at that age he was the only one who'd never hunted, and if his brother was going out with that magic, his father cut her off before the sentence even landed. "I'll go, Abel," he replied, voice calm as stone. So yeah, today was the day they finally let Abel join the hunt. Deep in the woods, they ran into the other hunters, Galia, and his son Shibai. Abel clocked the Artie family on sight, but this was the very first time he'd ever actually spoken to them, and it hit him like a gut-punch reminder of how tightly he'd locked himself away. That morning, he replayed Giselle's brutal goodbye, her trembling pleas for him to stay safe. Yet he knew this step had to happen, because as he comforted her, he couldn't ignore the real truth. He needed to test himself and somehow fix his abysmal physical strength. He swore to her he'd stay safe and come back to her soon. When he pictured her deep admiration for him, his heart went stone cold. He steeled his resolve. In this clan, you didn't become an adult. You hit it at 16 and marriage came right after. And that Zeal kid barely had any friends because he stuck like glue to his sidekick every step of the way. Guilt hit him like a punch, as he realized his obsession with magic had trapped her in the same lonely isolation as his own. He took the first step and thrust out his hand, "Nice to meet you today." But Shibai only grunted, then turned his back and walked off. Gallia rushed to apologize for her son's rudeness, but Abel, acting like a full-grown adult, just pulled his hand back and didn't even blink. His father slammed down the first rule of the day. "If you're Abel, you're banned from magic, use archery or go train your body." Abel nodded because he knew exactly why. He had to crank up his physical strength. He'd throw everything he had at the problem, no matter what he could get his hands on. But his own body turned on him. Just an hour into the hunt, exhaustion hit him like a truck. He could barely keep up as he gasped, "Come on, let's go home." He couldn't believe it. Everything inside him screamed magic, not brute, punishing physical strain. She overheard him sneer and grunt about how worthless he was, like he'd already given up on everything. Right then, Gallia locked eyes on a fat Shimu parrot perched on a branch, and before she even realized it, her stomach started plotting how to make that bird disappear. Shibai notched an arrow, eyes locked in tight, tension screaming off his face. He fired the arrow, but the bird snapped its wings and dodged the shot with effortless ease. The arrows ripped through the air, and the birds dove like they meant it, screeching nonstop at the boy who tried to hunt one. As the men regrouped and lunged for the bird with a knife, Abel's mind went into overdrive. He snapped back to a past experiment, his wild gamble with biotype magic and a rat as the test subject. While the others were busy, he shot forward, thrust out his hand, and whispered a spell, "Sleep." The bird suddenly went limp, dropping out of the sky in a wild tumble. Abel snagged the blade cleanly, then held it out to the hunters who froze in shock. "Sleep magic," they demanded, baffled. Abel just played dumb and blinked innocently. "Sorry," he said, "I want it as a pet." His father wasn't having it. "Didn't you hear me? I told you no magic today." Rage thundered through his roar. Abel tried to push back, barely holding his ground. "I didn't come for spells, I came to train my physical strength." Suddenly, a deep, heavy boom echoed through the forest, rattling the ground under their feet. Every seasoned hunter went rigid. "Earthquake?" one of them stammered, but Gallia's face had gone ashen. "No, those aren't traps, those are footsteps, run." He yells at his son, "We're heading back, report this to the chief." "Come on, move it." A split second later, something massive tore through the trees. An enormous, savage beast with razor claws, jagged teeth, and the raw power of a greater bear. Terror ripped through the hunting party, and even Abel couldn't help but freeze, because the beast's power blasted out so wild and overwhelming that it felt unreal. Gallia snapped on pure instinct and launched an arrow straight into the creature's eye. With a horrifying calm, the bear shut one eyelid, and the arrowhead bounced off that brutal, unbreakable skin like it was nothing at all. Abel's thoughts instantly spiraled, hammering the problem as he tried to find a real way through. He didn't stall for a second. He shot his hand forward and ripped out the one harmless spell he could think of: sleep. The spell hit boom and the giant monster started to sway, its eyes sliding closed. It was working. Abel's father screamed and barreled forward, yanking him out just as the beast's collapsing body started to crush everything. But even as the greater bear sank into that magical slumber, its instincts snapped the leash one last time, lashing out and ripping through the air with those massive claws. A single punch smashed into Abel's father, and he rocketed through the air like he'd been thrown. "It was my fault, I'm the one who messed up." Abel's whisper hit like ice, frozen with horror, and Gallia snapped into motion, trying to yank the beast's attention so he could steal just a few precious seconds. Blood poured from his father's torn stomach as he clawed forward, slammed a hand onto Abel's head and rasped, "Abel, take Gizzle and your mother. I've only got one thing: recovery magic." He stared at his son, beaming with pride. "You're a smart kid. The stuff you've learned from me may not seem like much, but..." A faint smile flickered across his lips, like at least at the end I finally managed something that felt fatherly. And then, just like that, he was gone. Gallia snapped, unleashing a raging torrent of fire that crashed down on the waking beast. Flames roared over the greater bear, but it just snapped its head around and stood there totally unscathed. A dark shadow swallowed Abel's eyes, stripping every ounce of emotion from his face and locking in a cold, terrifying focus. Then he muttered two words, the activation key to a power he'd been hiding. A brilliant, intricate magic circle exploded around him, throbbing with energy so wild the hunters had never seen anything like it. First, his mind snapped into chilling clarity. "This thing's got fur so thick I bet it's never even felt real damage." His plan locked in within a heartbeat. Wind. He slammed out a blade edge spell. Whipping wind spiraled like a vortex and tore across the bear's hide, barely enough to make it flinch in pain, but not a scratch. The bear rumbled with pure annoyance, and Abel snapped into action, rewriting the magic circle in real time, bending its structure as he went. Then he unleashed it, shoving every last ounce of his magic into this brand new custom strike, until the beast finally felt the mortal threat and erupted into a ferocious roar. The spells hit dead center. An arcane blast tore open a bloody wound in the creature's thick hide. A savage, predatory grin cracked across Abel's face, and his eyes burned bright with raw, unstoppable power. With his mana draining fast, Abel stared down the monstrous greater bear. Magic crashed and whirled in front of him like a storm. His thoughts sprinted, doing the math on exactly how much damage he could land. If he could only crack it even a little, maybe it would fall back, giving them the precious seconds they needed. Desperation slammed into him, and with sheer will he dumped every last bit of power into the spell, his voice cracking into a strained whisper. Please. A blinding blast erupted from his hands, swallowing the clearing hole, while Abel threw up his arms to shield his eyes as a shockwave ripped through the air, everything dissolving into a blinding white haze. When the dust finally cleared, he snapped his gaze upward, eyes bulging with pure disbelief, as if reality itself had been punched. A brutal trail of total destruction cut straight through the forest, and every tree was nothing but splintered stumps. He meant to toss a tiny sleep spell, just enough to scare the beast off, but when he looked up, that monster was sprawled on the ground, utterly still, completely knocked out. His eyes snapped to two other figures trapped in the spell's radius, and he screamed in pure horror, because his magic had knocked out his own companions too. Breathless, he bolted to his father's side. Then Theo came crashing in, offering him a slab of freshly carved meat from the defeated beast. And Mr. Abel, he whispered, voice shaking like he'd just earned real respect. Glance fidgeted, freaking out over his own unconscious father. Then blurted, "Can you cut it a little smaller? I can't handle this right now." He clocked the man's condition in seconds. He'd be awake any moment. He steadied Theo right away. No cuts, no bruises, no outside injuries, and I've already poured life-saving magic into him. But his father, that was a whole different nightmare. An intricate, glowing magic circle throbbed on his chest, flashing the mark of a deadly internal wound. Without a pause, Abel pulled out a chunk of dark monster flesh that pulsed like a living heartbeat, and Theo stared in horror. Is this even okay to use? Abel's face went grim. Probably not, but I'm gonna have to make it work. He slammed his hands over the grotesque mess, pouring mana into it, and barked his command, adaption, using a forbidden technique meant to make the bear's flesh replace human tissue. His father let out a gut-wrenching groan, and you could watch his life slip away. Abel understood the stakes fast. Fusing a magical creature's flesh with a human wasn't just surgery, it was forging a chimera from the inside out. In some cities, it was straight-up outlawed dark magic, and in others, it was a desperate, still legal medical lifeline. This was his first shot at biological magic on a living human, and the risks were so high they felt unreal. So it was that no other path. He sucked in a deep breath, steadied himself, and pushed the fear aside. I have to do it. He poured every ounce of focus into that delicate, life-changing surgery. Time froze in his hands. At last, the procedure was done. His father's breathing turned calm as the fatal wound sealed shut, and Abel crumpled to the ground, completely wiped out, while Theo just stared in awe at the miracle she'd watched happen right in front of her eyes. Abel muttered through his breath, praying nothing nasty would come from all this, and already planning to corner the clan chief and talk about this wild, never-before-seen mess. His sharp strategy was already sprinting to the next crisis. Then he snapped that lingering here too long is deadly, because these woods still hide monsters even worse than the one they just faced. We're plotting to carry our fathers using those totems. Can you help me? As they kicked off their return trip, yanking their fathers along on magical sleds, Theo finally snapped the silence. Abel flicked his eyes back, and his expression stayed stone-cold, unreadable. Abel shot back, calm as ice. Thanks to you, I'm standing here, and if you hadn't shown up, I never would have had the fire to craft enough totems. Then Theo dropped a bombshell confession. She looked right at me and said, I thought of you as my love rival. Abel froze, honestly stumped. Wait, a love rival? And his mind flipped through the tiny list of girls he even knew. Giselle. And Theo took his silence the wrong way, like, wait, if it's about me, I knew it. Then he called Giselle an unreachable flower. The boy said that with the Marin clan having so few families, and Abel and Giselle always sticking together in his eyes, he just jumped to the worst conclusion. When Abel spoke up, his correction came down with ruthless finality, and Theo's jaw just dropped in stunned disbelief. On Abel's side, it felt like a non-stop headache. Every little social mix-up demanded way too much energy. Maybe he just thought it. He and his sister were so tightly connected that everyone else couldn't possibly understand. Theo, acting like a total simpleton, lit up on the spot, then blurted, So, can I call you brother-in-law? Abel's face snapped tight with pure irritation. They finally slipped into the village under the cloak of night. The village guards burst out to meet them, and their faces flipped between pure alarm and sharp, Instant relief. Abel shot a sharp nod, and just like that, it was clear the situation was under control. Suddenly, frantic footsteps thundered through the air from the village gate. It was Gizzle. She lunged into his arms, sobbing so hard the tears wouldn't stop, and she whispered, "Anasama, I'm so glad you're safe." Abel pulled her close, and for once warmth cracked through his cold mask. "I'm sorry we came back so late." Later that night, beneath the moon, Giselle leaned in and asked what he was thinking. He snapped back, "Nothing," and turned away, but his mind was razor clear. He craved the silent loneliness of his magical research, not the loud chaos outside. 2 years had gone by. 15-year-old Abel strode through the village, and you could feel his calm confidence in every step. He raced the clock in his mind, and in just 2 more years, he'd finally hit the exact age he'd died at in his past life. A wave of faint nostalgia hit him like a sudden memory flash. He stared up at the sky and wondered what his friends at the Black Magic Research Club were cooking up. He prayed his junior could finally live easy, untouched by the guilt of the past, and he promised this new life would be a truly good one. "Anasama, I finally found you." A voice thundered out of nowhere. It was Gizzle, "and now you're 13. She marched him to a weird little wooden shed in their yard. "And honestly, lately I've been sinking my teeth into a brand new gardening project." She told me that Abel's magic supplements had supercharged that plant, and it ballooned to this massive size in just 1 week, right on cue, Abel quipped with a sly, wry smile. He laid out his plan. He wanted to burn the leaves for his coming-of-age ceremony, because that's exactly how Marin does it. So he didn't just dream it. He rolled up his sleeves and grew the perfect flavor himself. He lifted a bowl of nutrients toward the totem-like plant and called out, "All right, Mr. Mountain, your mealtime starts now." Dizzle tilted her head and blinked. "Anasama, why are you calling them Mr.?" A surge of raw emotion flashed across Abel's face like lightning. It was the skinny, towering look that instantly hit my memory of Mr. Mountain, because he'd whispered about the senpai who helped me build the Black Magic Research Club. A tear burned in his eye at the memory of the person who once gave him a place to belong in his old life. "Brother, what happened?" Gizzle's voice cracked with concern. He wiped his eye fast. "Ha, it's nothing, just dirt in my eye." Just as they started talking, an arrogant voice cut in. "Hey, are you Abel?" And a kid with a smug sneer backed by 2 goons marched straight toward them. Abel leaned in and demanded, "So who are you supposed to be?" Like he wasn't even impressed. The boy burst into laughter. Like the rumors were spot on, that you're really a shut-in who has no clue what the outside world is even like. He puffed out his chest like he owned the world, unearned pride and all, and then he asked, "Haven't you heard of the great Noswell Karlko before?" The name Karlko ripped open some far-off memory, something that seemed totally meaningless, yet it all lit up the mind. He finally connected the dots, and a mild annoyance flickered across his face like a passing storm. Dealing with relationships is a total nightmare, too exhausting to keep up with. Right then, a young nobleman strides into view toward Abel's workspace, his whole entourage marching behind him. He acts like he's just heard Abel's disciple is growing a totem, then slaps on a fake smile and offers help, like it's generosity when it's really a trap. Abel clocks the transparent excuse right away. This visit isn't about advice. It's about verifying the rumors and crushing them before they can take off. To really feel how big this visit is, you've got to know the village economy, because in the Marin clan lands, money doesn't exist. Everyone barters, trades goods, and swaps value like it's second nature. And there it was, some magical leaf worth a fortune, passed around like cash because everyone's already bought into this money deal. Growing and shipping it is locked down completely by the Karlko house, and Abel's family recognized fast. These weren't real inspectors at all, just hired underlings sniffing out a possible rival. Naswell the nobleman flicks his gaze at that one plain little totem and sneers like he doesn't care. "So you've only brought one, huh?" "Thanks for making the trip," Abel answers, steady as ever. "I'm only growing it out of curiosity," Abel adds like it's no big deal. Naswell's grin widens. "I see, then there's nothing to worry about after all." But when he turns, a predatory smirk curls his lips. His brain is already in overdrive, figuring out the angle. This isn't a threat at all, it's a ticket to massive profit. And his all, standing nearby, gets a sudden chill crawling up her spine. Naswell's gaze drifts right onto her, then he snaps, "Hey you there, be my wife." Abel just freezes, stunned by the sheer audacity of the demand. Nuswell's retainers lose it in total panic. "Nuswell, we're finished." They scream, snatching him up and pleading, "Because if you tick off that guy, we're all dead, so hurry up and grovel for forgiveness." They plead with him, but they can't shake the fear of those terrifying village rumors. "Don't you know? Mess with Abel and he'll mutate you into a totem or even a chimera." Nuswell barrels into them, roaring in defiance. "Are you two idiots? Those stories are completely ridiculous." Yep, the rumors were wild but somehow real. Alarm clock totems that chimed the time and bragged about Abel wiping out a huge bear with one plain little spell. Those rumors are totally blown out of proportion. Noswell is practically puffing out his chest. And I'm telling you, I could wipe out a great bear in seconds with my magic. But while Noswell saw nothing but foolishness, Abel spotted a real opening, his eyes lit up with pure excitement. Wait, this guy with the weird haircut has magic this strong? Abel thought I was the only one who cared about magic. Did I just find a new ally? Still clueless about Abel's inner storm, Noswell doubles down on his power. Hey you, step up front. Because the Karlka family's eldest heir is calling the shots. Gizel snaps into motion and ducks behind Abel for instant protection. Abel shrugs off the command, his focus miles away. I'm not surrendering, Gizel. I've finally found someone just like me, so let's be civil. He closes in on the nobleman, eyes blazing like a scholar in his element. Your family's been growing leaves for ages, so you've got to be a pro at crafting totems. I'm trying to put together an arrangement pulled from Kalba Fuller's writings, but honestly his theory hooks me too. Oh, and tell me, what paints do you use? And don't worry, I'm not some frightened amateur recoiling in horror at this unsettling, terrifying prodigy. Don't you dare come near me, Noswell screams, then shoves Abel hard and sends him crashing to the ground. He dusts himself off and sneers like it's nothing. Just like I figured, those rumors were pure lies, he's nothing but a pathetic shut-in. Then he whips his disdain right at the totem itself, like, hey, you're building that thing the wrong way, got it. Abel's friends are stunned, but NOSWA doesn't even pause. I've just been following the research step by step. So tell me what's even wrong with it, I'll show you. He thrusts his hand forward, and a glowing triangular sigil forms above his palm. Then he yells for a blade of wind. A razor-sharp blast of air explodes from his hand like a weapon, sawing clean through the totem's wooden flesh. The top half slams into the ground with a bone-shaking thud. He knew all too well, and the moment his men heard it, they erupted in derisive laughter, like the truth itself had just become a joke. It didn't. Abel stayed deadly quiet, and his face gave away absolutely nothing. Gile barrels toward him, Anasama, but Abel's mind is already made up and cold fire burns in his chest. All right then, he says, his voice stripped of every emotion. If that's how it's going down, I'm going all in, his new battlefield, the East Forest. Later, Abel's buddy Corget grumbles that Abel yanked him into yet another one of his crazy schemes. You're so mean, Abel. Gizel-chan had already headed home, while Abel perched on top of the log he was carving, so I told him, I'm not keeping her with us, got it? Now shut up and carve. Gargot is totally lost. Are you really trying to keep him out here? Wait, hold up, why are you trying to ruin Carl Co. house in the first place? The real reason is simple, he wants revenge for Mr. Mountain. Apple yanks himself away from his work, so what makes leaves worth all the hype, huh? Kurgat shrugs and says it's because they're hard to grow. Abel snaps back instantly, wrong. Then he drops the real truth behind the Karlko monopoly. Karlko House controls how much gets dumped onto the market. And honestly, cultivation is easy if you can lock down the magic supply. Gurgit still remembers the village chief snapping that everyone's stuck on the same sore spot. Because the Karlko family has owned the monopoly for so long only, because nobody else had the fine-tuned magical control to mass-produce. Abel keeps talking, laying out the whole political chess match. Because the chief wants magic ore to be the village's money, and it won't vanish after it's spent. But if the leaf Karl Kohouse's people churn out loses value, his whole world goes up in flames, so yeah, they're not exactly thrilled. The chief and the Karlko family are stuck in a chilling cold war. But the Karlko's power is so huge that the chief can't strike back at them head-on. So Abel leans in and drops a chilling promise. He'll strip Karl Kohouse of his political power without so much as touching the chief. His plan is straight-up economic warfare. Using the finest wood, he forges a whole army of totems to mass-produce top-tier leaves. Then he'll unleash the product on the market, send Karl Koleves, value plummeting, and smash their monopoly overnight. When Kroggett demands what happens if they fail, Abel hits him with the final devastating stake, and Gizel might get dragged into marrying into the Karl Co house. The weight of the world slams into Krog's chest. This isn't some game, it's a fight to save his friend's future. Steel replaces doubt in him. Let's do this. And when this plan finally hits its ending, somebody's about to pay. He snatches a carving knife, determination blazing in his voice. I'm making as many totems as I can. Nuswell and his crew creep to the edge of the eastern forest, watching everything like hawks. They spot the field of totems Abel has hauled up, just like I knew he would, and yeah, the rage on his face is real. One of the men suddenly drops his voice and whispers. They spot another one that looks exactly like the one Noswell cut down, and the laughter bursts out of them. Until, oh no, Noswell is about to unleash his totems and come after us. But those silences don't even stand a chance. Look closely. He barks the orders. And you too, yeah, you're real idiots. Those scarecrows, totems for gathering leaves, nothing more. They're not here to attack anyone. His men finally clocked the mistake. And when you think about it, he's trying hard to grow those leaves on purpose, isn't he? They laugh it off, saying a one-person job can't possibly pull off something this huge. No way, it's pointless. Lifting that kind of weight demands 20 men, each packed with serious magic power. One of his men snaps in panic, "Don't brush him off. His magic is brutally strong, and even the chief admits he's the real deal." Nuswell weighs it in his mind. Could this be a slick setup, the teacher and the student working together? He makes his move and boom, a fatal miscalculation hits. "You two, stake out the chief's house and stop Abel from pulling him in for magic support," because Nuswell totally misread his opponent. He was clinging to bad intel, totally oblivious that 2 years ago Abel had wiped out the king of the forest all by himself. And he had zero clue how obsessively the kid kept drilling magic. Abel's power was so massive he could fuel all 50 growing totems at once, single-handedly, non-stop. 2 weeks later, the proof hit like a hammer. An entire field of fully grown, leaf-bearing totems stood proud and massive, and the wind felt so overwhelming it barely even seemed real. Kurget is bursting with joy. "Abel, you're incredible. I honestly thought we'd never pull this off, but somehow we did, and I even braced for Nuswell to step in, yet he never showed up. He's making all those moves with his creations, and that has to be because of you two, right? Mr. Mountain number 2 and number 3. Their crops were fully grown and flourishing, so it was finally time to rip those leaves in the harvest season. Meanwhile, Nuswell's spies are planted outside the chief's residence, and they've just filed the strangest report. We've been watching day after day, and yet the chief and Abel haven't stepped in or out even once. Nuswell weighs it in his head. Did he really accept defeat and throw in the towel? Then another spy bursts in. "What's the word on the Bellic house?" His little sister just bolted, but Abel never showed up. Nuswell decides to check for himself and storms up to Giselle on the road, right as her huge wolf Firo lets out a low growl. "What are you doing outside my house?" Giselle snaps it coolly. "We're not anything," Nuswell blurts, fumbling for excuses, all while he just wants to find Abel. "Yeah, Abel," she says, she hasn't seen him in forever, you know. Her wolf's growls rise higher and higher, and the noble along with his entourage scatters in panic. As the Nuswell pieces it all together, she snaps, "That's the truth about Lupus. If she's right, Abel isn't teaming up with the chief. What a total idiot. Every totem out there has probably been hacked up and seasoned by now, and Abel's just hanging his head in crushing defeat." A wicked, confident grin bursts across his face. Nobody outgrows Karlko when it comes to nurturing leaves. Gizel leans in and watches them fade away, her face lost in deep thought. What did Abel do to Karlko House's eldest son that made him keep lingering around my place like he owns it? Something felt off. His coming-of-age ceremony was minutes away, and her brother's behavior was getting more bizarre by the second. Or she lets out a heavy sigh and shoves the thought out of her head. "Yeah, whatever, this doesn't even touch my life." At the Bellic house, Greget's father strikes a spark and lights one of the fresh, newly harvested leaves. "Man, these leaves today are absolutely wild. How's that even possible?" Abel bursts in hauling a loaded bag of their product. "Ha! It's totally nothing like anything I've ever smoked before." Deep in the forest, the last preparations explode into motion. The battleground's built, the trade market gets locked in, the dates finally nailed down, and Abel's own coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. The day finally breaks, and Nuswell stands in the market, staring with a predatory shine in his eye. Across the square, Abel locks eyes with him, and the air snaps with tension, because this is war. The grand ceremony wrapped up, and Abel was finally left alone to fend for himself. He slipped away for a quiet breath, watching the villagers from afar. With a long pipe in hand, he exhaled a thin ribbon of smoke. And while it curled away, his mind was already miles ahead, plotting the next move like it was already inevitable. The whole formal gathering felt like it was draining the life right out of him. He finally exhaled, those endless pleasantries caught up to him, and the exhaustion hit hard. "Damn good work, kid," Garia barked, slapping Abel hard on the back, while Abel winced, stuck under the weight of those brutal ceremonial robes. He kept grinning and asked, "So when's the official ceremony?" Abel waved the joke away, his thoughts already locked on something far more important. Gory's gaze snapped to a little pouch of clearly distinct leaves. "Ooh, what's this?" Then her heart lurched when she realized her son was gone. Where did he run off to at a time like this? Meanwhile, Abel was already at the town market, kicking his real plan into gear. Right as he was getting everything set, Goria slipped in behind him. "So that's what you were doing, hiding and scheming." He stared him down, then pointed at the product like it was proof. "So you got samples?" he asked. "Want a taste?" Garia took a hard draw from the pipe, and his eyes popped wide in pure shock. "This tastes amazing." Abel stayed ice calm, silently thinking that he just didn't care much for the smoke. Right then, a man slammed through the tent flap and blurted Abel's name in pure panic. In the middle of the loud, crowded market, the man was blurting out apologies nonstop. "I thought I'd finally found a perfect spot nobody had claimed, so I started prepping and then I panicked like crazy," he stammered. But right when I clocked it, his voice suddenly fizzled out. He spun his head, scanning the crush of crowded stalls. But then he spotted Abel's simple mat right at the market's nexus. He gasped, Hey, you scored the best possible spot for us. This is prime quality. Abel's eyes burned with cold strategy. Nice, now we hit the gas and sell until we're wiped clean. The older man's dread surged instantly. He snapped his finger at the fancy stall right across from them. You out of your mind. And his panic shot through the roof. No way we're slipping out of this, right? Selling the same kind of product right beside them is basically pouring oil on a flame, but Abel, he stayed icy calm, just a tiny smile playing on his face. All right, Shibai, do it, you've got guts. Yo, breathe, Abel, he said, slapping a steadying hand on his shoulder and then nodded. People hunting incense leaf crowd this spot, and if luck hits right, we're about to strike big. 10 minutes later, their optimism shattered into disappointment. Not one customer slid up to their stall, while the Carl Cove family's booth was packed wall to wall with people. Still calm as ever, Abel snapped his sister's way and said, All right, Gizzle, can you grab the totems I made yesterday, the red and blue ones? She gave a quick nod. Got it, Nisama. His partner stared, baffled. So what are you even using those totems for? Abel just smirked, mysterious as ever. Don't worry, they're my little secret weapon. Right then, a smug silhouette slipped up to their empty stall. Noswell, the Karlko heir himself. Well, who knew you'd actually pull off mass production? He sneered at their tiny pile of goods, and your help felt useless. So he snapped to himself that he'd better dig into who backed this upstart. Our family's incense isn't some random stuff. It's forged from years of brutal craft perfected by honed hands. He bragged, jabbing a condescending finger and sneering at anything a kid like you could make. Mine, that's a whole different level. Abel's calm face never even twitched as he pumped his magic into those totems, forcing out incense leaves for your family's precious tradition. And I'm telling you, this house is selling trash. Lousy quality, no shame at all. You're just trying to mask bad flavor with additives like that's some magic trick, because it's a cheap one and everyone can smell it. After shredding his rival's whole business plan with a few razor-sharp words, Abel finally sat back, then snapped. Hey now, pick that up, I'm the customer. Nuswell scoffed and kicked a bundle of leaves to the ground. 1 akali copper for 5 bundles, and that's all he was charging. With a wicked grin, he slammed his boot down and crushed Abel's product into the dirt. He snapped his head toward the crowd, and his voice thundered like an order carved in stone. So if any of you are gonna buy from this guy, you already know what's coming next, right? Abel clenched his fist tight, and pure fury ignited in his eyes. Right then, Giselle burst back in. Nayasama, she apologized for keeping you waiting, and dropped 2 crudely carved totems onto their mat right on cue. Abel shouted, great timing. Their companions just gawked at the objects. Aguizel spoke up. The red totem is packed with a charm that makes sales skyrocket, and the blue totem pulls in customers like a magnet. Abel jabbed a finger toward Carl Kostal. Over there, their customers are getting fed up, because every transaction crawls at a snail's pace. He grinned and said, I trust our flavor and our prices are half of theirs. Then a bold plan clicked into place in his eyes. Snag a few customers and we'll flip this whole thing around. Then he pulled his master move. No magic in those totems at all. He tracked down the enchantment circle in a book, but it did nothing, because it wasn't spells, it was psychology, and those little beckoning cat things were just there to hook your curiosity and drag you closer. Isn't that wild? He asked, grinning like he'd just uncovered a secret. His companion gaped at him like he'd completely snapped. Right when they were about to call Abel's sanity into question, his father barreled in with a whole squad of men. Hey Abel, the test product you sent me, I showed it to a bunch of others and every single one of them came back raving. Now sell me enough to build a serious stockpile. The guys behind him kept nodding like crazy. Everyone was basically begging, give me more, sell me some more. Abel finally got the missing spark his plan was waiting for. The whole crew surged over the stall and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. So wild, so different. And then one of them yelled. Like the stuff I've been smoking so far was basically moldy leaf. Someone else blurted out, and it's cheap too. Then the whole commotion hit, that superior smell wafted through the air and heads snapped around. Even the customers stuck in the Carl Cole line couldn't ignore the sweet aroma drifting out from Abel's stall. The second they heard the Carl Co price, they ditched the line and sprinted over. So tell me, is it really okay to sell it that cheap? I bought 50 bundles. One thing, then boom, the dam cracked. The whole crowd from the Carl Co stall surged down on them. Sell me some, please, I shouted, but I was first, and no matter how he tried to look proud, the swell just gaped as his customers vanished in seconds. The tiny stall got instantly swarmed and crushed under the sheer rush of people. Abel barked over the chaos. Gizzle, keep bringing the goods from the storehouse. Things were still a full-blown mess, pure chaos everywhere, and yeah, it looked hectic. Philo, my friend, stepped in to help, and honestly, I can handle the lines. Nuswell's subordinate jolted in panic. Nuswell, slash the price or we're finished. But Nuswell's own family arrogance had him boxed in and his son snapped back. Fools, I can't, Papa told me to keep it at that price no matter what. With sheer desperation, he lunged to cut in line at Abel's stall. Abel stepped in and blocked his path with calm composure. then flashed a gentle smile at Naswell's furious stare and asked, "Sorry, could you join at the end of the line?" A deep voice rumbled from behind Naswell. Who was it? A massive, power-built man in a fur-lined coat loomed there, oozing authority like thunder. Norman Carlco, the family head. Naswell went stone still, stuttering Papa, but Norman didn't blink, those icy eyes locked onto Abel. "Who are you, and who the hell put you in charge of this store?" Abel just jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "My name's Abel, sir, Naswell's over there." Norman Caralco snapped his gaze from his son to his own bare, empty stall, then watched the endless river of customers roll right past, heading to the boy sitting there on a plain mat. His eyes narrowed, then recognition hit like a spark. "Abel, are you? Yeah, that totem-obsessed kid from the Blake family." A split-second silence hit. Then Norman Carlco snapped his head back and erupted in full-on laughter. Then he burst into laughter so hard he stumbled, crashed to the ground, and couldn't catch his breath. Naswell was horrified. "Papa, get it together," he snapped. Then he spun on Abel, rage twisting his face, and hissed, "You, of all people, my papa is fragile. So tell me, how are you going to make up for what you did?" He lunged in, eyes blazing like he meant to murder the moment. "I'll kill you, all of you, back," Abel snapped, rising fast to meet the threat. Right there, the market square went death quiet as the two faced off. Garia just sat on the sidelines like it was nothing. Then boom, the Carlco family's head shows up with his son. He leaned in and calmed the worried Gizzle, and honestly, he should have known better than to lose control, so yeah, it's probably fine. Abel's mind was racing. Sure, I can wipe out a giant bear with my magic, but I need this to count as legit self-defense, so I can't make the first move. The Naswell boys started chanting magic around him, and that was the opening he needed. He roared for the light and slammed his own spell into motion, materializing his magic tool right into his hand. As Naswell's magic circle snapped into view, Abel clocked it instantly, then realized the whole formula was a mess, the kind you couldn't rewrite because it was already shattered at the core. Gun shot his thoughts across the distance. Norman's a real magician, sure, but his son's a complete blockhead who hasn't put in a single hour, because that spell was just a dirty bluff, all smoke and mirrors. Naswell gripped a magic tool that only turned power up to maximum, but it couldn't cover for his lack of skill. "If you're going to pull that stunt," Abel snapped back instantly, "Oh, fire-shaped sphere," when a massive orb of swirling flame erupted in front of him, completely crushing Naswell's pathetic attempt. Before his opponent even found his voice, Abel snapped another spell into place. Earth-shaped form. A massive wall of rock burst up from the ground, slammed into the fireball, and tore itself into something new mid-impact. It loomed over them like a nightmare, a massive stone golem carved from pure terror. "Geo Yamasan number 4, Abel snapped the command like a battle order. The golem crashed its massive stone fist down, and Naswell could only freeze. Terror locked him in place. He choked out a pathetic shriek as the fist smashed into him. Gizzle stared with eyes huge and trembling like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And trust me, he wasn't holding back at all. Abel stood there stone calm, staring at the wreckage as he mocked his opponent. "What's wrong? Come at me from anywhere." He saw right through Naswell's pathetic trap. There was no way he'd fall for it, and he sure as hell wasn't letting his guard down. At last Naswell snapped, tears tore down his face as he sobbed, "Save me, Naswell-san." Then it hit him hard. The whole assault, all that flashy magical flexing, it was nothing but a bluff, just empty posturing to scare him. 10 days later, the fallout from that clash had completely remade the village's economy, and news that Abel's incense leaf was better, and dirt cheap, spread like wildfire. The Carlico family's iron grip crumbled, their prices crashed, and the people they'd been squeezing finally got their freedom back. Naswell crept up to Abel, hands shaking, and thrust a basket of goods into his arms. Abel stared at him cold as ice and said, "Don't you dare break my papa's heart even more than you already have," Naswell begged. "Until now they've been raking in money without lifting a finger," Abel cut in, ice cold. "I hope you start working hard the right way from here on out." Terrified, Naswell scrambled away. Abel basked in his win, then handed the reins of the new, insanely profitable fields to the village chieftain. So every coin would help everyone. For himself, he snagged a massive personal fortune right from the very first sales. A fortune he had to land right then to bankroll his next massive masterpiece. He immediately dove headfirst into research. He stared down his brand new boxy machine and leaned in like it might explode. Yeah, it looked finished, but the emic door is already cracking under the insane magic load needed to run for long. So it only holds together for a little while, even if it still needs tweaks to be truly solid. His big dream was pure chaos. In a good way, he wanted to flip the village's farming upside down and make it revolutionary. Crops cost a fortune because growing was clunky and inefficient, so he vowed to build a tractor. Gazing at his prototype, he muttered that this was basically a totem too, because this totem truck is the very first step toward it. Gizzle watched him work and a bright smile snapped onto her face. Because hey, the weather's perfect, and honestly, it's just fun watching that. Abel sprawled on the truck's flatbed really. Like, don't you ever stop and go hang out with your female friends now and then? She just shook her head like that was it. If I've got Nisama, then I'm satisfied. A flash of realization hit Abel. Gizel was only 14 now. She stuck to his side almost nonstop, only stepping out to talk to others when she had no choice. He finally got it, this wasn't healthy at all. And if she stayed that way until she was an adult, it would blow up into a real problem, so he knew he had to march straight to his father and talk. That night he caught Garia finally relaxing. Then, "Father, what's wrong?" Garia shot back, "Is this about your incense leaf?" "No, it's about Gizel," Abel said. "Just promise me you won't end up like a second Carl Co family." His father dodged the topic. "So now that you're an adult, you finally want to talk about it, and yeah, Gizel will be an adult in just 2 years. When's the ceremony?" Abel asked, totally thrown off. Garia stared at him like this was the most natural thing on earth, "Your wedding with Gizel." Those words hit Abel like a sucker punch. "What?" He stammered, wait, why on earth are Gizel and I somehow related? We're brother and sister, blood and all right." His father ripped off the mask and dropped the horrifying truth. Marin clan brothers and sisters marry once the brother hits adulthood, and if they're under 5 years apart, yeah, you're supposed to know that. Abel's world shattered. What the hell? Those words hit Abel like a lightning strike, and his mind instantly spun out from the sheer ridiculousness of it all. His brother faced him head-on, and his expression gave nothing away. "You don't want to?" He asked one simple question, and it hit like the weight of a whole culture. Abel was only just starting to finally grasp it, and Abel's thoughts slammed into overdrive, trying to make sense of the nightmare revelation. Because to him, marriage wasn't just love, it was a political and social pact. A sacred bond meant to weld two families together, forging alliances and shaping their futures. But this hit different. "What are you saying?" Abel stammered, his composure shattering mid-breath, while his brother answered with that cool, deadly calm, "Even I married my little sister." The confession hit like a thunderclap. His brother leaned in and said it's a Marin clan rule, woven from magical theory. Because when the parents' bond burns brighter, the child's magic power surges harder. He clocked the raw pain on Abel's face and totally read it wrong like, "Wait, you really hate this that much? I thought you were always babying Gizel." Abel tried to argue, but his brother shut him down, brushing his feelings off as just the sweet, harmless love an older sibling has. He patted his head like he was judging him and said, "Congrats, you're a real adult of the Marin clan now, so grab this chance and level up." The next morning, Abel jolted awake drenched in a cold sweat. The brutal truth of what was coming slammed into him. This village and my annoying father would set up a wedding for us the second they heard. So he had to stop it, no matter what. His first thought snapped to Gizel. Because while he was totally consumed by his magical research to rebuild the science of his old world, he'd completely forgotten the basic customs of this one. If Abel was a reincarnator with an adult mind and he had no clue, then Gizel was probably clueless too, because he remembered how Nuzwell kept trying to get close to Gizel and got shut down every single time. Now it hit him. Nuzwell was probably pulling that stunt to spite him. Nuzwell even knew the customs, he even knew the prize. An ironclad plan snapped into place in his mind. Siblings should never marry, period. Then he decided the answer was clear. He and Gizel would stand as one. Even if she's crazy about me, he bets she'll hate this idea. Together, they'll march up to their father, face him down, and force him to drop this insane thought. Right as Nisama locked in his strategy, a soft voice cut through the air, "Good morning, Nisama." Gizel just stood there, struck speechless as Abel's carefully built plan froze right in his throat. She teased him softly for those late nights. "Did you pull an all-nighter again?" And then drew a firm line. "No matter how good the potions are, I'm not letting you burn yourself out." Abel scrambled to steady himself, then pivoted, pulling out his newest masterpiece, a magically powered cart. "I just finished it a minute ago," he blurted, praying it would take her mind off everything. Gizel's eyes flared with awe. "Wow, you fixed it," she gasped. "Then when it's finished, let me be the first to write on it." He broke down his upgrade, swapping the original magic ore from Emmik to Letta so it would run way longer. But just as she started to celebrate, he shot his hand up. "Hold it, wait." He had no choice but to power through it. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. "I've got something to talk about with you, Gizel. And trust me, you're probably gonna be shocked." He laid it all out, spilling the truth about their looming marriage, and when Gizel heard it, her eyes popped open in sheer shock, then her face snapped into pure, unfiltered bliss. "Yug." Abel's mind just totally wiped. Gizel was glowing from ear to ear. "Your coming-of-age ceremony happened just the other day, and I honestly thought it'd be way farther off. So imagine my shock when it turned out you were the one who pushed it to happen this fast." Her eyes blazed with tears of pure joy and she broke out, "I'm so moved. Because 10 years ago my mother sat me down and told me everything, and ever since I've been chasing this moment, dreaming of becoming Nisama's wife." That flashback tore the truth open. His worst fears were real. because their mother had been shaping Gizel for this fate since she was just a little kid. Around Abel, the world turned into stuttering static. His plan didn't just fail, it detonated into a catastrophic disaster. Gizel stayed totally clueless to the chaos inside him and kept going. I get it, Isama is head over heels for magic. I just knew that drive would turn into something blazing for your future family. That's why I planned to wait for you all this time. She stared at him like he was her whole world, and the hope in her eyes hit Abel like a tidal wave. Because suddenly, he felt the weight of a promise that had been waiting in silence for 10 whole years. Panic hit hard, he had to break out fast. Then his eyes landed on the book storage. It still needs tweaking, sure, but he's going to the chieftains no matter what. But he started to back off, blurting out nonsense. While we're at it, let's get into that whole incense leaf business. Next time for sure, he bolted, and he left that slightly confused yet still glowing Gizel behind. Then he vanished and she turned to the empty air with a calm, unshakable voice. Trust me, we're holding the wedding ceremony in just 3 days. She clasped her hands, vibrating with excitement, knowing that in just 3 days it would all happen soon. Right there, another woman clocked Abel's blank disinterest and couldn't resist commenting on it. But his brother only shrugged like it didn't matter at all still. He gets swept along by the moment with shocking ease, and once the ceremony ends, he'll finally settle. Not long after, the village chieftain caught up with Abel, desperate to pick his brain about the incense leaf fields. But Abel's mind spun into a furious storm of doubts, and all he could do was wave it off. Can that wait a bit? He stumbled back into the book storage, crumpling against a shelf in total, crushing defeat. This was the real heart of his problem. Those past life memories of a world ruled by different values and ethics turned him into a total anomaly. People swore that when you died, your soul didn't vanish. It got recycled into a spirit, turning death into this comforting, endless loop. And he was living proof that belief was wrong, because he wasn't from this world at all. He was a soul ripped out of another universe entirely. For years, he dodged those cultural clashes, hiding behind a quiet life of research, until his procrastination dragged him into an impossible mess. But the real thing that kept him up at night had nothing to do with him. It was for Giselle. She'd spent her whole life clinging to the idea that this was her destiny, a frosty, introverted magic nerd who lived shut away. And if this marriage went through, she'd probably never build a real bond with anyone again. And that future would be a lonely, isolating nightmare. The weight of her future pinned him down like a crushing storm. Suddenly, a giant scroll crashed off a high shelf and slammed into his head with a nasty thud. Unfurling it, his eyes bulged, because it wasn't just paper, it was a map to the lands beyond the village. In that split second, a brutal new plan snapped into place in his mind. His despair vanished, replaced by icy determination. That's it, I'm leaving the village. The logic was solid. If he vanished, his parents would have to quit the marriage, and his ill couldn't hide anymore and would be forced to deal with strangers. So he gripped his fate, hauled together the key books and totems, and decided he'd break free tonight. From a balcony, the chieftain locked eyes with him and then barked, "Return those." Abel's face went hot, but he still snapped, "Okay," and bolted on. His escape nearly got wrecked the second he collided with Philo, then Abel. "Congratulations on your marriage." The rumor was already tearing through the streets. "Wait, hold up, where'd you hear it?" "That's when I clocked it. The low, pointed look on your face as your father stalked around, warning everyone, like he was boxing you in and trapping you with social pressure like it was a cage made of bars. He had to vanish right now. Silo, you've had my back again and again, thanks for that," he roared, then bolted away. Phila stared, stunned, as he disappeared, and she couldn't shake the feeling you don't say things like this when it's our final farewell. He burst through the door and kicked off the first phase of his master plan. "Don't step into my room, I'm about to dig into some research," he told his brother, casually tossing incense leaves in there like it was just smoke and mirrors. The brother let out a heavy sigh, brushed him off as a little punk, and then dumped him to fend for himself. From the shadows, Gizel stared as he slipped away. Her resolve didn't even shake. "If he's locking himself in, then I'll just keep going and prep for the ceremony," she decided. In his room, Abel slammed the door shut and piled heavy books against it like a fortress. A knot snapped open. Gizel showed up, ready to grab him something to eat. I'm fine," I told him, but the truth hit hard. I'd already stuffed myself at the chieftain's place, and I could feel the lie shake through my chest as my heart hammered. Her voice trembled with worry. "Don't you dare crash from exhaustion halfway through." He pushed out a calm, reassuring voice. "Yeah, right, sorry for stressing you." As her footsteps faded, he slumped against the door and let out a trembling breath. In the candle's shaky glow, he scratched out a final note to cut every last tie. "I'm gone until I hear that Gizel got married, or until I marry someone myself. Until then, goodbye." With everything prepped and ready, he fired up his trusty totems, stuffed with supplies, then put them to work. He slipped out of his fortified room and crept through the silent house like a ghost. He stood outside, stared back at his home one final time, and nostalgia hit like a wave. Years ago I'd slipped out just like this, and yeah, this is the last one I promise. He burst up to the fence where he'd stashed his brand new invention. With a calm command, the startup ignites, and the totem truck hums to life. The cart rattled away into the dark, and guilt punched him in the chest. Gizzle. He understood the law down to its bones. Anyone in the Marin clan who tried to leave the village without the chieftain's permission would be breaking it. The punishment was ruthless: break the rules and you're done. No return, no mercy, just exile. One single tear slid down his cheek as he pictured a future where he'd only be able to watch her from far away. After burning through the night on the road, he jolted awake with a big yawn as the sunrise finally started to spill across the sky. With the map in hand, he plotted his next move and chose the route. He was headed for Lawmarn, the loud, bustling trading city, where you could vanish in plain sight. Surrounded by whispers of secrets and exotic magic tools his tiny, isolated village couldn't even touch. A massive city sprawled out before them, like it could swallow the whole world. The thought of fresh knowledge, brand new magic, and a whole new life electrified him with real, bottomless excitement. Suddenly the cart slammed to a brutal stop and he got whipped straight forward. Ouch. Back in the village, his father's fury bellow thundered through their home, Abel. He stood in his son's empty room, that abandoned letter glaring like proof of betrayal. Still stunned, still thinking he'd just run off. His brother leaned in and said maybe it wasn't a real mission at all. Maybe they were just testing a brand new totem. Gizzle Kalman didn't buy it. She calmly shot down the alarm idea, saying it'll be fine, with quiet confidence that left no room for doubt. Her hand clenched hard around the letter, crushing it like it couldn't survive the moment. A cold, calm smile curled on her lips, and her eyes flashed with a frightening glow. I have faith in Nisama. Miles away, Abel froze in stunned disbelief, staring at the exact thing that yanked him to a sudden halt. They let him tuck into the baggage area, just a small price for a guaranteed getaway, and the carriage rattled down the path, hauling him away from the village he was clawing to escape. As the roar of the wheels swallowed the streets, his mind snapped back to the people he'd just met. Those eyes, that unforgettable hair. James, all young and stressed, breaks down what's going on. Why are you all the way out here? He demands. Then James snaps. We never saw eye to eye, so I bolted from home. Abel leans in, clocking every detail that proves James is tied to the Marin clan. Then Maya jumps in, right after me, like she's striking the next beat in the story. Abel Fane gasps, really? I thought you were a traveling couple. Maya tells him the truth. James came to her village to trade, and somehow he ended up taking her along with him. James cuts in and says they only met a week ago, same as me. Abel mutters and gets out of it, but your excuses were really just customs you'll never get used to. James finally drops the truth about his companion. Maya's from the Doom clan, and apparently the fact that she doesn't have a magical crystal on her forehead is a huge problem. Maya taps her head and brags about her people, those two horns and the crystal set in their forehead. But hers is gone, wiped out when her mother slipped and fell during pregnancy. She tells you that the crystal can tear away like a scab, but the moment it's gone, it never comes back. Even strangers' scorn wasn't the worst part. Her own mother looked at her with cold indifference and treated the very fact that she was born like something shameful. Maya yanks out a jingling pouch of coins, straight from Mother's secret stash she brought along, and when James stuns, Abel instantly gets it. These weren't stolen at all, they were taken as brutal reparations for a lifetime of mistreatment. Maya beams with fresh hope, then declares, from now on, I'm going to dive into the wide, wide world joyfully with James San. As Abel presses forward on their journey, he spots something sinister lurking in the woods up ahead. A savage snarl tears through the air. Then three monstrous crystal-spined wolves erupt from the trees. Garm and Hound variant pounces, and Mia shrieks like her soul just got snatched. Abel flips open a book on magical organisms and reads about how these beast variants are born when magic power collides. Then they burst into the world so suddenly, they turn into a disaster no one can reliably forecast. The lead Garm rips out a terrifying growl as Maya screams at their driver. James San, speed up, please. Abel clenches up because near his village the scariest thing you'll run into is a bear, and those dangers hit you at D rank or higher. James roars, forget it, we have to run. He yells to toss every bit of luggage off the cart. Maybe, just maybe, it'll snag their attention, while the beasts are already snapping in, closing the distance fast. James whirls on Abel, panic blazing in his eyes. That's right, Abel-san, you're from the Marin clan, yeah? Can you use magic? Abel answers calmly, eyes steady. A little, just a modest amount. Just give me enough to send them into panic. That's the goal, use every bit of it. If we don't wipe them out or catch them, they'll start terrorizing the other travelers. Abel lifts his wand, his face unreadable, anything goes. So hurry, James pushes, and with one simple incantation, O Earth, take form, Abel unleashes his power. The ground rips open and a monstrous earthen fist, dozens of feet tall, comes crashing down on the charging Garms, smashing them to dust in an instant. The impact's shockwave tears through the air in violent ripples. James and Maya lock eyes with Abel's golem, then just freeze, stunned to the bone. Abel whirls back toward them, standing in the wreckage left by that effortless burst of power, and he snaps, "Do you think this is enough?" James can barely get out a single breath, crazy. That night the crew set up camp by the river, with the golem looming in silence as a living guard. Abel's spell didn't just shield them, it even lined their dinner with fresh-caught fish. The very next day, they hit the road again, and the whole vibe is lighter, way brighter, like the journey just got good news. As they crest the hill, James jabs a finger into the distance. There it is, finally crystal clear. All right, that's Lamarn for you. The carriage roars closer to the towering gates of a massive walled city. James suddenly drops the bomb, "We have to split up right here," and Maya's world instantly goes still. Abel keeps his cool as he breaks down the logic. "What else can you do? And honestly, I don't think either of us would be any help to some peddler's business." James grabs Abel's hands and thanks him for stepping in, because without him, he would have been totally wrecked. Still rattled, Maya snaps her coin bag into James's hands and declares, "Here, buy all your wheat so you'll have nothing left to do but sell." Her reckless move hits James like a freight train, and he can't even get words out. Maya whips around and snatches Abel's arm. "Abel, please tell me you're not leaving me, right?" Her eyes flare with academic curiosity. "Oh wait, you haven't taught me the advanced ways of totem engraving yet." Maya's dying to hear more about magic. Abel just nods and agrees, because having a partner could be a lifeline, and the truth is, he doesn't know a single soul here. Then she scoots in close like it's a secret, lifts her savings for all to see, and nods like, "Keep that energy. If there's anything you want, Maya will grab it for you." The city hit like a whole new universe. Loud, sprawling, and packed with movement, nothing like the quiet village he'd left behind. As they pushed through the packed streets, Maya's eyes popped wide when she spotted a vendor's stall stacked to the brim with bright, juicy red apples. But Abel couldn't look away from one specific destination: Chimera's Tale, a cozy little shop packed with magical and alchemical tools. His eyes shot past shelves packed with enchanted baubles and rare reagents, zeroing in on a plain little block of wood shoved in the corner. And the moment the shopkeeper, a woman with a real sorceress vibe, clocked his stare, she blinked. "Oh my, a customer with a sharp eye," she said. "I've had that thing sitting here for ages, but you're the first to notice it before anything else." Abel stared at it. "What is this, a tree trunk?" And his nerves started screaming from the sheer power packed inside. The witch only grinned. "Not a trunk, a branch." She told me how it all began, the legendary tree in the heart of a magic-soaked forest that birthed countless savage beasts, and how a famous four-hero party once marched in to hunt them down, yet only one came back. That lone survivor, wiped out and stripped of every legendary piece, still clawed their way out with just one lone branch, then sold it for a jaw-dropping fortune. Abel could feel the magical energy flooding out in a wild torrent. Even as that brutal barrier fought to hold it back, his thoughts sprinted, because with power like this, he could forge a totem beyond imagination, and the witch asked, totally intrigued, "So this is what magic tools look like back in your homeland?" She reached for a tiny sealed vial and said, "Try this unicorn's blood." She explained it's leftover from a monster's panic, a disaster where swarms of unicorns suddenly erupted and nobody knows where they came from. Abel's mind spun at lightning speed, ideas and intent snapping together like a blade. And this was exactly the perfect setup for his craft, a masterpiece with not one crack. But the shopkeeper demanded a jaw-dropping $2,100,000 gold. That number hit like a punch. Abel's own stash, even the priceless incense leaves he'd brought from home, got tossed aside in the kingdom of Lamarn like trash, and in the end he was basically totally broke. Right when the crushing weight of his money problems finally hit, a heavy pouch smacked onto the counter. Maya shot him a determined glare and offered to pay the whole bill. "With all this on the table, you'll spare no one," she snapped. "So how about swapping it all out right here?" Abel stood there speechless, trying to push back on her unbelievable generosity, until Maya dug her heels in and refused to take no for an answer. The witch clocked the massive deal and sealed it on the spot. "All right, you're getting it for $2,050,000. Maya talked herself into the buy, and the second she did, that chance to snag a piece of the world tree hit her like lightning, the kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you don't miss. She was already celebrating in her head, smiling at the cozy room they'd get once the rest of the money finally came through. Back in their room, Abel crouched by the world tree's branch, already snapping through options like he could see his next move before it happened. Those witchy parting words kept pounding in his head. She'd bet on him like it was a gamble, swearing she could multiply the branch's value 1,000,000 times over, and promising she'd buy the finished product back for double or even triple the price. This wasn't just a purchase, it was a binding deal. With one bold move, he'd forge the world's greatest totem, repay Maya's trust, and lock in his future. He owed a debt, and now he had to settle it. After a night of relentless focus, he finally slammed the last piece into place, and it was done. Abel raised the finished totem high, a masterpiece of curse crafting that throbbed with raw power, and with it in his hands he could pull off almost anything. But all that massive effort finally crushed him. He crumpled to the ground, and only a potion kept his eyes open and his consciousness from slipping away. Maya bolted to his side the moment he crumpled, crying out his name as he slipped into unconsciousness. His thoughts slipped away from the inn and snapped back into his old storage house, where his past creations still sat all around him like ghosts. The moment he'd escaped came crashing back, right there with that busted truck heading for Lamarn, until a brutal shock hit him and he realized he'd been grabbed and pinned. He jerked awake on a bed and stared at Gizel, who immediately apologized for holding him down, swearing she had to stop him from doing something reckless again. "Please don't act so recklessly again," she said, smiling sweetly like everything was perfectly calm. Dread crashed over him as he realized she'd mistaken his escape for one of his volatile experiments. But that couldn't possibly be true. She thrust a bowl of stew into his hands and told him it was a Marin clan tradition. Then the memory of the letter he'd left behind slammed into him, and the horrifying truth hit harder. Gizel was the only one left who could have sabotaged his truck. The moment it hit, everything clicked. This wasn't a meal, it was a trap, and if he took one bite, he'd be surrendering his freedom for good. Caught in the haze of his fevered dream, he blurted out an apology for disappearing without a single word. He tried to talk his way into her head, begging her to see that the way he thought was totally different from how they all did. To his utter shock, she actually bought his words. Then she smiled and said, "I get it, Nia-sama." She pushed the food aside and demanded he take a drink of water. Thinking she'd finally gotten it, he nodded and obeyed without hesitation. Her sweet smile flickered back, and Asama's just sitting there, completely lost in everything that's been happening right. Then came the ultimate betrayal. Steel flashed, and she slammed a knife into him, pain blazing white-hot. As he gasped in agony, she stayed ice calm and chanted a sealing spell, snapping the wound shut while locking the damage inside. He screamed not because it hurt, but because the horrifying truth hit him like cold steel. Nisama's tongue went numb. She realized the water was poisoned. "It's fine," she rasped, voice cold and ruthless, even as he could no longer walk. "I'll stay right by your side no matter what, watching over you like your shield." As paralysis crawled up his leg, he fought to force his magic to answer back. Then a familiar voice ripped through the horror and called his name. Abel's eyes snapped open. He was back in the inn, and Maya leaned over him with pure worry. Only now the whole room, every wall, floor, and ceiling, was drowned in a sprawling magic circle that looked impossible, churning with a dangerous, ominous glow. He was still stuck in bed, soaked in a freezing sweat. Then he froze, staring at those glowing runes, and I could practically feel the weight of it because, yeah, I made them. The sheer force in him was terrifying. His own subconscious power had forged a doomsday weapon, a spell that could, in theory, wipe out anything. "My talent is terrifying," he whispered, horrified. Maya shot him a question, and he blurted the truth before he could shut up. "I had this nightmare. I think I unconsciously made it, and it almost wiped out this whole region." He jerked back and insisted he couldn't remember a thing. Maya let out a breath of relief, just noting that his fever had finally broken. He'd been out cold for a whole day and a half. He thanked her for taking care of him, and she lit up like a sunrise. Abel shot a look at the totem, his thoughts snapping into a brand new plan: sell it and they'd rake in a fortune. Maya's face fell at the idea. "So you don't want to sell it, huh?" Abel pressed, and she admitted she couldn't, reminding him it was a gift. He stopped and realized one hard truth: they still had bills to pay no matter what. Maya pitched a new option, the Adventurer Support Center, where they could trade the magic beasts they'd slain for cash, and with Abel's power, it'd be the perfect spot. He nodded. Yeah, that plan was pure genius. Back in Marin Village, Abel's leaving set off a chain reaction. His consequences were unfolding fast, and the chieftain sent out a search team that finally tracked down his abandoned truck. When they spotted those engravings, they knew it was him, so the search got shut down. Thinking he'd just fled, Giselle slammed herself behind her bedroom door and sank into crushing, bottomless despair. Her family hovered in worry, whispering that her spirits had sunk. She stared out the window, mind racing with one brutal question: why in the world wasn't he coming back? Frustration burst through her. She slammed her fist onto the desk. That night, a creepy, shadowy object drifted up to her window and slid a message into the air. "I've found a way to get that boy for yourself." And lurking in the shadows, a figure with a terrifyingly familiar shape beckoned her toward the one chance to take back everything she'd lost. Inside the noisy Adventure Support Center, Abel finally snaps his focus to Maya and asks, voice steady, "Can you use some magic, anything like that?" Maya pauses for half a second, then her eyes narrow. "Wait, if we're talking about fighting magic beasts." Abel clocks the way her eyes dart away, clear discomfort, like even the word clan hurts. He's quick to realize she'd tried to use her abilities around them before, only to get shut down hard. He doesn't push, he pivots. "Next in line, please." At the counter, Abel spoke to the receptionist with calm precision. "Thanks, yes, we're from the countryside, so can you tell me what this place does from the start?" He already had the basics, but for a real mastermind, nothing was too tiny, no detail, no drop of information. He wanted everything, and he wanted it from the very beginning. The whole thing happens in a blink, and right away he's got a brand new adventure credential card in his hands, signed under a name that isn't his. The alias Empty Mountain. Maya stares at him, totally thrown off. What do you mean you registered under that asterisk name? Abel only shrugs it off like, yeah, I just felt like it. And somehow it doesn't look like it'll blow up into anything. The orientation barrels on, laying down the Adventurer Support Center's rules. The mission to wipe out magic beasts, the day-to-day support for adventurers, and a whole new wave of fresh talent. An adventurer isn't just judged, he's ranked, straight from F up through a merit pyramid to A. And if he pulls off wild, legendary feats, the ceiling keeps rising all the way to royal-granted privileges. Abel shoots a glare at the bottom of the list, rank F, and instantly shuts the idea down. He wants none of that latter, because reputation and responsibility are a cage he refuses to step into. Maya freezes, staring at the card name with wide eyes. Benefactor, that can't be right. My benefactor is Mr. Mountain. Her voice turns reverent as she tells it. He saved me when magic beasts swarmed in, and if that battle kept going, I'd be dead right now. In the blink of an eye, he burned every beast around me to ashes, then healed me completely the moment I was teetering on death. Abel's face stays blank, but a flash from his old world hits him, himself at a computer, watching his Emp Mountain character mow down a whole pack of monsters around some other player like it's nothing. Then he remembers he was even talking about an online game. But Maya, blind to the truth, stares at it like a legend. Whoa. She gasps, clutching the card like it's a holy relic, swearing that every single member of the Marin clan is insanely strong. Seeing her excitement, he blurted out, "Hold on, once we're done registering, can we talk about what we're doing next?" Right as they're about to decide, a booming voice slices through the hall. I've thought this for ages. Maizen, I don't see eye to eye with you. A loud, blonde adventurer whirls around, eyes wide with guilt. No, I went too far too, my apologies. But his party members stand unshakable. Right there, right now, I just apologized and begged to make up. And he pleads for it, while Tio, that woman, snaps back that if Tio's leaving, then she's taking her with her. Just like that, the whole argument flips. Lisa and Tio, two former party members, spill their hearts, admit they belong together, and decide to leave side by side. Maya locks in as the chaos plays out in front of her, totally hooked. Abel shoots her a look like, so that's where you're focused. He lets out a silent sigh, then tells himself, don't stare too hard, Maya, it's safer to stay out of this. Just as the air turns cold, Maizen, the abandoned party leader, spots you guys and strides over, yelling, hey, you over there. Didn't you two just sit around worrying about where to hunt? So, are you magicians? I need real magician companions, cause I'm a party leader. Then Abel only shoots back a simple one-word reply, we're good. He dodged the risky mines and leaned in with a shady grin. I've got a priceless hunting spot too. And if you stick with me, I'll even pay your travel costs. Even if that proposal sounded sketchy, it hooked them fast, and before they knew it, they're packed into a covered wagon rolling straight through a thick, suffocating forest. Then Abel finally blurts it out, where's your super valuable hunting spot? Maizen explains that Zesham ruins are being cleared. Sure, hunting in the forest feels faster, but lately the rules have loosened. Barriers keep dropping, and the investigation that was stalled got kicked back off when magic beasts slipped into the ruins the moment the gates opened. He keeps the history lesson rolling as the ancient structure finally looms ahead, and that's when we dive straight into the ruins, hunting the treasures it still guards. These ruins were once the Norks clan's fortress, just a people with no special magic, until the elves blasted them out of the sky country of Alfheim centuries ago. Abel digs up a map hidden in old records and slams straight into the truth. Because the treasure isn't just any gold, it's the elves' legendary secret hoard, the Arrow of God, right? Only the one that's most likely isn't even the one that should be there. Mize beamed and nodded like crazy, perfect timing. Slot that right into the whole cakewalk plan for those magic beasts in the ruins that are about to start hunting, and suddenly it's two birds, one stone. The magic stones that power the barriers keeping the ruins protected have got to be worth a fortune, don't you think? Right? Maya hears the plan and swears it's airtight. So yeah, there's basically nothing to worry about. Maizen puffs out his chest, acting like he's earned every bit of that swagger. Like I'm an almost E-rank adventurer and the party's leader, because apparently that's just how it is, right? He's the one footing the bill. Across from him, Abel sits there staring back with deadpan indifference. They show up ready to go and bam, their road is slammed shut in front of them. He swallowed the lies, stared in disbelief, like the ruins were staring him right back. Later that night by the campfire, he's fuming, cursing the investigation team. Because just having some lord in your corner doesn't give you the right to act so arrogant. The guards stood their ground, outsiders weren't getting in. Leave this place and do it now. Abel caught the truth instantly, every detail snapped into focus, because that message clearly hadn't reached the support center yet. After all, a lord with a secret treasure to guard would never just hand it over. Still, we dragged ourselves all the way here, so we might as well wait until sunrise, because if we can spot the ruins from afar, everyone will be satisfied. Mai's in slumps, so you're just gonna quit? Yeah, because it's impossible. They've got that place locked down so tight, nobody's getting through. But his resolve snaps back in a flash. Adventure and trouble always crash together, so if we wait with unshakable nerve, they'll give us an opening for. A razor-sharp screech slices through the air, me blurts, startled, a magic beast. And right on cue, Maizen launches upright, perfectly timed. He whips his sword out with a flourish, and I can't sit still anymore. I'm about to prove what an almost E-rank adventurer can do. Come at me any way you like. Abel snaps warnings at him. Oi, settle down, no need to show them where we are. But it's already too late. An enormous white-furred beast explodes out of the undergrowth. He let out a sharp, terrified gasp. Maizen rockets forward, slamming his blade into the creature's claws. He blocks the attack with a clean parry, whips in a sharp slash of his own, and laughs. Ha-ha, like it's nothing, easy peasy. The wounded beast staggers backward and unleashes a blood-curdling shriek that blasts the air. It wasn't a scream of pain, it was a warning signal. From the darkness, 3 more identical beasts slither into view, their eyes blazing in the firelight, and Maizen's bravado just crumpled. Shit. Fear clenches his heart, and his sword slips right out of his grasp. Then my instincts kick in. While I pull their attention away, I shout, "You guys run!" And he screams as he whirls around, desperate to save his own life. As the beasts swarm the terrified adventurer, Abel doesn't panic. He steps forward like he owns the moment, raises his wand, and goes, "All right, it's great you're motivated, but..." With a bored hush, he murmurs the spell. Then the flames roar, scorching everything down to nothing. Flame crashes out from his position, swallowing the charging monsters whole. Then the roar continues. A brutal shockwave crashes through the scene, blasting mice and tumbling them down to the ground. He scrambles upright, eyes locked on the scene like he can't possibly believe it. The blaze snaps out of existence just as fast as it flared, and all that's left are the magic beast's smoldering, headless corpses. Abel drops his wand without changing a thing, while Maizen shakes hard and sinks to his knees. Thanks. Stunned and awestruck, he blurts out a desperate offer, Abel's Lilith Bleeder-s in the ready position, and he doesn't even look his way for a second. Nah, if you want it, keep it. The 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder in the quiet clearing, safe at last. But the silence still felt like a warning. But they weren't alone. Lurking in the forest's deep shadows was a hard-eyed elf, watching them like prey, his gaze sharpening on the young mage. White hair, red eyes, and those strange magic circles glowing in the background. He spots the signs in a split second, and his mind locks in on the answer with a chilling certainty. That kid has to be Marin. The stern-faced elf studied the young magician in front of him, his eyes slicing through every word like a fine blade. The boy's companions stared in confusion, and one of them leaned in and whispered, "An elf." The elf's eyes didn't lock onto the boy's face at all. They stayed nailed to the plain wooden staff gripped in his hand. That staff is built to sharpen magic control and pull spirits in straight out of the dark arts. The elf's voice shook with pure disbelief. Why would it work like that? How? Even Cyrus was thrown off. This stranger spotted the staff's secret power in one look. Yeah, Cyrus shot back, using it as a straight-up experiment, and his voice didn't even shake. I didn't think there was any need to slap on a magic amplifying effect. The elf's face tightened just a bit. Oh, so you're pretty confident, huh? Right then, a squad of armed men burst out of the trees, and pure relief lit up their faces when they spotted the elf. Abel hates Sama, and they begged you, "Please come back with us." The elf snapped his head toward them, and his authority hit like a command. "I can't hide it, I'm one of the elves. I'm digging through these ruins to uncover my people's lost history." Then he snapped his focus back to Cyrus's party. "Help me with my research, bring me results, and you'll get to come with me," he said, promising he'd haggle with the Lord for a reward. The guards started whispering to each other, and one of them stared at Cyrus with fresh respect. Abelhide Sama really might be a magician worth more than Wagner. The very next day, the party faced the entrance of that ancient structure, right at the threshold, and Abelhade snapped his gaze to Cyrus like a loaded arrow. "You broke the barrier, that was you, wasn't it?" I didn't wait for a reply. I finally cracked the outer barrier after years of digging. And that's why I went straight to the regional lord and demanded his help. Cyrus absorbed the truth in a flash. Abelhade had been playing it solo, quietly looping in the local lord only when he hit a problem he couldn't break by himself. Cold, calculated politics. Abelhade said these ruins are built from some weird ore. He swears it's the result of alchemy, not something that fell from the sky or came from the earth in this country. Cyrus' mind slammed into overdrive. Could that ore be the key to spreading light and cracking the seals here? Abelhade's eyes narrowed to deadly slits, locking on with a sharp stare, and he snapped, "I'm not here to play along with any of your little independent schemes." Cyrus' skin went cold the moment the elf saw straight through his little attempt to pry for more info. Then the elf hit him with, "Don't forget who's paying you." And no, not at all, I had no plans like that. Cyrus shot back fast. Abelheid just grunted and he told him, "Your guard's tight, boy." One of the other adventurers leaned toward Cyrus and whispered, "Dude, this is the first time I've ever seen Abelheid-sama look like that. He's so moody he won't even spare us a second of his time." Cyrus could only think one thing, my god. In the ruins, that stuck-up magician in flashy robes was losing it. He kept ranting that he couldn't stand following Elf-sama's thoughts, because all she does is roam around without even so much as touching the magic formulas. And now he's dragged in some random brat to trail after him, so having to babysit the whole mess is absolutely crushing him. The man puffed out his chest, because to break a seal like that, you can't rush, you've got to check again and keep grinding forward. He snapped his head toward the group with a smug sneer and asked, why would we even check the magic formulas painted on the walls? Somewhere a massive magical formula has to serve as the foundation. Cyrus said it straight, slicing through the guy's lecture. So no, digging into this won't break any barriers. The portly magician choked on his own words, face blazing red. How dare you assume that? So far, it looks like the barrier seals are basically the same pig clan kind, just with a different look on the surface. Cyrus kept his voice calm and academic. Abel nodded like, yep, and the other magician stood there totally speechless. He clenched his fist until it ached with silent rage, convinced this upstart was nothing but a lesser magician who couldn't even keep pace. "It looks like I made the right call bringing you here," Abelheid murmured to Cyrus, wearing that thin, wicked smile, while Cyrus felt the man's raging glare sear into his back. They burst into a grand chamber, where a colossal stone monument towered over everything. "I'm convinced this stone statue is built to crank the seal's core up to full power," Cyrus said, and Abelheid nodded right along, like this was the magic formula's beating heart. Cyrus strode up to the shimmering barrier blocking the road ahead, then dragged his hand over its tangled, glowing patterns. Because this wasn't one wall at all, it was a whole puzzle of overlapping mini-barriers, each with its own weird nature. A guard leaned in and asked, "Is this one really 4 layers? He even claimed 2-layer cases are basically unheard of. Cyrus snapped his head side to side and said, "No, this is a fake." Then he added, "I can't figure out how it interacts with the others." Abelheid lit up, pulled out a tablet and said, "These are my notes from every investigation." Cyrus's eyes blew wide when he saw the tangled, abbreviated formulas, because now, right in front of him, a serious exchange of pure magical theory was exploding between them. Everyone else could only stare, utterly stunned and completely out of their depth. Going in with a full-on frontal blast, just to get rid of it feels way too much. Cyrus stared, hand trembling over that shimmering energy, and he muttered that this was going to be a real pain. "Try not to smash it with magic, okay?" Abelheid tossed to Riley, like that was supposed to be funny. "But yeah, if magic could shatter this statue on the spot, it would take an absurd amount of power." Or Cyrus nodded with his eyes shut and muttered to himself, "That should have been obvious. Tearing these ruins down like a maniac would cut the reward, so I'm keeping them perfectly intact." He stared up at the breathtaking seal, and right then he couldn't shake the feeling, what's waiting on the other side. It had to be something insane, like a treasure beyond belief. Then SKREE, grinding echoed behind them, and the massive stone doors they'd just slipped through started to swing wide, spilling out a snarling horde of monstrous hobgoblins. A whole army of them surged into the chamber, crude weapons raised like they were ready to smash everything in sight. "Whoa, what are these guys up to?" one guard screamed. They had slipped into the forest and were waiting for the perfect moment to strike us. The portly magician's confidence crumbled into pure panic. "Damn it, we'll carve a path. Use that opening." And he whipped around to point at the guards, then he snapped, "So you're all telling me to run alone?" One of them spat back in disgust. The cowardly mage whipped back to Cyrus and demanded, "Oi, so who's gonna escort me now? And how the heck did this old fool turn into a lord's magician?" But then a calm figure slid between them and the horde. Abelheid. "Move," he snapped, and a magic circle flared around his hand. "I'll make you regret stepping into this place." A searing burst of energy tore through a hobgoblin, slicing it clean in two. "Follow my lead," Abelheid exploded like thunder at the guards. "Slit their numbers in half and they'll scatter." His power was massive, and his leadership was absolute. While everything went into chaos, Cyrus kept his eyes locked on the fight, calculating every move like it was a chess match. He burst out, "Hey adventurers, excuse me. Can you snag 3 hobgoblins for me, and I need them alive?" Abelheid whipped his head around, stunned. "Only 3? Cyrus's eyes lit up like he'd cracked the code, and I could almost see it. I'd use that genius to break the seal. The elf clocked it instantly, an audacious, genius plan with only one possible outcome. "Piece of cake," he said, and another crushing spell started to form in his fingertips. 20 minutes later, the whole fight was finally over. The guards staggered, wheezing around the fallen, and before Cyrus lay 3 hobgoblins, bound up tight and knocked out cold. "I froze them with magic," he told a worried Maya. "Now they won't move for a full 92 days. Then he laid out his jaw-dropping theory. Only the magic power of a specific magic beast can break that seal, and it'll take forever to track down which one, especially with a 2,000-year-old curse, with the grim possibility that the beast is already extinct. He slammed the brakes, right there, like he wanted the moment to hit harder. So he blurted, "I figured I could steal these guys' magic power and use it as a replacement." He launched into biomagic, showing how a magician can rewrite a creature's biology, until he repurposed the goblin's own magic-making organs and forced them to pump out the exact magical frequency the griffin statue demands. Abelheit gaped in total disbelief. "So that's what you meant? I only thought a magical beast's magic was the key, but I never saw your angle." "Abelheit-san, I've got this idea. Thanks to your notes, too," Cyrus said, voice low, like he didn't dare hope too hard because nothing here is guaranteed. "First, we've got to rip apart the hobgoblin's organic core, and to do that, we'll need to hunt down some magic stones. I've got some of the finest gear you'll ever see," Abelheid declared, and a guard immediately stepped forward. The man shoved a heavy sack into view, and Cyrus gasped hard when it turned out to be packed to the brim with king-grade magic stones. Abelheid made it crystal clear, half of them were a gift from the Lord. Cyrus clutched a huge glowing stone, a wild, fervent grin cracking across his face, like nothing could ever stop us. Maya stared at him with pure worry. "Don't go doing anything wild, okay? And if you can't handle gore, then look away right now." The ritual kicked off, and the hobgoblins erupted in convulsions, their bodies warping and twisting into grotesque, impossible shapes. The whole process crawled under his skin and wouldn't let go. The guards stared in pure horror. Those poor goblins, the magicians, were lethal, and now it's a demon, someone hissed, turning pale like they hadn't been slaughtering them just moments ago. At last, the grotesque transformation finally calmed down. "That should do it," Cyrus barked, and his voice thundered through the silent hall. Cyrus snapped his head to Abelheid. "I'm handing the rest to you." The elf gave a sharp nod, then Cyrus thrust his palm forward and a brand new massive magic circle erupted into existence. "Assimilate." The ancient statue snapped to life, sealing the 3 altered goblins inside the circle and binding their brand new magical signatures to its power. It was working. Those creatures started trembling violently as their energy got yanked away, and a weird miasma swirled around them like a curse. "Looks great, it's responding," Cyrus blurted. He blared encouragement at the goblins, giving them fresh names like a battle coach. "You've got this, don't you dare die on me." With a bone-rattling groan, that giant stone door before the statue scraped open, and just like that, the barrier vanished. The guards burst into cheers. "We did it. This is a moment history won't forget, and now we can finally dive deeper." But felt a sudden tremor in the air. A tiny pebble skittered across the floor, and then it hit me. Something was shaking the whole place. Abelheid's eyes snapped to the griffin statue, and boom, it was riddled with cracks. The statue exploded in a blast of dark energy, and out of the dust, a monstrous shadow clawed its way up. Then an ancient, venomous voice boomed through the chamber, blasting those damn elves. The creature finally burst fully into the world, its power choking the air, suffocating everything. "And honestly, you did great sealing a king like me away for 2,000 years. It spread its claws and snapped its glowing eyes on every single one of you, because all of you are going down as its sacrifice." The ancient king lunged forward like a storm about to break. The great griffin, a myth carved into legend, spoke with the voice of a fallen king. "You did well, sealing a monarch like me away for 2,000 years. Its form twisted into a grotesque parody of what it used to be, eyes blazing with ancient hatred. "And trust me, every single one of you is going to be my sacrifice." Abel's eyes snapped wide, not with fear but with a ruthless recalculation, because the power roaring out of that beast was on a whole other level than any simple monster. As his companion wailed about missing her chance to tame the goblins, Olhate, silent and stone-faced, zeroed in on the real danger. With a commander's calm in his eyes, Alhaid snapped out the orders. "Everyone, use our numbers and trap him in a surround." He shot a hand up and started chanting a basic binding spell, "O Light Bind." Pure energy chains snapped into place around the griffin's leg. Then the creature crushed them all with one cold, contemptuous stomp. That shockwave blasted the other adventurers clean off their feet. Olhaite's eyes locked onto Abel and he snapped, "Attack, strike its wings." Abel obeyed and the boy's jaw clenched with rage. "How dare you boss me around after what you did to the Gabu brothers?" He pushed aside everything else, because the guardian mattered most, and kicked off his incantation, a tangled magical circle igniting and whirling around his arm as he roared, "O wind, shape of blade." The griffin fixed him with ancient, sharp, intelligent eyes. Abel went rigid, because the creature spoke straight through spirit knees, using the exact words of the spirits themselves. The guardian mocked him like, "You really think casting wind magic against me is going to work?" Abel's worst fear hit him like a hammer, then he slammed the spell down anyway. He knew only a tiny circle of magic beasts and high-class demons could truly read spirit knees. To unlock this power, the creature had to be drenched in spirits so deeply that the process forged brutal resistance to its matching magical element. Griffins are bound to wind spirits, so wind-based attacks barely even scratch them. Abel watched his perfectly crafted blades of wind tear through the air, only to fizzle harmlessly into the creature's feathers. The griffin blasted a triumphant shriek into the sky like it owned the world. But its victory was cut short. Then the earth exploded upward in a brutal spike, impaling the beast from beneath. Abel just froze, staring in pure shock as everything flipped in an instant. Alhide snatched the opening for himself, and then he roared like the whole world was his. The adventurers dug deep, reclaimed their nerve, and launched themselves at the wounded guardian. After seeing how fast it all ended, Mayer admitted that Abel's power made that legendary beast look way less terrifying. But Abel didn't even spare a glance for the fallen griffin. His eyes locked onto Alhide, and that cold, calculating stare dragged out a silent challenge straight into his chest. Later, Abel stood before that sealed stone wall, took a breath, and uttered the single word, "Open." He slammed his palm onto the rock, and a glowing curse-mark circle burst to life across its surface. A doorway snapped into existence right where solid stone stood a moment ago. The ruined window swung wide, as if the place itself had decided to break its silence, and Alhide spoke with a sudden surge of raw intensity. He stared at Abel with razor-sharp eyes, digging deep to figure out exactly how powerful the kid really was. The other adventurers, drunk on greed, charged straight for the fresh passage, desperate to snatch the treasures waiting inside. Their push got slammed to a stop when a sudden noise ripped through the air. A wave of monstrous rat-like suifis surged into the corridor, drawn straight to the scent of magic. The swordsman of the party flashed a grin, practically licking his chops as he unsheathed his blade to clash with the swarm. 30 minutes later, the fight finally died out, but the party staggered away, bone-tired and completely drained. When one of them suggested they turn back for the day, Alhide cut them off. Ice cold, no room for weakness. It was only after Abel's companion stayed cool and suggested they secure the area to rest that the elf finally gave in. Abel could feel the pressure crushing him. His stamina was on the brink of collapse, even though his magical reserves still had some fuel left. Alhides, they declared they were making camp. Tomorrow we hit the ground running and jump right back into the investigation. That night, huddled by the campfire, Alhide caught Abel bent over ancient texts and demanded, "So you're just not sleeping, huh?" Abel said he'd already caught his breath, and now he was slamming a homemade potion to keep his focus razor-sharp. Alhade's eyes narrowed as he inspected the vial, because the last thing he wanted was for anyone to spot it out in public. The elf's voice turned grim. "Brewing those strange medicinal herbs is banned in every country, and the biomagic you're using to break the barrier." Abel stood there stunned. "Your homeland is something else, because it actually lets you use that." Abel had never even thought about the outside world's rules. So when Alhade stepped in and took the burden from him, it felt like protection and like a leash tightening around him. "Thank you," Abel said, careful with every word, like he didn't want to waste a single bit of that kindness. Now that the bond was locked in, Alhide leaned in and finally spilled his real past. He'd hunted the Zesham ruins for 300 years, only to realize he'd missed one crucial detail, and he let it haunt him for years because there's nobody to pass his dream on to, no descendants at all. "So then I had to hit you with the real question. What made you team up with a crew like that?" He swatted Abel's companions aside like they were dead weight. Nothing but a nuisance and a ticking liability. Abel fired back with a neatly crafted explanation, telling them he'd been counting on them for travel and supplies, and that their relationship was just a fair trade, plain and simple. Alhide nodded, accepted the reply, and they both called it a night, wishing each other good dreams before parting ways. As the old elf strode off, Abel's face hardened. He could feel it, like he was being judged for something bigger. "I expect great things from you," Abel * he heard in his head, and the truth of the elf's words hit him like a weight. The very next day, they burst into a treasure-filled chamber, and the whole party went silent, staring as king-grade magic stones glittered beside artifacts packed with raw power and insane value. Even Abel couldn't hide it. He stared in awe at the jaw-dropping riches of the ancient elves. Still, Alhide marched right past that mountain of riches without so much as a flicker of interest. Abel stared, utterly captivated, watching him stand there completely unshaken. Like that wild sight didn't even touch him, because his purpose ran deeper than greed. Alhade slams into another sealed door, then swings it open with a single chilling word. Beyond it, a silent army of stone golems waited, guardians trapped in time, unmoving and deadly. Alslip strode through their ranks like they can't see him at all. Then I'll wear that faint, triumphant smile like a warning. He finally slammed to a stop at the edge of a huge, pitch-black chamber. "I've finally reached this point," he whispered. Now he snapped into an incantation. "Oh, fire, shape the sphere," and the spell ignited. Abel snapped on alert the moment it happened. He clocked the spell's power and lunged to shut it down, but it was already too late. Boom. A colossal explosion slammed the unready adventurers backward like they weighed nothing. I watched as he snapped his gaze to mine, power surging, while a glowing magic circle spun on his palm, and he said, like it was the truth carved in stone, "You're exceptional, you can cancel my formula even among the high elves. There's no one else who can do that." All around them, the stone golem's eyes lit up with a chilling, ominous glow. At last, Al-Haith's real nature exploded into the open. He thundered that the arrow of God was way too powerful for the Norks, his voice booming with ancient authority, and that it was meant for him alone. He stared straight at Abel, and his plan finally hit the light, unmasked at last, like I was just some descendant of Zesham. Abel froze, and the forgotten history snapped into place with terrifying precision. Turns out he's a descendant of the Zesham. Right in front of him stood Abelhaid, the ancient elf backed by those towering clay golems, silent, unmoving, and deadly intimidating. Abelhaid's voice dropped like an ancient curse, heavy with millennia. While the Zesham crumbled, our crusade shattered, and we got driven out of the sky country forever. He jabbed at his own battered face. Out here, moon magic barely touches the ground, our bond thins fast, our bodies start to fade, and our people can't even pass their power on. Abel instantly understood how desperation was whipping accelerated, aging through his body. But I couldn't quit on my ancestors, Abelhaid snapped, his eyes blazing with icy rage. So they raised this brutal stronghold, an iron fortress from which they could crush and oppress the Norks of the ground. He threw his arms wide, soaking in the brutal size of his plan. This was a weapon built to shatter the sky country and drag the Zesham back onto the throne we're owed. Mazen choked on disbelief, but history screams that the elves were hunted by the Norks. Then Maya cuts in, voice shaking, "No, Mazen, it's the exact opposite of the legend we've always believed." Abel finally saw the truth. The Zesham are the elves who got forced to crawl down to the ground 2,000 years ago, after a religious war turned everything upside down. At that time, our king made a brutal blunder, and Abelhaid sneered, the poison still burning in his memory. Rage boiled because he got completely obsessed with the Nork's daughter. That king tied himself to a weaker soul, then slammed a massive barrier over the whole stronghold, shutting our ambitions up tight and locking our legacy away forever. His face contorted into a mask of pure hatred. How could they poison our noble blood by mixing it with those filthy, foolish Norks? It's unforgivable. That king slaughtered my ancestors, then buried our real history under a mountain of lies like it deserved to be forgotten. She swallowed hard, and the pure venom in his voice struck like a blade, sending a cold shiver straight down her spine. Abelhaid said it like a promise, his composure snapping back, and revealed that these golems were forged using the Zesham's ultimate techniques. The once-proud Lord's soldiers, stripped of power, shouted, "You bastard, you were plotting against the Lord the whole time." Abelhaid brushed them off, eyes locked on the real reason these ruins exist. This whole facility was built to guard the world's most precious prize. A weapon forged to strike the sky country, the one we call the Arrow of God. He bared the heart of his power. This thing needs a mountain of magic stones to fire. But thanks to that barrier I just shredded, there are enough leftovers for 3 brutal shots. Arms thrown wide in victory, he roared out his ultimate dream. "I'll conquer the land, and then I'll snatch every last magic stone. Heaven and earth, they're mine for the taking." Abel's thoughts spun at lightning speed. He'd forged that massive power for one moment like this, so why blow the whole plan right now? Both sides froze in a tense, breathless standoff. No one moved, not a word. And then it finally hit Abel. He understood. Abelhaid snapped his eyes onto the young magician. "So you're the real deal, huh? I'll respect you, Abel. You work with me and I'll hand you half the world." Abel stays stone-cold silent, and his expression gives away nothing. Maya held her breath, eyes glued to the scene, and whispered his name with pure worry. Abel finally spoke, cool, steady, crystal clear, and then he dropped, "I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that." Abelhaid's lip twisted into a savage sneer. "After all, you're just a kid, so yeah, pity me." He let out a bored sigh like the whole thing bored him to death, and deep down he knew taking you on face first was going to be a brutal grind. He shot his hand up, and a storm of dark energy spun around a complex magic circle. Then he snarled, "Oh my asthma of the forest of sleep." Abel's eyes went wide with instant alarm. A vile wave of toxic magical smoke surged into the chamber, choking the air instantly. Abel didn't even blink, transfer the puppet, relocate it. He shoved his wooden totem forward and forced Mazen onward. The puppet blasted through the air, gulping every last drop of that poisonous miasma straight into its wooden head. The absorption hit with brutal force, ripping a shockwave through the room and slamming Abel and Maya backward. Abelhaid watched, quietly impressed. "So you really held up through that, huh?" As expected of a Marin training yourself on wooden dolls, he raised a hand and said, "Go on then, surrender, Abel-san." But Abel shot the gesture back with bone-chilling confidence. "Holding back is gonna be hard now, because in this stance I can't lose, so go on, surrender." The ancient elf let out a wicked chuckle like, "Trust me out there, I'd wipe the floor with you." Then he thrust a glowing command stone into the air. "O golem, obey." The closest white giant tore itself awake, and its massive fist lit up like a bomb ready to level everything. "Watch Abel," Abelhade just commanded him, and he vowed, "I'll remember your name as the greatest reason the Zesham revival ever happened. Embrace that honor, then meet your end." He's a Zesham soldier, a white giant made of destruction, and the golem's fist slams down like a final judgment. The party scrambled away from the blast. "It's moving too fast," Mason shouted, but Abel had already clocked everything he needed to see. He calmly lifted his wand toward the towering automaton, then yelled, "O golem, obey." Abelhite froze in place, his face locked in pure disbelief. What? His thoughts reeled, stuck on what he was seeing. Impossible. How in the world did you know the Zesham golem activation formula? You cracked the encryption with a single glance, even without the massive magic power of a magic stone, so the golem whoa. A blazing circle ignited on the golem's chest, flashing the exact same glow as the one on Abel's wand. Then the giant froze in perfect stillness. Abelhite panicked, gripping his command stone with shaking hands. "But you don't carry the blood of the elves, so you can't silence me. Move, O white giant, move." The golem just stood there, dead still, and Abel barked out another order. "O golem, obey." And boom, two more golems snapped around to face Abelhade, their loyalty overwritten on the spot, until the elf's confidence finally cracked. With Abel at the helm, the two freshly captured golems lunged forward to crush Abelhade's final surviving soldier. That slammed home one devastating hit after another, tearing the white giant apart into a storm of shattered stone. Abelhite locked onto the shattered wreckage, and his whole plan collapsed in front of his eyes. This can't be real, beaten by nothing but a human's magic power. He choked out one last command, "Move." But the white giants just stared back, and the golems, now part of his enemy's army, refused to move. Abel landed the final, crushing blow. "And in the same breath, I've taken control of every golem in this room, so good luck trying to override my barriers." Abelhade felt his total defeat slam into him, and the fight left his body as he dropped to his knees. A guttural scream ripped from his throat, pure rage and humiliation blasting through the ancient chamber. But right when victory looked like a sure thing, Abel's eyes snapped wide. "Ah, wait." He stared in pure shock, and before he could even move, it was already too late. Abelhide had vanished completely, now just a distant blur, sprinting hard down a corridor nobody remembered. The elf lord's voice cracked with panic. "Abelhade, I don't know what the arrow of God is, but I can't let him fire it." From his perch, Abel stood unshaken, an ironclad silent sentinel staring down the storm that was about to break, eyes locked with total focus. He whipped around to his tiny companion. "This is gonna be dangerous, Maya. You stay here and help me carry the World Tree Totem." Maya froze, realizing her fighting skills weren't built for the fight that was coming. Tears burned in her eyes. "Please don't leave me behind." Abel's shoulders eased a little. "All right, stay sharp and keep close behind me." Then he muttered, "This has spiraled out of control, hasn't it?" And with a snap of his hand, he thought, "If I have to, I'll use teleportation magic to yank her straight to the horse carriage." Right then, Maizen flashed a confident grin and said, "I'll come too, no problem." Truth is, I was ready to bolt, but that's the leader's job, hang back and guard his people. With their guts set in stone, the little crew slammed forward into the ruins. "All right, let's go." But their frantic sprint got yanked to a stop. Maizen suddenly crumpled, his strength vanishing as his body gave out. "No, listen, I can't take another step, I'm done, I can't go on." Maizen tore in a ragged breath, sweat streaming down his face. "I'm done." The non-stop grind of picking apart those ruins finally crushed my stamina, and my potions are gone too, no lie. "If we don't move right now, we'll never stop him." Abel and Maze stared at their fallen leader, dead serious, and "I just can't." Maze insisted, his legs shaking so hard they could barely hold him, and my own legs were throbbing with that same dread. Abel stared down, face impossible to read. "So you're saying I just need someone to do the legwork for you?" In the next heartbeat, he hoisted the bigger man onto his back like it weighed nothing, then Mason gasped, "Stop swaying so much, I feel sick." Abel only leaned in and asked, "So why did you become an adventurer?" Maizen's voice came out soft like a secret, because he only cared about one thing, getting rich fast. He dug into a childhood memory. "When I was a kid, I wandered into a magic beast's nest all by myself. Then right as claws were about to tear into me, a random adventurer sprinted in and saved my life." My voice clawed back just a bit of its power. "But with my strength right now, I honestly don't think I can stop Abelhade." He stared at Abel's head from behind, jaw set with purpose. "Since I'm the one leading us now, I'll go all out to help you, Maizen." With his leader on his back, he charged forward, piggyback and all, pushing on no matter what. Soon they burst through to the entrance of a colossal, towering chamber. "Hugh, we climbed a ton, didn't we?" Right past this point, Abelhade might be. They burst through the doorway and step into a massive, towering, pillared hall. A suffocating darkness stretched ahead, so thick I couldn't see a thing. Maizen just murmured, "I can't." From the choking darkness, a lone silhouette slowly started to rise into view. A colossal wolf-like automaton made of stone and metal loomed in front of them, and its eyes burned with power that was just waiting to wake up. A beast mode golem, Abel said it coolly while Maya screamed, and it looked like Abel had just flipped the switch. From Abel's back, Mason leaned in and asked, "Abel, can you take over?" When they fought those golems in the big area, Abel's answer came out grim. "I managed to throw up a barrier back then with the humanoid ones, but this one might be impossible." He's had way too much time to get it activated. Maizen's eyes sharpened with cold, unshakable resolve. Abel's mind was already sprinting, snapping together a fresh plan. Good thing this room is huge. Right before he could even finish, Maizen sprang off his back, whipped out his sword, and charged ahead by himself. "Ooh, it's fine, no need to risk your life," Abel shouted, but Maizen was already all in. "I've got it staring at me, so you guys book it and run past." The swordsman sprinted right past the massive construct, like it couldn't slow him for a second. The golems roared at the lone warrior, locking in on him like a target. Maizen-san let out a scream of pure terror. "Stop Abel Hade, you guys, now." Maizen snapped over his shoulder, his face blazing with desperate courage. He screamed, tears blasting down his face. "Promise you'll tell my story and please make me sound like a hero. I'm counting on you." He stared at the screen, all cool and detached, but yelling like that is pointless. He can't hear me that way. "We're on a clock, so I'm going to drop that golem." He lifted his wand, and the air in front of him buckled, warping and funneling inward as the word refined sparked a brutal vortex, ripping spirits and pure magical energy straight out of the atmosphere. In seconds, it collapsed into a dense, shimmering black sphere made of pure magical Hydeem Magi metal. Abel shouted, explaining it's forged by blending magic power, spirits, and other bits floating in the air, and the quality changes depending on who crafts it. Then he shot his voice up, taunting that mechanical beast. "Yo, scrap dog, over here." The golem's head snapped around, and its blazing eyes pinned the new threat in place. As the attack started charging, Maizen screamed, "Maizen, get away from the golem." With a snap of his wand, Abel hurled the sphere, and it blasted forward like a cannonball, a silent black streak that spelled instant annihilation. The projectile punched into the golem's side with earth-shaking force. No explosion, just a brutal collision that smashed its armored torso to pieces. The sphere punch tore through him, smashing the golem's head and core into a violent spray of crushed stone and torn-up metal. The construct's momentum shoved its headless body forward for just a couple steps. Then it slammed to the ground and got completely wrecked. It slammed to a stop, leaving behind a lifeless pile of broken scrap. Maizen stared in disbelief. Thank goodness it finally stopped running. But the projectile wasn't done. Its Magi metal sphere barely even slowed down before it smashed into a gigantic support pillar, punching deep into the old stone. The cracks spiderweb across the pillar, and Abel snaps his tongue in pure irritation. Like, seriously, the regional lord won't make me foot the bill for this damage, right? Then fine, let's pin it on Abel Hyde. He grinned right at Riley. At least that much is forgivable. Because honestly, they should be thanking their lucky stars that's all the damage we managed. Then boom, the whole chamber started to violently shake, and that shattered pillar groaned like it was about to collapse any second. Maizen's eyes widened in terror as the ceiling started to collapse above him. Oh no, this is really it. We should be sprinting out right now, right in this moment. A memory slammed into Abel's mind, his own thoughts racing. If we don't act, I'll only hide, and losing someone this sharp would be a tragedy. I can't afford to miss a single thing, because I don't have descendants to hand my life's goal to. His past self laid it out like a verdict. I expect great things from you, Abel, and make no mistake, Abel Hyde won't just saunter back into town after everything he's done. They're locking him in the execution schedule, and it's happening for sure. His decision slammed into place. He spun toward Maizen and ordered them to leave the investigation team, now put to sleep. He dropped to his knees, shouting, "Let's bolt, now climb onto my back." Maizen froze, totally lost, because he'd rather rot in these ruins he's worshipped for years than face execution back in that town. Abel calmly gestured at their old enemy and said, "If I fix the beast model golem, we can make it roar to life, and then we're out of here, riding it straight to freedom." He yanked his wand back up, and Heidi's magic ignited, changing it into Magi metal before anyone could blink. That black sphere tore free from the pillar, melted on contact, and surged right back into the golem, snapping the damage shut in a blink of blinding light, and the golem was fully repaired instantly. As they finally clambered onto Abel, he launches into this non-stop technical lecture. "Honestly, I'd rather not have to patch up and dumb down the control device in the first place. And this golem's magic power draw has been bad from the get-go. Is it some age gap thing in their abilities, or is it just the elves' way that makes his companions shut him down? Yeah, we get it, we'll listen later." They clapped onto their fresh steed and tore out of the collapsing ruins at the last second, leaving Abel Hyde to whatever came next, while Mai's breathed in relief. "Heya, thank goodness we made it, but seriously, what was that arrow of God supposed to mean in the end?" As they tore across that dead, empty land, Maya's eyes snapped to Abel's fist. Abel, what are you holding? He lifted a tiny shard of crystal, straight from the wall inside the ruins, and I snatched it up right before we bolted for escape. He leaned in and studied it hard. This ore was weird as hell. I bet the elves cooked it up with alchemy. He poured a tiny spark of magic into the fragment, and to everyone's shock, it popped up from his palm and started drifting like it was alive. Turns out it reacts to a perfectly tuned wavelength of magic, and that's what flips its buoyancy. All the pieces snapped into place in his head, crystal clear and terrifying. Abel Hade had said the elves who fell to the ground built this fortress 2,000 years ago to reclaim the Sky Country. But then the real nightmare hit. Why build it so far away in a place so out of reach? His eyes bulged as he locked onto that floating stone, and the world-shattering truth hit him like a punch. No way, it can't be. You suddenly could have screamed your lungs out, jabbing a shaky finger behind them. Abel, look. Abel snapped around, his face twisting with raw, unbelievable shock at what he just saw. A golem yanked the cart, and it rumbled across the brutal plains, hauling Abel and his crew non-stop toward whatever came next. Deep inside the heart of a floating fortress, the elf lord Abelahide grinned like he'd just won, cold, chilling satisfaction in every breath. At last, he leaned toward the wind and whispered, Zesham's revival time is finally here. His eyes drifted toward that far-off battlefield, where Abel had just battled the beast model golem, and it looked like he couldn't finish it without paying a brutal price. He pictured that young magician, wiped out and nearly powerless, still trying to fight and cast magic after taking control of that many golems. There's no way that's possible, and yeah, it definitely would have crushed him. Abiela clenched his fist, and a dark sigil burned across his knuckles as Zesham's weapons loomed, because he sneered and swore no one who isn't an elf could ever win. He strode to the edge of a grand balcony, staring down as the whole world sprawled below him. I'm starting by unleashing the arrow of God on the city of Lamarn. He saw it all in his mind. One divine strike, and a whole city erupts into a blazing wasteland. I need to deliver a jaw-dropping performance to prove, once and for all, the power I hold in my hands. His voice dripped with venom. Just you wait, Sky Country Alpham, because this time I'm going to smash you into the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous crash ripped through his fortress like it was about to collapse. He shrieked as he stumbled backward, watching a monstrous crack rip open across the fortress's defensive barrier. That barrier's cracked, so where the heck did an attack with that kind of power come from? Miles away, Abel's party couldn't stop staring as the wounded Sky Fortress loomed in the distance, haunting and massive. Yeah, how'd you launch that hunk of metal so far? One of his buddies demanded, but Abel just went dead quiet, staring straight at the target. And to their stunned disbelief, that shimmering rip in the barrier started knitting itself back together. They patched up the broken spot in the barrier. Abelide let out a smug, low chuckle and watched them closely through his scrying device. With that repair magic at his fingertips, he let out a smug, victorious laugh. You can't smash this barrier unless you cut off its magic lifeline, so destroy every barrier node guarding the fortress first. Maya clenched her teeth in raw frustration, snapping as the attack slammed. So if he attacks it, that's pointless. This barrier just auto-heals itself, doesn't it? Another companion just figured it out. Abel's focus didn't even twitch. He just raised his wand and drilled the moment into his mind like a razor-sharp calculator. All right, he said coolly. From what I just saw, the barrier takes about 15 seconds to heal itself completely. Abel Hyde stared at the boy's futile hustle with pure disdain. Shocked he had me pinned down this long good though, because he's finally backing off. He scoffed at the struggle. Food won't cut it, so he refuses to quit, smashing forward on nothing but raw power. His smug attitude got obliterated the second a violent, bone-rattling Udaea air slammed into him. Then it kept coming one after another, and I'm staring at it like, what the hell is happening? A storm of blazing projectiles slammed into his shield, hitting so hard it couldn't even heal fast enough. Abel's plan was brutally simple and insanely smart. If one strike won't break through, he just keeps hammering again and again, faster than the repairs can possibly catch up. Abahite gaped in terror as the boy who was bringing his fortress down pulled the strings. Curse you, Abel, I snapped, because I'd picked him up thinking he'd help, only to find he'd become a plague to everything I was trying to achieve. A chilling realization hit him hard. This was the War Clan's true power, the so-called gods of death tearing through the battlefield. Rage twisted his face into something feral. I won't forgive any of this. He roared and slammed his hand on the control panel, hating the armaments. Dozens of gigantic cannons burst out from secret ports hidden all over the fortress. Panic detonated in the golem cart, then cannons blared out of nowhere. All right, what do we do? Abel calmly lifted his wand, then the words hit. Hydeem Magi Metal. A fresh wave of heavy, metallic orbs burst into existence and blasted forward, smashing the fortress's cannonballs out of the air with brutal impact. Damn, nothing the Magi Metal my magic power forges can beat those stone weapons, not in raw strength. Yeah, it's still incredible, but he always smashes his way through with brute force, so tell me, does he ever find a smarter way to solve problems? Abel's mind was locked on something far above the city, better not to let him aim that here. Soon, I'll corner him and squeeze out the answers. With one brutal, deafening crash, the Sky Fortress's barrier finally shattered to pieces, and No Ebb just stood there, stammering as his impenetrable defense finally buckled, cracking the fortress that hasn't taken a scratch in 2,000 years, the entire work of my life and the only hope of Zesham. Rage and desperation swallowed him whole. No way he'd really have to use the weapon that helped bring Sky Country crashing down right here. He dumped every ounce of strength he had into the fortress's core, roaring out one final command, Arrow of God. A massive crystal atop the fortress started to blaze with light, splitting and cracking as it gulped down an amount of energy no one could ever measure. Even the air felt like it was shrieking. Maya's voice shook as the spirit's energy started to run dry. Usually it's so faint you'd miss it, but with Sky spirits getting pulled out non-stop, that weapon is gulping down insane amounts of magic. She froze in pure horror. This was only a guess, but that clump of magic pouring from the crystal looked like it was about to blast a laser straight at her. Maya sprinting sounds way smarter, right? Oh yeah, Abel said, way too calm, I'll try that. He shoved his staff into a stunned Maya and snapped, Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to use it. This thing is just for mixing my spells, not for powering me up. He thrust his bare hands toward the sky, magic circles swirling in the air, more intricate than anything they'd ever seen. Then he snapped, Oh fire! As the spell burst open and twisted into a blazing sphere. From his crumbling fortress, Abel erupted in a madman's laugh. Cuckoo, this is it. Magician of Marin, vanish. Abel shoved him aside and stared at the spell brewing in his hands. He crushed a fireball, stacked flames on top, and slammed it together again. A tiny orb of pure condensed energy flared in his hands, power so brutal it could smash anything, and yeah, he calls it the Abel Ball. He replayed the exact moment he stumbled on it, some wild theory he'd scribbled down while clawing back his strength, and he couldn't believe fate gave him a chance to test it this soon. His gaze pinned the target dead in place. Here I come, a blaint. He thrust his hands forward and blasted a blinding beam of pure annihilation straight into the world. The attack ripped into Abel hide so hard he didn't even get the chance to scream. The Abel Ball slammed through the Elf Lord, shattered the fortress as it tore forward, and then smashed straight into the fully charged Arrow of God. In that razor-thin instant, the two ultimate weapons clashed and fought for control. Abel Height's face contorted in pure agony as his ultimate weapon got steamrolled. Abel's spell smashed the Arrow of God's massive crystal, fractures spiderwebbed through it, and then it detonated under pure unstoppable force. The sky got swallowed whole by a silent, blinding white blaze. Amid the city's non-stop chaos, Abel and Lilith finally stole a rare, quiet moment together on a cozy cafe balcony. Lilith shoved a big bite into her mouth, then shot Abel a worried look. Are you really okay with this? She asked, her words coming out a little muffled. He shoved the magic beast extermination report into Maizen-san's hands and walked out. Abel kicked back like he owned the moment, and he just shrugged. Yes, don't make it a big deal. During the goblin hunt, I didn't do anything worth mentioning. Since the griffin is gone and the ruin's vanished too, there's basically nothing left to report. So I'm going to lock in a real goal first, then go crush a promotion. Lilith replayed the madness in her head, the brutal chaos as the Arrow of God crashed down on them, power so overwhelming it felt impossible to survive. She still heard Abel's desperate cry as he hurled his own power forward, smashing the divine attack head-on. With one word, wind, and he unleashed a crushing vortex of force. Not to crush him, Abelhide, just to steer the rampaging elf back into control, pulling him away from certain death. She couldn't forget Abel looming over the downed elf, his face like a locked door with no meaning at all. Why would you do something like that? Abelhide demanded, shocked, speechless at the mercy you just showed. Abel said, let the city choose our next move, then snapped the case shut on Abelhide's plan to take over the world. His real ambition would stay buried as a secret. But the moment Lilith tried to explain it to the guildmaster, her words came out as a frantic mess of excited noises. While the ruin went swoosh and bang, Abel followed with wham, snapped control of the golem, and then it erupted into bang after bang, all wrapped in blinding light. The guild officials just stared at her, completely stumped. One of them practically begged, please someone, anyone, translate her frantic testimony. The guildmaster pinched the bridge of his nose in pure frustration. Ha. Then he snapped a glare at Abel, because no single magician could pull off something like that. Are you chasing glory so badly? He demanded, and the rage in his voice made it clear why he couldn't stand country bumpkins. Back at the cafe, Abel kept his side silent as a whisper. He knew if he spilled everything, the truth would just detonate more trouble. So letting them believe their own story ended up being the smartest move, and the results spoke for themselves. Then he caught snippets of a conversation from the next table, Hey, have you heard about it? About that barrier ruin, people said it exploded, and I heard one of the elves tied to the land's master tried to take it over. But the plan detonated in their face. Lilith's eyes snapped wide, so that guy really dodged a death sentence, and the elf's still locked up in jail right now. Either way, the adventure didn't stop, but now the ruin's finally gone, and there's nothing left for us to do. Abel stayed stone-cold silent, then the elf's last words came flooding back. Abel was the very first person to ever teach him magic, a memory he guarded since he fled his village, and Abel had no mercy in him. He's not someone I'd want to end with my own two hands, Abel Hade admitted. I'm sending you the best luck I can, Abel Hade, go get it. That elf was a total fool. Then another guy at the table lined in and spat the same disdain. So they chased their wish and somehow ended up smashing the ruins. Are you kidding me? I honestly thought elves were supposed to be the smart ones. Lilith hooked a finger under her chin, like she was sizing up the next move then. With the official story stamped shut, the whole nightmare got pinned on one rampaging elf. This time the truth swept in and cleared Abel, leaving every ounce of blame right on Abel Hyde. Suddenly a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Ah, guys, over here." And Misen came waving like he'd been waiting for you. He slid into their table looking wrecked, groaning, "My body hurts. I couldn't get out of bed for 2 whole days if only I had a potion." "Are you okay, body?" Abel demanded. Lilith shot back, "Oh, so that's what you mean." Then Misen practically lit up. "Got it, I just snagged intel on a wanted guy. He told me I can't roll with you, I've got other business, but he swore you two can handle the rest no problem." He leaned in and said, "You know those 2 guys from that party back then? Yeah, they asked for you." On his way back after filing the report, he told how his old party members jumped him in a brutal ambush. "Misen, they shouted your name, we heard you climbed up to E rank, and honestly, congratulations." Misen's jaw dropped because what he saw was impossible, not you two, right? They looked crushed. "Honestly, we've been hunting for you this whole time. Ever since you disappeared, we've been getting wrecked in the magic beast extermination, so please come back and join our party again. Hurry, leader." When Misen heard their desperate pleas, his courage caved in fast. "Guess there's no choice," he said, practically buzzing with joy that he was needed again. "Well, I can't just say no." Misen tossed his story off with a shrug. "So now tell me, who is this rumored wanted person?" He jabbed his finger toward the edge of the city, like the answer was hiding just beyond it. Later that night, inside the Marin clan's humble meeting hut, the serious meeting was in full swing. The head chief sat at the head of the table, face set like stone. "All right, everyone, thanks for showing up, we've got problems. But before we dive in, I need to apologize for my blunder." He jabbed a finger at the detailed document on the table. Abel had scribbled instructions for growing the incense leaves, but every try to recreate them falls apart, because that scent-changing magic is something only Abel can make. Abel's father Zelrut slammed his fist into the table. Then Mumu, that Abel. My face twisted in raw agony. Then I realized I might finally earn a real spot in the village because of my right to the incense leaves. A thunderous burst of laughter ripped straight through the tension. It was Norman Carlo, the head of that ruthless rival Carlo family. "You can't possibly recreate someone like that, right?" He rose up grinning like he'd just won, and then he snapped, "Guess I don't need to stay. If Abel's incense leaves are gone, I've got nothing to fear. The Carlo family's incense leaves will spring back and rise again." He ripped a pouch of magic ore coins across the floor like it meant nothing, sneering, "You who look down on me will pay dearly for this." Then he roared and bolted out. The head chief stared as he walked away, drained by a heavy sigh, and then snapped, "Seriously, what a petty little man. Did he really think life would be that simple for the people who have already tasted Abel's incense?" He stopped dead, his eyes sharpening like a blade, and yeah, this is absolutely a win for the Carlo family. He swung back to the remaining clan members, voice sharp and calculated. "For now, we'll fine-tune the blend. Toss Abel's incense leaves into the other batches, then hand it out." He leaned in and the full weight of it hit like a punch. When we finally nailed down the magic ore coin system, Abel's incense leaves did exactly what they were meant to do. Now we can finally slip out of this incense leaf decline, though it won't hook people enough to ruin their daily life. It's the perfect moment to make it all fade away. His eyes narrowed to slits, because if this leaked, a riot would explode. So we're dropping the real subject in secret, and we're doing it fast. As the chief burst out of the hut, he froze, feeling a faint pulse of magic hanging in the air. He scanned every corner, yet there was nothing. Every skilled magician in this village better be crammed into this hut right now. Except Abel, he couldn't stop thinking. "So yeah, that was just my imagination, huh?" Out in the distance, a lone ceramic mug drifted in total silence across the night sky. The mug slammed to a soft halt against the window, giving a tiny, gentle tap. A tiny hand yanked open the window and grabbed the mug, and inside that book-packed room Abel's sister leaned in close as the mug spilled the clan's secret game plan. "Welcome back," she murmured. For now, mix Abel's incense leaves with the other stuff before you hand it out, Mumu, you. She stared out the window into the suffocating darkness, and the question burned in her chest. Why won't the village chief and her father worry more for Nisama? Her voice trembled with real concern, because Nisama must be terrified out there, alone on unknown ground right now. Then a lightning-bright flicker sparked in her eyes, and a razor-sharp idea sliced straight through her worry. Her sweet concern twisted into pure steel, deep, unstoppable determination. Just wait, Nisama. I know the village chief will whip the whole place into a serious search for you too. A confident, almost predatory grin curled across her face, and she's telling you loud and clear. Your little sister is absolutely coming to pick you up. She clung to a glowing tome against her chest, and it felt like a silent oath, one she'd use her power to track down her brother. Deep in the south of the Dinlart kingdom, the ancient stones of the Kudal main temple suddenly roar to life as the Ordi monastery detonates in a violent explosion. In the middle of the wreckage, a shadowy figure looms, his silhouette chopped by swallowing twilight, gripping a staff that sputters with spent power as a voice hails him for shattering the seal. Because now the cloistered halls are a tomb, and the old residents lie dead and still on the cold stone floor. From the shattered sanctum, a ruthless presence surges out, an elite high demon, her body draped in shadow and ancient might. It's been a few hundred years since I last laid eyes on the outside world, she muses, and the words ring with centuries of weight. The cloaked man drops his head, accepting her return to freedom with a bowed acknowledgement. Zalaman Sama thunders out, calling himself the great demon of knowledge and destruction, like the whole world should bow to him. Zalman's sharp eyes lock onto the horizon, the spirit is close and she can't help it, a sly predatory grin curls across her lips. Last time I saw it, it was just a middle-rank spirit, and now it's grown. She snaps her gaze to her subordinate, no debate, no delays, and orders, all right Magus. Head south from here straight to Lamarn. After a grueling journey, Abel and Maya finally collapse beside a calm stream, letting the cool water soothe their aching, tired feet. Their wild journey finally slams them into Dinlor territory, landing at the west branch of the Lamar and Adventurer Support Center. Abel strides up to the counter and slams his proof of subjugation down, then the guild receptionist's eyes blow wide with shock. This is. Her shout rips a wave of disbelief through the packed guild hall, like seriously. The head eater demon actually respected some adventurer. How could that be when his hide was so brutal it shattered all those blades? And now another whisper blurts out, no way, that kid really pulled it off. Abel and Maya suddenly find themselves under a storm of scrutinizing stares from every corner. Maya, though, soaks up all the attention, huddling close to Abel with a muffled giggle, and it's like we've gone viral out of nowhere. Like we're famous for some reason, but the whispers drip with doubt. Yeah, it's probably blown way out of proportion because a seasoned adventurer scoffs and says, that ear's from some other beast, and he just dyed the skin to pass it off as the real deal. Abel feels every gaze slam into him, clocking the envy and suspicion in a heartbeat. Because it's not admiration and it's definitely not respect. The flustered receptionist shoots forward and blurts, I'm sorry, this rank inspection is going to take a bit. It's our first time handling material this rare. Could you please lower your voice? He could feel the built-in mistake in his bones, and this was exactly what he feared most. He'd heard that once you hit rank C, there's a big chance a noble will come hunting to scout you, and that could turn everything into a nightmare. While other adventurers chased higher ranks to get their names shouted, Abel had a different mission. He just wanted to stack cash, with zero fame and no rank in the way. A thunderous voice suddenly slams through the chatter, and you shout that the boy just took down a head-eater demon. A mountain of a man in heavy armor looms over you. So yes, you brat, lying is bad, and you damn well know it. The moment he steps in, the crowd spots him. Gaston Garand, no questions asked. A tired guild official steps up, and I cut him off fast. Hold it, people are already filing complaints about your bad conduct. If you keep stirring trouble for the adventurers, then fine, I'm just going to help put you and any other bad adventurers in your place. Abel locks eyes with the brute, never blinking, and yeah, sometimes lousy adventurers try to cheat their way up just to boost their rank. Shut up, Gaston bellows. People like that are why real talent gets pushed aside and never gets the spot it deserves. That's our job to judge, not yours. He jabs a furious finger at Abel like, so this is your so-called judgment. And then he sneers, if that head-eater demon's danger rank is above C, then a scrawny brat like you shouldn't stand a chance, so tell me, what's your rank? Gaston's cronies stomp out there, puffed up like they own the world. So listen and soak it in, because Gaston San is a D-rank adventure. And yeah, he's been doing that D-rank grind for the last 10 years. A total veteran among veterans. Abel's mind snaps the info into place in an instant, plan already cooking, and now he's just a thug with a body trained by someone else. but zero polish the nobles would pay for, so yeah, I'll take him. He snaps his gaze upward. Gaston-san, was he at it again? It'd be a disaster to cause a scene, so let's keep this hush private talk. In the back alley, Maya freezes in shock when she spots him. Abel, he says and shoots her a calm, reassuring look. Relax, just wait here for a sec. In that lonely alley, Gaston folds his arms and smirks. You've got more guts than I thought, and I'll give you credit for that. He cracks his knuckles and that brutal grin tears across his face. So tell me, you ready to go? Yeah, talk. Abel stayed stone calm, already thinking a few moves ahead, and yeah, he didn't even hunt that demon in the first place. If he just beat it to a pulp right here, it'd stir up jealousy in every hunter around, and he refused to deal with the fallout. He kicks off his super smooth, carefully built story. Yeah, you know the vibe, do you? But I'm only swapping it for cash because someone demanded I go buy the guy who had his adventure and status ripped away. He leans in and whispers like it's a secret. My voice drops with his. I can't give you his name, but trust me, he's deadly, and if you blab the wrong way, he'll make sure you don't walk away alive either. Abel stares at Gaston's face, hunting for a crack in his act, and thinks, yeah, that lie's way too obvious, isn't it? Gaston erupted into laughter. Yeah, foo, I figured that from the very beginning, didn't I? Abel masked his relief like it was nothing. So yeah, give me the money, Gaston snaps. Abel just shakes his head like, I can't, I need it to live too. Then he leans in and drops his suggestion. He lays out his proposal. And when that guy comes back asking me to trade the material again, you take the job for me. Gaston's brain basically short-circuited, so you're telling me I can take the credit. I mean, sure, I liked how it boosted my rank, but it's still wild that someone as weak as me could pull something like this off. Right, I'll take the money you exchange, but honestly, it'd help a ton if you did it for me. I'm thinking if someone strong and cool like you does it, it won't look weird at all. They'll flash him a bright, innocent smile, and honestly, this doesn't sound like a bad idea for either of us, right? Yep. Back in the guild hall, Gaston's cronies burst into sneering laughter. Cuckoo. And I swear that kid's getting smashed to pulp as we speak. One of them slides right up to a tense Maya. Maya, don't worry, you've got this. A is for Abel, and Abel means strength. But listen, after someone tangles with Gaston, there's nobody in the city who walks away unhurt. Still, if you want, just say the word and I'll help you. Right then, bam, the door swings wide and Gaston strides in and his men erupt like big bro. You done with that, brats? Out of nowhere, Gaston slams his fist into his subordinate's jaw, and the poor guy goes flying through the air. Big bro, why would you do that? The other guy stammering out of pure shock, Gaston explodes, roaring with righteous fury, and calling it a total disgrace that he's harassing a fellow adventurer's companion. Abel shows up right behind him. Sorry for the delay, now it's Gaston's men getting chewed out. And you, still whining about everyone else's wins like you're not the problem. He gives Maya a clean set of gestures to follow, then says, come on, I'll explain later. As they walk out, he flicks a look back at the thugs and mutters, you've turned rotten, and since you started this, I'll have to straighten you up myself. Later, in a noisy tavern, Maya leans in as Abel lays out exactly what went down. He slams a heavy pouch of coins into his hands, counting every last glittering piece. With this, we can keep hunting monsters and not stress a thing. Then he points to the pile like a plan. Let's buy gear for the next hunt. Maya stares at the total, eyes widening. Abel, what do you need all that money for? Why are you asking? Abel shrugs and says, of course it's for my daily expenses. I've got to repay what I borrowed from you too. Maya's smile drops. Wait, D, you're really gonna bail on Maya that hard? She starts to panic and the thought hits, does it really mean Maya's useless? No, Maya will do her best and carry the luggage too. Abel throws his hands up in a calming, placating gesture. Then he goes, hey, why are you freaking out? I'm not even saying anything like that. He watches her with this heavy, thoughtful look. So what in her hometown cracked her so bad that she's convinced she'll get abandoned again? I'm not the kind of person who dodges his debts. I'll pay them back, no excuses. He says it softly, but it hits hard. And look, I've got a bunch of other things I'm dying to do, so we've got to grab everything we need first. He shoots forward, eyes blazing with ambition. I'm going to craft magic tools, chimeras, and golems, and yeah, I mean it, I want to build a hand phone. He breaks it down and jumps back to his past life, telling me, I once read about a kind of monster that can sling magic to other monsters from miles away. Like they're broadcasting with magic, the way electromagnetic waves travel. He can't help but picture the revolution it would spark. If I could build a hand phone in this world, it'd blow up and everyone would want one. Maya's still staring in total confusion, while Abel's completely gone, dreaming up the future like he can already see it. A brutal knock slams into the silence at their door, ripping him out of his thoughts. It's Maizen, grinning from the doorway like he's got a secret. Yo Maizen, you look like you're doing great. Abel steps in and greets you like, hello there. Yeah, thanks for telling us, Maizen said, and the seriousness hit his face. I heard you took down a head-eater demon. Abel, now tell me, did anything feel off in that forest? Maya jumps in and insists the demons are munching them, like those headless fish we found rotting in the river. though I can't say I saw anything weird beyond that. Did something happen? Abel asks, and Maizen's voice drops. Yeah, we actually went the exact opposite way from you guys. When the order hit, it said to send every adventurer below BRANK back. I bet that order will reach the support center soon too. Abel's instincts went razor sharp. The order carried a grim weight, and it looked like the Lord's squad got ambushed. Deep in the pitch-black forest, a sinister wind snakes through the trees, whispering like it's up to no good. A towering, twisted tree looms overhead like a silent scar, marking a brutal battle that tore everything apart. The soil around its roots is ripped and stained, like something fought tooth and nail there. Then the violence finally went quiet forever. In the heart of those dark, suffocating woods, Maya's voice slices through the silence. Abel, are you really okay? Abel clenched his teeth, his thoughts sprinting, and Maizen's stern warning slammed back in. This forest was forbidden to anyone below B rank. They'd already taken down a B rank griffin, a monster in its own right, and yet this place felt even worse, like dread was stitched into the air. They said the expedition team got ambushed by a living tree, and Maya's eyes snapped across the endless canopy. If that's true, it's gotta be hidden somewhere in this forest, right? Abel throws her a confident grin, brushes off her worry, and swears this will be fine. Then it hits him ice cold. His swagger instantly crumbles because, yep, just like he feared, this place is way too dangerous to go poking around alone. He slams to a stop out of nowhere, Maya jolting like she's been caught off guard. Then he hears her gasp and snaps, "Hey, what's wrong, Abel?" Abel saw his opening, halted on purpose, and snapped into a convincing act of agony, grabbing his leg like it was wrecked, so he could burn those priceless seconds to rethink his next move. Huddled by a hidden little waterfall, Maya's worry was written all over her face. "Are you really okay?" Abel finally let out a quiet sigh, and only then did he get to breathe, rest, and properly take stock of everything. Suddenly his eyes flare, like a light bulb just turned on. "Ah, that's it." He raises his wand. "If weird magic is hanging around, it'll react, but I can't keep my arm up while I'm walking." Then it hit him, one brilliant, no-nonsense fix. He swings his wand at his pack and barks a single command. The World Tree Totem slams into existence right in front of them, and Maya immediately asks what it'll cost to keep it running. Abel just waves it off. "Don't stress," he says. "I've never really run out of magic, at least not until now. Honestly, I should have done this way sooner." With the totem drifting ahead like a magical alarm bell, they hammer forward. Abel can't stop thinking about his powers. Teleportation is a top-tier art, but it's got walls. He can't yank the World Tree Totem across huge distances because the magic power packed inside it is too brutal, and his own magic circle can't stretch that far either. So the exact same limit is what forced him to personally draw a teleportation circle the night he ran from his father. Maya panics at the thought, "Please don't," because she knows he could teleport himself back to the inn, but that would strand her. Abel stays calm and tells her he has no intention of leaving her behind. A confident smirk tugged at his lips, because he was itching to find that rumored monster tree, and if the legends were true, it would be packed with magic power so he could carve it into a totem. Maya's face goes pale with horror, because a tree-shaped totem just started attacking people, while Abel's mind is already locked on the schematics. He tells me he built an all-rounder totem from the World Tree, eyes blazing with big dreams. So now I'm fired up to forge my own battle totem next. While they're walking, Maya spots a strange flower sitting just off the path, and wow, it's gorgeous. Abel clocks it the second he sees it. If I'm not mistaken, it's a papaloga flower. It should have had red petals, but he slides in close with that sharp, analytical stare, focusing hard. I once read that its color shifts with the magic in the air, so that means. Right as he's about to finish, the totem erupts into violent vibration. A roiling storm of pure energy tears open in front of them, and a nightmare voice doesn't just speak, it slams into their minds. "Worship me as the god or die." Maya recoils in terror, but Abel stays icy calm, dissecting the whole phenomenon, because that voice wasn't normal at all. It got sent straight into our heads. In the blink of an eye, a heavy, whip-like appendage snaps through the air where they'd been standing just moments earlier. A colossal vine crashes into the World Tree Totem and hurls it skidding into the woods. Then the truth hits. The source isn't a magic beast at all, it's a tree that's been demon-haunted from the start. A grotesque, warped face bursts from the bark of an ancient tree, its eyes blazing with pure malice. A demon, an avalanche of terrifying spirits smashed into one unstoppable force. A sickening evil totem stands there, and Maya gasps in horror, whispering through trembling lips. The creature bellows and the whole forest trembles. "How dare you call me some cheap statue?" A root snaps forward and Abel shoves me aside at the last second. He whips around to face the monster, defiance blazing through his grin. "Just a statue, huh? Those are fightin' words, and I'm about to prove it with the power of my masterpiece." His totem rockets back into the clearing, snapping the battle back to life as he targets the enemy again. That cursed tree detonates a storm of roots, but the totem whips out of every hit with smooth, unreal grace. Abel studies the pattern like a razor-sharp machine, plotting his next move to throw it off feint. But the tree surges forward, and just like he predicted, the totem tumbles out from under the strike, crashing its full weight straight into the monster's trunk. Abel blurts it out. I only set a basic fighting protocol in the world tree totem, so your psychological warfare won't touch it. The tree screams in pure rage and agony while the totem keeps battering it, steady and soulless again and again. It was getting stripped apart piece by piece, and the only thing doing it was a cursed statue. Wait, what are you even talking about? Me blurts out, baffled, staring at his stone-calm demeanor. My world tree totem is an all-rounder, so it won't hit like a powerhouse. Right. His eyes go wide. Nah, I'm not panicking. I'm just trying to figure out what hits it the hardest. Abel's analysis was already finished. Those roots were creeping far too slowly for a tree packed with that much magic. He already cracked its whole strategy, so now he's staring at the key question. Is it splitting its magic power across every root? And yeah, running multiple roots is actually brilliant, because it means I can copy that. So what's the move to make it even better? Done with the games, this demon tree finally rips loose with its full power. And you don't just watch, you get absolutely blown away. A brutal wave of energy explodes outward, smacks the totem, and launches it rocketing through the air. It slams into the ground and explodes into a shower of shattered pieces. The tree smirks like it owns the world, its voice dripping with pure arrogance. Did you see that? My power crushes that pathetic little totem. Abel just stands there, his face pulled into shadow, his expression impossible to read. He'd already mastered everything he needed. Honestly, I never expected his wand could unleash a whole new kind of attack beyond just brute force. Still, I can tweak my world tree totem and make it sharper. He lifts his wand, call my totem here. To the demon's total shock, the smashed pieces ripped themselves into the air, streaked back to Abel and snapped together perfectly in his hand. And now he had the whole blueprint to win, locked in his hands like destiny. Now that I've got my totem plan, he snaps his gaze upward with chilling resolve. Alright, this is where I stop playing the tree bellows. How dare you, I'm the god. A tight cyclone of magic smashes into the tree, and the demon's final breath dies out. Rest in peace. The spell surges, and a cleansing vortex rips the fused spirits apart like it's stripping them to the bone. When the magic finally dies down, that demonic presence vanishes for good. Only a shriveled, powerless tree remains in its place. What you do, Abel? Maya blurted. Awestruck, I just scattered the spirits and snapped them back into their original forms, he said, flat as stone. My clan knows this stuff inside out. Then he points to the tree's base. There, the roots glow with a soft, living, magical light. This is the moment that matters because the tree's true power isn't in the branches at all, it's in those roots, packed with pure magic. Abel's brain snaps into gear, sorting every material like a checklist. Okay, I've got to stop it from rotting right now. Wow, its magic conductivity is insane. I can even turn this into a piano, tweak the height, cut off the root, and repurpose the whole thing, then the ball joint too. Looks like we're stuck here for a while, so I'm planting camp and settling in. After they pushed through an exhausting grind, Abel grins as he unveils his newest beast. I did it, can I show you? He lifts the battle totem like it's priceless. I'll name it Ashura 5000. He snaps into a dramatic pose, commanding the totem dance like a king demanding the beat. That fresh totem, packed with multiple limbs, moves with mind-blowing precision, and you've gotta admire the craftsmanship, because it's absolutely unreal. Maya stares at its massive size, completely stunned. And most importantly, he confirms it, just like the world tree totem, this guy lets me teleport. He finished the job, he dug deep and buried the last rotten remnant of the demon-possessed tree. And the request was finally done. Let's head back to the inn and grab some real rest, because I'm starving. He blurts, already sprinting mentally to the next step of his huge plan. He needed to build that handphone, and that meant he had to stack up even more money. Miles away beneath a sky drenched in stars, a woman with dark wings and eyes that cut like blades snaps her gaze upward in an instant. Master, what's wrong? The man beside her blurts out. Because just moments ago, my old friend had vanished like they'd teleported, and then I lost their presence completely. A flicker of confusion dances across her eyes, and somehow I can still feel that magic pulling at me. Guess that's on me, right? Then the man snaps her focus back. So, are we heading to Lammer now? A vicious smirk curls on her lips, and yeah, I'm starving for it. The change we're about to unleash on this peace-drunk world, they storm off, leaving a cold, chilling aura hanging behind them. In a nearby village, a man jolts to a stop, doom creeps closer, and he feels it in his bones. Moments later, the whole town erupts with screams. The winged woman and her master tear through the chaos they sparked, sweeping over the wreckage as their dark silhouettes swallow the moon. And the evil closes in faster and faster. The crew charged through the city streets, pushing onward with every step. They were headed straight for the Lammer and Adventure Support Center's West Branch. Inside that grim mood, an adventurer let out a tired sigh, and the crushing weight of his predicament slammed down on his shoulders. His companion looked just as crushed like, so what's your move then? We've got no other skills, no connections to call on, and all the other guy could do was slump in total defeat. Guess that's it, I'm hanging up the dream of being an adventurer. Inside the guild, despair hung like a weight in the air. After Abel wiped out the threat in the forest, the city slammed the gates shut and banned everyone from entering the woods, choking the main paycheck for the lower-ranked adventurers who lived or died by that income. He drummed his fingers on his head, crunching numbers as his money vanished. Plus, we've still got loans to clear for our weapons, so forget my housing budget. I don't even think I'll have enough to eat tomorrow. Right then, a sharp voice sliced through the gloom. Everyone rejoice, Abel declared, standing tall with Maya and Maizen at his side. And it turned out Gaston-san already wiped clean the monster's nest in the northern forest, so the ban should be gone soon. One of the desperate adventurers snapped upright, rage blazing. That's not gaslighting, it's cheap excuses, cut the nonsense. Don't talk like that when we're barely scraping by. You brat, I'm not bluffing, I'm telling you the truth. But just as the argument was about to blow up, a massive presence crashed into the room. Another adventurer charged toward the entrance. Look right there. The doors ripped open and Gaston strode in, jaw set, eyes grim like he'd come to settle this. Stretched across his back was a mountain of thick, dark roots, so huge it looked unreal. The skeptical adventurer's eyes popped open as he stared and blurted, "Wait, that bundle of roots, are you serious?" Gaston strode up to the counter and slammed the evidence down so hard the whole hall rattled, and the guild official just gaped at the bounty, eyes blazing with disbelief. This is. He couldn't believe his eyes. Are you kidding me? No way this is anything else. It's that telepathic black root, the one that unleashes brutal winds from the monster we sent the extermination team to deal with. A hush swept through the adventurers' crowd. Yeah, the Gaston really did it, even after getting trapped in D rank for years. And then someone shouted, "I knew it," like they'd always seen greatness hiding in him. Guild officials snapped back into control and faced the new hero, Gaston Dono. Sorry to keep you waiting. This calls for a special kind of investigation. Gaston nailed the role Abel set up for him, flicking his hand like it was nothing, then smirked. I can't even remember those puny monsters I wiped out. The crowd exploded with awe. Wow, he laughed, that really does sound like a pro. Gaston, you're our hero, one adventurer yelled, saying with this we can hit the forest again. Before the official snapped in, keep it short, okay? Follow me to the special counter. As they hauled Gaston off, the guild hall roared with his name. Adventurers chanting together, Gaston, Gaston, Gaston. From his quiet corner, Abel let out a faint, satisfied smile. Wow, they really are stirring up a mess. And honestly, I'm glad he's standing in for me. That way this gets settled without me drawing a single glance from anyone. Maya nodded too, but her eyes said she wasn't fully convinced. Still, I just hope we don't get hit with any trouble later. Abel's head snapped up out of nowhere. What is that noise outside? The guild doors exploded open again. This time, a terrified citizen stumbled in, gasping, "Someone please help us." A man staggered in, face drained of color with pure terror. Something horrible is attacking us. Panic rippled through the room and he begged, "Please do something. Your adventurer's right." Every eye snapped to their brand new champion, right as I thought the forest monster was finally done for. Then another one surged into the spotlight. Hug Gaston. You're still got this, right? You beat that B-rank monster, so this one should be handled too. Color fled from Gaston's face as the weight of everyone's expectations slammed into him, like, they're all counting on me. A blazing fire lit up his eyes like he'd been chosen. I'm going to be a hero. He balled his fists, spun to the other adventurers and grinned, yeah, leave it to me. He slapped out the plan, let's tail Gaston's sand, then we'll show everyone what adventurers can do. With a thunderous roar, he stormed out of the guild leading the charge. Abel stared as they vanished, mind totally blown. Wait, that guy, what about the reward? Just as Abel's mind was still trying to catch up to the derailment of his plan, Maizen came smashing through the crowd. There you are, come with me, Abel. Maizen, Tio, and Lisa, and then he yanked Abel by the arm, dragging him straight into the chaos. Tio and Lisa got hit with that petrification, and suddenly two flawless gray statues stood in the street, right where his friends had been just moments ago. Abel's thoughts burned at full speed, petrification magic. So the thing tearing through the city isn't a beast at all, it's a mage. He snapped his head to Maizen, eyes locked, and barked, "Run, if he gets you, he'll turn you into stone." Maizen yanked Abel's arm again, voice cracking with pure desperation. "Come on, Abel, the villain's over there." Abel blinked. "What? I can't count on anyone more than you when it comes to magic." They barreled through the screaming streets, sprinting for their lives. They barrel-rolled around the corner and slammed to a stop, staring at a terrifying scene that froze them in place. The whole street turned into a twisted stone museum, every citizen locked in screams, until right there stood the heroic adventurer. And yep, Gaston's already been turned to stone, along with the rest of the support center adventurers. On the rooftop next door, a mage in a dark robe let out a sharp chuckle, cuckoo cuckoo, mocking those stupid brats, and he stared down at Abel's party right below him. He sneered, gripping a wicked-looking staff like, seriously, You came here on your own, now you're getting hit with a petrifying curse. A brutal bolt of dark energy ripped from the staff's tip, and Abel snapped into action, lashing his hand forward without hesitation. The dark mage's eyes snapped wide, so you're a mage. His shock crumbled into sadistic joy. Kyukuku. Looks like I get to savor this one. I'll show you what High Demon Zalamania Sama's power can do. Abel's eyes narrowed. The mage snapped out another spell, fire, he screamed, blasting a raging fireball from his hands. And then he shouted, Maya Mazen, get over here. Mazen threw caution to the wind, yanking the petrified statue of Gaston forward just to slam it into the fireball. The spell smashed into the stone figure and Maya froze in horror because that rock was once a person. Mason, she blurted, are you sure we can use him as a shield? Mason was already drenched in sweat. It'll be fine as long as he stays petrified. But his face twisted. If that thing lost its shape, it would turn into some nightmare once it snapped back, and he refused to even picture it. Abel tuned out their bickering, his mind already dissecting the enemy. That guy's cane could blast out dangerous magic, and he even dropped hints about demons. He kept digging into his analysis, face locked in calm focus, staring at the petrification magic curse he'd used earlier, like, seriously, it looked nowhere near that complicated. He spun toward his companions and said, I'm betting this petrifying curse shatters if we smash the caster hard enough. Maizen's hope flared back to life, and right after that he pressed, if we hit the guy causing this, won't we all snap back to normal? If there's a way, I'm grabbing that cane too, Abel told coolly. This doesn't feel like one of your usual magic tools at all. Then he nodded like, all right, I get it. Maizen and Maya shot forward without hesitation. Me, I'll be the decoy and rip his focus away, I declared. You two go take out that guy, Maya fired back, and then Maya added, same here. I'll at least sprint around and scramble his plans. Abel only nodded once, and I knew she was right. This was the safest way to end it. With their plan locked in, the two decoys bolted. Come on, the mage muttered, watching them sprint, ice-cold smirk twisting his mouth. Kyukuku, are you really too scared to move? As Mason and Maya bolted, he erupted in a cruel laugh. You really think you can run from me? He swung his staff up, ready to crush them in one devastating blow. Idiot, look behind you, Magus. The mage froze on the spot. Abel was already there, arms stretched out, wind ripped through the air. A brutal storm of wrongness erupted around the dark mage, trapping him with no escape. He screamed as the gale ripped into him, flinging him off his feet like he weighed nothing at all. Those brutal winds ripped the demonic cane clean out of his grip. The artifact slammed onto the cobblestones with a harsh clatter, then proved completely useless. The mage got blasted out of the tornado like a rag doll, spinning through the sky until he slammed hard onto the street. Abel towered over the fallen enemy, face locked in the same calm look. All right then, if he's stuck depending on that cane, he can't do a damn thing now. But the mage hauled himself upright, groaning through the pain. Gah, eat you, Abel muttered like it didn't even matter. Whoa, I honestly didn't think you'd live through that fall. Seriously, your body's built different. The mage shot you a glare packed with pure hatred, like he could burn you with it. And then he demanded, come on, you're a mage, you should get what I'm feeling, right? He erupted into a venom-fueled rant, screaming that this whole era is rotten, and that the people back in that village tossed him out just because he kept researching magic. His face twisted into a full-blown mask of insanity. Don't you feel it too? This peace-soaked world is the wrong one, and it keeps looking down on magic. He flung his arms wide like a prophet of chaos, demanding the whole world witness it, magic blazing in one breath, demons crushing everything in the next. So he tore open the seal that had imprisoned Zalamania's Sama. Abel listened, and understanding flashed in his eyes, like he'd heard the exact same thing just a little while ago. He replayed the elven princess in his head, both feared and brilliant, then stared at this twisted mess they dragged in, because nobody ever understood people like them. He counted himself lucky, because sure, it was downright tragic to get reincarnated into a world where magic was basically a joke. But unlike most, he still had his tribe chief to guide him, and Yamasen from his old life, and with those amazing people in his corner, he didn't fall apart. Maizen barked from the sidelines, Abel, don't fall for that guy. Abel's focus snapped back to the moment. I know. The fallen mage clocked his opening. Right when Abel got distracted, he lunged and snatched for his fallen cane. Abel snapped his eyes to it like, that's cute, I'll check this cane before I wipe away the petrification magic. The moment those mages' fingers brushed the orb, it detonated in a blinding, hateful flash. Then a winged creature tore out of the artifact, its power roaring out like pure terror. At last, the ancient demon Zalamania burst into view right before Abel. Perched high above the chaos, a winged demon stared down at the battle unfolding beneath him. She shot the other mage a nasty look and let her voice drip with condescension. Zalamonia-sama, why are you dragging your feet against this little punk? Abel's eyes snapped narrow, locking onto the newcomer as a brutal wave of magic rolled off her, so heavy it crushed the mage on the ground. And in that instant he knew it. She wasn't just strong, she was in charge. The demon Zalamonia drifted down into the street like a whisper with teeth. She smirked, cruel and sharp, and thought, honestly, it doesn't even matter. I've got nothing better to do, so let's have some fun. Maya Maizen's eyes snapped up as Abel's voice sliced through the air, sharp and demanding. Wait, are you talking to someone up there? Maizen asked, totally baffled. Keep your focus on that staff, Abel barked. Don't let her touch it. But Zalamonia was already on the move, blasting out a non-stop storm of dark energy. No speech, no spell chant, just pure silent magic like he'd always known he would. Abel snapped into action with inhuman speed, thrusting his hand up and screaming, light wall. And a translucent sheet of pure energy exploded into place, swallowing the demon's attack like it never existed. Zalamonia cackled, her voice ricocheting through the alley, and she admitted she hadn't touched magic in ages. Then smirked as if it were no big deal, while her companions gaped in shock at the bright blue skin she wore. In the next heartbeat, she disappeared and reappeared right in front of Abel, so fast it left pure afterimages. I want to know how long you can keep this up, she taunted, claws slashing at his barrier like it was on borrowed time. Her punches blasted shockwaves through the street, and they nearly clipped Maya. Nearby, another dark mage broke into wild cackling laughter, egging his master on to rip them apart. Abel clenched his teeth. I would if I could, he fumed, desperate to blast this all away in one devastating hit. But he couldn't risk it, right here, with innocent villagers turned to stone all around him. If he went in with reckless force, it would be catastrophic. So the only move left was to strike with total precision. Maya hissed that her speed was terrifying, her face going death pale, and then she choked out, "What are we going to do?" But Abel's mind was already 10 steps ahead. Because if he could just seal her movement, victory would be within reach. What's wrong? Zalamonia sneered and kept pounding her assault. How long are you gonna stay like that? Let's get to the fun part. Summon my totem here, Abel snapped, hand held out. With a blinding flash, the totem suddenly materialized right in front of them. It slammed straight into Zalamonia's path, snapping her attack out of the way, then she got hurled backward, eyes bulging in shock. Whoa, a totem? She gasped, locking onto its origin, and that rush in her gut told her everything. It was the Marin clan's totem. The totem rocketed through the air, but it swallowed the impact so completely that the blow barely scratched it. If I had to bet, Zulamonia blurted it out, this thing's basically a powerhouse carved from the world tree's bark, brimming with magic. So that's the deal, huh? Abel didn't let her finish. He snapped his staff up and blasted a searing beam of magic straight through the moment. Her totem lunged forward, slammed into the next attack, and detonated in a brutal explosion that rattled the city's very foundations. As the dust finally cleared, Zalamonia spotted her moment and lunged in for the last, crushing hit. I got you, she shrieked with pure victorious delight. Suddenly, bam, the totem transformed right in front of them. Dozens of wooden arms erupted from its body, and the demon got stuck midair like the world just stopped. Before she could even blink, the arms exploded outward, clamping around her and locking her down tight. No escape, no breath, just pure binding power she instantly recognized. Maya raised that staff right now. He jabbed his staff toward the gem sitting on her and demanded, lock that seal right here. A brutal burst of sealing magic tore out of the staff. Then the totem, still locking Zalamonia inside, got yanked straight toward the blinding light like it had no choice. Wait, stop, she screamed, but it was already way too late. With a sharp flash, it was done over in an instant, and Abel almost fell to his knees, catching his breath. Inside the staff, Zalamonia's astral form spun in panic, shouting, what in the world was that attack? Why is someone from the Marin clan here? She stared at the totem drifting there, and every second felt darker. The totem murmured in an ancient, steady voice, like it was speaking to my old friend. And then, without warning, they vanished before we even made it here, so I figured they'd slipped off to somewhere else. Abel grinned because his plan finally hit home perfect. Who the heck are you? Zalamonia stammered. Don't play dumb, I know you're from the Marin clan, but beating my old friend is this easy. Turn them into a totem, then seal me up all by yourself. Abel just smiled back. So tell me, what am I supposed to do with you? He raised the staff, and it began to throb with the demon's overwhelming magical power, like the whole thing was alive. A staff packed with sealed magic, huh? I bet there are 1,000 ways I could use this, while Zalamonia just stared, frozen in pure, unshakable terror. Right then, a woman nearby stirred like something had just yanked her attention. Cracks spiderwebbed across her stone skin, and it crumbled away. She was snapping back to normal again. And yeah, those villagers who got turned into stone, they're back too. Before long, everyone would snap awake, only to discover they were gripping the staff of the mage who just tore into the city, and the truth hit like a death knell. The weight on the staff felt crushing. Something he couldn't possibly carry, and he couldn't bring himself to drop it, so instead, he tossed the thought aside and buried it somewhere else, because deep down he knew there had to be a better way. With a ferocious roar, he launched the staff screaming across the plaza. The The nightshade hit him hard and then slowly his senses snapped back. Ah, wait, where's the enemy? Right then, the staff rocketed down from the sky and slammed into the cobblestones at his feet. The curse finally started to fade everywhere they looked. People erupted into tears of relief, shouting that their loved ones were safe and right there with them. Then their eyes locked on Gaston, standing tall in front of the mage's crushed staff, and it didn't take a second, everyone agreed. Gaston had to finish it, and of course he did, blowing them away just like a true hero should. The square shook with thunderous cheers for salvation. Thank you, Gaston, you're our savior. Gaston was completely stunned. Wait, what's happening? I swear I can't remember a single thing since I woke up in that plaza. Then a ruthless, ego-fueled thought latched onto his mind. What if the superpower inside me actually awakened? And the crowd's cheers kept roaring, drowning out reality and locking his delusion in place. Can I see it? I'm in total shock, and it looks like they're already building a cult. Are you really okay with that? She asked Abel. Maizen stared in shock. Abel-kun, what did you do? How did that? So Abel just grinned, and before anyone could even blink, he lifted his fist to the sky and roared along with the cheers. Hip hip hooray Gaston. That's how the legend of Gaston, the so-called hero of the Dinret Kingdom, was born, and the world ate it up, even though it was pure luck with no real talent backing him up. Because that fame would soon drag him into trouble he never saw coming. But trust me, this part has to wait for another day. In the sun-blasted canyons of the Dinret Kingdom, the city of Asim proudly held a towering library tied to Kudal's faith. Michael's guts twisted, her eyes bulged with pure fear, thinking he was really trying to resurrect that evil-looking monster. Because yeah, from the very beginning, he screamed bad person to me. She stood there locked on a framed image of a nightmare creature, something from beyond reality, packed with raw, terrifying power. Her hands shot to her face in total shock, and she stumbled backward, books scattering in a heavy stack. Even with all that, he stayed stone-calm, like nothing could shake him. The folks here followed Yumul's faith, a brand new religion with a totally different mindset. Flustered to the core, Maya could only blurt out apologies and admit she didn't have a clue. He swept a hand toward the library around them and said, "This place belongs to Kudal's faith, unlike most religions in the Dinred Kingdom. And here, no one's treated differently for believing something else." Then the talk swung to the man everyone's obsessed with right now, Gaston, where people are throwing hero praises his way for bringing Zalaman back from the brink and saving whole villages from turning to stone. Gaston's fame didn't just stick around Lamarn, it exploded like wildfire, until his name finally crashed straight into the king's ears. His meteoric rise finally hit its peak when Queen Charlotte, Rook of the fourth ruler of the Dinred Kingdom, stepped in herself and signed him on as the commander of her personal bodyguard squad. Abel tore back the cold truth behind the legend. Gaston's nothing but a fake name, a useless front I've been using to mask my own wins. But now it's gotten too far and I can't keep shielding him anymore. Good thing I'd stashed a ton of money, because I hauled myself out of Lamarn before this turned into bigger trouble. He slammed a heavy stack of books onto the research table with a loud thud. Abel muttered, wondering what would hit him next, because everyone would spot it fast. He's got zero soldier experience. And I just pray the Queen's rage over that embarrassment doesn't come crashing down on me when it all surfaces. A flicker of worry crossed his face as he wondered what would happen next to Gaston. Because honestly, he's surprisingly tough, but I just pray he doesn't give up on life. But the truth hit like a storm. This wasn't just a simple problem, Abel. Queen Charlotte was craving Gaston's fame, desperate to use it as a political blade to strengthen her claim to the throne against her own siblings. So even if Gaston lacked the power for his station, she still couldn't just toss him aside. And without a clue about the massive political chess match he'd just stepped into, Gaston pressed on, betting everything on his luck, locking in his timing, and cementing his made-up reputation as a hero. At that point, Abel had zero clue about those royal schemes. Maya broke the silence and fired off. So what are we researching? Abel snapped his gaze up from his notes and said, I'm hunting for a magical device that can distribute Magical signals so we can spread the Magiphone everywhere. Maya's eyes snapped open like, oh, so that's it. The Magiphone, yeah, that long-range, magic-powered hand phone you told me about before, right? 3 hours slid by in dead pin-drop silence, then Abel finally spoke. All right, he said, stretching out. For now, I'm just randomly hunting through these books. You go ahead and read whatever catches your eye. He threw himself back into the grind, meticulously copying ancient writings stroke by stroke. But it was brutal, different alphabets, wild characters from every corner of history, and each one fought him as he tried to decode the text. One book in particular hooked his eyes, penned by the alchemist Altamia, who died 80 years ago, and the story inside was pure magic. But the writing was so tangled on purpose it felt like Altamia was laughing at everyone reading it. This alchemist is seriously interesting. If I'm being honest, I can't help wondering if there's someone my age I could talk to about it. But if I wanted a way to live happily for 80 years, I should have gone asking the elves or the wise dragons, right? Maya suddenly popped up right beside him. Look at this, she exclaimed, thrusting a book into his hands, *Quigner Journey Diary **, packed with stories from the people of Yoruba, written by Erker Wigner **. Wigner just saying it lit a memory in my head, and Maya burst into a grin. Wait, you remember that old dude from the exploration squad when we went hunting at Zesum Ruin, right? Her excitement practically bursts off the screen. Apparently that guy battled a dragon for 3 nights and 3 days straight. And this book so hyped it even hints the next volume is coming out soon. Later outside the library, Maya grumbled like crazy that it's a total pain we can't borrow the books. And yeah, I soaked up a ton of useful info today. I figured I'd swing by again tomorrow, and then she turned to Abel, telling him to stop dashing around and start putting real work into climbing the ranks. Because if you're a high-ranking adventurer, you finally get access to the facilities, don't you? Abel shook his head. Because if I got too famous, I'd trade my freedom for headaches, and he didn't want that, you see. As he spoke, a familiar voice burst in. Hey there, Abel-chan. And it was Sheem, the F-rank adventurer who'd hooked them up with lodging and pointed them to the library the moment they arrived in Assam. Maya burst with excitement, telling Sheem about the Wigner diary they'd found, and Sheem just smiled. Yeah, that place is packed with brainbusters I can't make heads or tails of, but don't worry, there are adventure books for regular people too. Then Sheem's voice snapped sharp. Oh, and speaking of weird stuff, I heard some strange organizations been showing up around Lamarn. Do you know anything about them, Maya-chan? Abel and Maya stared at her totally confused, and Sheem pressed on. I heard you've got 2 horns and some kind of gem on your head, Maya-chan, but tell me, where's your gem? Abel's blood turned to ice. 2 horns and a gem on their head, the unmistakable doom race. And now they were right here in Lamar. Why? Maya stammered out a denial, but terror drained every color from her face. Because they had even tracked her here, and the thought was far too brutal for her to survive. Her body seized up. Whoa, Maya, Abel shouted as she suddenly pitched forward. He lunged for her, but the moment was gone. Maya crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Far away in Marin village, a new disaster was exploding. An angry mob swarmed the village chief's house, pounding the doors and roaring, "Bring out the chief." And they said Abel can't make those leaves anymore, so what's the deal with that? Inside a nearby house, Giselle snapped, calling for her brother, panicked and trapped, pinned down by a hulking, loyal beast. Inside the chief's house, the village elders were locked in a furious meeting, so how did word of it leak out? The chief demanded answers. An elder slammed his fist on the table like the whole room deserved it. I knew inviting Norman to that meeting was a mistake. Now everyone who's tasted Abel's leaves will never be satisfied. Village chief, tell me, what do we do now? The chief rubbed his beard, eyes hard. If we let this keep going, the unrest will never settle. His eyes sharpened with fierce resolve. There's no other way forward. From the cover of the woods, Giselle watched the chaos unfold, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. She gasped, barely audible, like she couldn't believe what she'd just seen. She hugged a thick, ornate book to her chest, just like Shimshin said, plain and simple. A cold, calculating stare flashed across her face. She was already plotting to send people hunting for Nisama right away. She spun around and marched deeper into the forest, cutting herself loose from all that chaos behind her. A young kid from the village sprinted after her, and I swear, G. Gizzle-chan, the moment I heard that I felt it, something seriously wrong with that magic book. And tell me straight, who is this Shim you keep talking about? Gazelle just smirked and kept walking, refusing to give anyone an answer. A chilling promise sparked in her mind, a message for her far-off brother. Just you wait, Nisama. She admitted, voice trembling. I know Abel's only staying with you because he owes you money, but that debt doesn't matter to me. I just need you to let me ride along on your travels. She clutched those sheets like they were lifelines, her resolve turning to steel. I don't want to go back home. Abel said nothing, just swallowed the crushing weight of her past. He flashed back to his old parents from the previous world, and his new parents from this one, totally different people, sure, but both stayed out of his way, never trying to stop him from blazing his own trail. He locked eyes with Mia, his face set and unshakable. If she hated their hometown that badly, he cut through her chaos with ice-cold logic, then basically told her to forget it. Her eyes went wide, then he dropped a brilliant idea. If someone's hunting you, we'll run and keep traveling together. For Mia, who'd been stuck in fear and despair, his words hit like a lifeline. Leela burst into the moment after eavesdropping, telling them with a heavy sigh that Mia's been through too much. Then she straight up promised she'd help, called out the glaring flaw in their plan, and pointed out how Mia and Abel would stick out like neon signs, giving pursuers in Lamarn the perfect chance to snatch eyewitness reports. Mia whispered, I'm sorry for the trouble, and Abel, always practical, shot back, then we get out of here now and lay low somewhere safe. Still, he added, I'm going to hit that library's collection first. Leela weighed it for a moment, so there really was a place to hide, while Abel kept grinding at his magic research. Her brain kicked into overdrive, hunting for the perfect escape plan. Deep in the Boundary Forest, at the Marin clan's settlement far from everything, they started rounding up a full-on search party. Their only mission was crystal clear: snatch Abel back. The whole settlement sat in a tight, quiet panic, because Abel was the only one who could grow their precious tobacco, the heartbeat of their economy. If they wanted him back, they'd have to smash their oldest sacred rule: nobody leaves the settlement, and anyone who breaks it will live to regret it. Abel's father choked back tears as he kissed his daughter goodbye. "Take good care of our home, Gina." The young woman clutching that heavy grimoire vowed to her mother, "Don't worry, I'll bring Nasama back no matter what." Fila, a young man, watched her with worry in his eyes. "Giselle," he blurted, "don't you think she's acting weird?" He couldn't put his finger on it, but the moment she was there, her whole vibe shifted, because she was never truly without that strange grimoire. Once Abel vanished, Gazelle launched into ruthless magical studies with a fever in her veins, desperate to claw her way to his level. Because the grimoire in her hands was a relic pulled straight from her grandfather's library. She kept staring into the distance, because her fiancé's sudden vanishing was still a raw, bleeding wound. "Damn it, Abel," she hissed, fist clenched, after tearing the whole village apart and finding nothing, just silence where he should have been. "And if I ever catch you again, I'll have a piece of my mind for you." The ruthless chieftain of the Marin clan watched the party roll out. "Chieftain, tell me, is this really okay?" His advisor pressed the question. The chieftain went still for a heartbeat, eyes hard as the ancient law returned to him: "Leave the village and you'd regret it forever." And now they were shattering a sacred tradition just to drag Abel back. "I've got zero proof," but the old leader's eyes sparkled with pure cunning. Then his voice faded out like he'd just dropped a secret truth into the room. Meanwhile, at the west gate of Lamarn, Mia's pursuers got fresh intel that lit a fire under them. "Chief, we just got an eyewitness report." A subordinate burst out. He says they spotted her riding in a horse-drawn cart, rolling straight toward a sim, about a 2-day haul from here, and she's traveling with a white-haired young man whose hair and clothes scream he's from the Marin clan. The chief's eyes narrowed hard. Marin, the people who never leave their far-off lands, were supposed to stay gone, but a Marin clansman was right here, wrecking everything. Anyway, he barked that we were heading for Assam, and his troops snapped to attention and surged out. Their way got slammed shut by a wall of soldiers. "Stop right now." The chief barked, "Talk, what's going on?" And the kingdom guard stepped up and said, "A magic beast tore through here yesterday. Now these cliffs are crumbling and we can't reopen the way for about a week, so you'll have to detour." The chief didn't even slow down for a second. "Dinroth's laws don't control us." The guard gasped, lifting his spear in panic. "Keep pushing and you'll get nailed for treason." The chief simply marched ahead, while the guards lunged in to stop him. With one vicious flick, he slammed through their crossed spears, and the woods exploded, splintering like dry twigs. Suddenly, a brutal rumble detonated through the canyon, shaking everything to the bone. A massive chunk of the cliff shattered loose and slammed down toward them like a falling nightmare. The kingdom guards shrieked like their souls were being ripped from their bodies. Maya's father, her chieftain dad, just stared up at the crashing mountain of rock coming down, face twisted with pure crushing disdain. He pulled his fist back, and raw power crackled around it like lightning. Then he swung a punch right through the air like it was something he could shatter. A brutal shockwave tore out of his knuckles, and it slammed into the boulder with enough force to rattle the impossible. The rock's massive bulk got erased in a blink, shattered into dust and pebbles that rained down without doing a thing. The kingdom guards just stood there, frozen, unable to even wrap their heads around the cataclysmic power they'd witnessed. Amid the crashing wreckage, the chieftain cut through the chaos with one lone word, his voice a deep, feral growl. He clenched his fist, eyes blazing with terrifying certainty. "I'm bringing you back." A massive stone wall slithers across the rolling hills, cutting the land like a warning and sealing off a remote territory. Abel and Mia scour the land for local plants, while a nearby market bustles and roars with life all around them. A voice shouts his name, and Abel's face snaps into calm focus, like he's already studying the situation. The Lord's butler strides up, demanding to know why Abel's on the farmland, and Abel lifts a chunk of dirt, saying he heard the magic grass was causing trouble, so he came to test the soil himself. The butler blurts out his shock. Sir Abel isn't just a beast-slaying genius, he also knows botany inside and out. Abel just shrugs it off, saying that's something he studied back in his hometown. The butler snaps back and demands to know if Abel's actually happy with his reward, because beating an A-class magic beast should have earned him a bounty and a promotion miles higher. Abel just grins, waving it off like it's totally fine. He starts laying out the real truth behind his mission, then makes it clear. All he ever asked for was a roof over their heads and a spot to rest in Farge, a quiet rural stretch on the country's western edge. For 2 straight weeks, this territory stayed locked down tight, its trade routes cut off when a monstrous magic beast tore them apart, scaring off even hardened adventurers. So yeah, they ended up coming here on Shime's say-so. The beast was a nightmare with 3 heads. A brutal hydra packed with insane power, roaming the region and terrorizing everyone in its path. But against Abel's crushing power, it never stood a chance. One blinding surge of energy, and the creature was gone. For this jaw-dropping feat, the local lord rolled out the red carpet and hailed them as heroes. They turned away from that massive reward and demanded only one thing: permission to stay and shelter on the land. And that bold play left everyone in town completely speechless. Abel leans in and spills his masterstroke to the butler, promising that if the butler backs him, Abel locks in a research lab and a steady flow of materials, ready by that very night, tucked away in this remote territory where trade is scarce and no one can pry. May stares at him, worried out of her mind, like, "You shouldn't have done all this for me." But Abel just flashes a confident smile and brushes her fears aside, saying he's sure they won't be tailed all the way to the edge of the Dinlat Kingdom. Their new life finally has its footing. Mia snaps, "What are you even talking about after all that?" Abel just keeps going, saying staying here is just as convenient for her. He'll run his research in peace, and they'll have everything they need inside a lab locked down tight, all because the local lord backs them. Mia kneels and stares. This soil is shockingly rich, nothing like her hometown, and she can't help thinking it's why magic power wrecks it instead, leading to those awful harvests. Then Abel lights up, admitting he once tried mass-producing an herb with magic as the backbone. Mia grins, just thrilled he snagged a fresh project, and Abel nods with grit. "Yeah, I've got this." Arm thrown high in victory, he declares, "I'm about to spark a whole new sensation in the magical world, right from this backwater corner." A pack of local guards stands at a distance, totally dumbfounded by the mage roaming around, like he just took down a 3-headed dragon, so they huddle and whisper, baffled by how weird he seems. Far beyond the walls of Lomaern, the booming commercial heart of the Dinlat Kingdom, nobles are left reeling in disbelief because the rumor hits home and it was true all along. They mourn their bad luck, barely surviving a pack of magic beasts, only to stumble into a weird town where everyone's warning hangs in the air. Leaving is forbidden, and if you try, you'll regret it. Their leader grabs the reins and tries to rally the crew, but they just spiral, panicking and whining that they want to go home. 2 younger kids from the group, boy and girl, just scoffed at the pathetic show, and the girl even muttered that Giselle, Abel's sister, had handled those magic beasts chasing them way more impressively. They grilled each other about Abel's trail. Eyewitnesses, sure, but not a single trace of him anywhere in town. While the locals snarled and shoved them out, forcing their investigation to drag forward anyway. Hidden deep in the hush of the woods, Gazelle lanes over a massive ancient tome, pouring through it like her life depends on it. She snaps her gaze up from her book, worry written all over her face. Then she sees where Big Brother's trail stops and the whole mood crashes. As she bites down on her thoughts, she fears they'll end up back at the settlement for good. Clinging to hope with every heartbeat, she decides they have to wait for a sign, an omen, because she's sure the full moon is guiding them closer to Abel's location. Back on the farmland in Farge, the sky suddenly rips open, and a brutal downpour starts hammering everything. Abel threw his gaze up at the pouring rain, panic carving lines across his face. The farmhands spot him stuck out in the storm and yell for him to run back inside before he catches a cold. But Abel is in full panic mode, screaming that the totem gourd seedlings he planted will get wiped out by the rain. Abel slams his power into the ground and summons the Ashura 5000, a tower that erupts from the earth itself. And while the golem coils up its weapon, Abel vows he'll blast the rain clouds out of the sky. He raises the golem's weapon arm to the heavens, then unleashes a brutal spell with a chanting cry, "O wind's terror." A magic circle ignites in a blinding burst as massive power gathers and tears through the air like a strike from fate. The spell screams across the sky, ripping the clouds apart like paper and blasting open a clear blue horizon beyond. The rain cuts off in an instant, and the farmhand's wide-eyed disbelief turns into the perfect punchline as I laugh, loud and triumphant, like I'm shouting at the world that nothing is impossible for me. The next day at the Lord's Manor, Abel lies in bed, wrecked, fever burning hot, like every ounce of strength has been drained from him. Mia darts to his side as he whispers that this could be it, that his life might end here, and it feels like more than just a nasty, ordinary cold. But the doctor reassures a fretting Mia that she'll be okay by tomorrow, then snaps at Abel for bolting out to the fields and orders him to rest. That evening, Mia plops by his bedside and promises she won't leave his side, because the locals told her the world tree totem is already guarding his gourds. While Abel dozes peacefully, Mia presses her head beside his and stays on guard, eyes locked on him the whole time. A sharp, brilliant point of light starts to glow right on Mia's forehead. A burst of light peels free and floats straight to Abel, and just like that, his fever snaps away and his mind clears in a rush. Mia unleashes a ribbon of shimmering particles into Abel's body, and they snap outward, blasting right out the window. A ribbon of glowing light sweeps over the manor and shoots straight into the night sky. It keeps climbing higher, blazing a jaw-dropping streak of light across the cosmos. High above the mountains, the sunlight churns together and ignites into a blazing cross-like sigil, lighting up the entire sky. Giselle and her hooded crew stared up as the heavens exploded with a celestial omen, and she knew it was the sign she'd been waiting for. Both she and the lead mage jolt upward in stunned awe, realizing this divine sign is pointing straight at their path. Back at the manor, the next morning finally dawns. Abel jolts awake, shooting up from his sleep like something just yanked him into the moment. He shoots upright, feeling totally recharged. Then bam, insight strikes like lightning, and he suddenly remembers a dream he just had. He snaps no time to waste and launches himself straight off the bed. He bursts out of the room and grins at the shocked Mia, yelling that he has to test the magic circle he saw in his dream. Behind the Lord's manor, Abel plants his feet and detonates a brutal burst of power, ripping a huge trench straight into the earth. Maya can only stare, frozen in pure shock and terror, as this raw, unstoppable force crashes into view. Whoa, it actually worked! Abel blurts out, practically vibrating with excitement over the result of his new inspiration. He mutters that maybe these wild ideas hit him every single time he falls sick, while Mia stays rattled, terrified the Lord will rip them apart for wrecking his property. Abel brushed off her protests, all eyes locked on the next move, because he'd need a solid excuse for the damage, but first, he had to name this brutal new technique. As he stares at that ridge above them, the moment someone lands, the thud rips through the air. A pack of cloaked figures looms as dark silhouettes against the sky, and their leader, stern, horned, and ruthless, stares down and cuts through the air with a cold, final voice. I found you. As a leader and a father, he stood rock solid, brimming with duty like a storm cloud gathering in his eyes. The peaceful morning in the nearby town shattered when something unsettling snapped into view. Two adventurers hammered down the road toward the Lord's mansion, while a thick plume of smoke clawed up from the mountain behind it. They sprint faster now, and you can practically feel the panic in every single step. But then bam, their path got slammed shut. A wall of imposing white-hooded figures loomed ahead of them, and the moment their leaders locked eyes, pure authority rolled off them like thunder. Meanwhile, Abel, totally oblivious to what was coming, called out to Mia. He stretched out, finally feeling his long rest kick in, then he declared, "Let's go eat breakfast. I had been stuck in bed for a while, and yeah, now I'm starving." Mia pointed at the wrecked land all around us, the aftermath of his last fight, and asked, "If someone finds this, won't the Lord lose his mind?" Abel just smiled. "Oh right, I'll have a construction totem fix it later." As they headed toward the town, he spotted the chaos right away. This place was roaring even though it was still early. "Hey," someone's voice shouted from somewhere nearby. One of the adventurers slipped behind the robed figures. "Wait, no, he must mean that young lady, Mia. Sir, you've got a visitor." White-robed figures burst out of the trees, and the air turned icy the moment they appeared. Mia froze in place, and terror drained the color from her face in an instant. Her eyes bulged as she spotted their leader, horns she recognized instantly, and a grim look that sent chills down her spine. It was her father, straight from the shadows. "Dad," she breathed, stunned out of her mind. His eyes pinned her in place, and his low, solid voice cut through the air. The command slammed down like an order with no escape, and Mia could only freeze, staring in total confusion, fear crawling up her spine. Right before she could get a word out, Abel lunged between them and threw himself in front, blocking the blast. Mia shot back that she didn't want to go back to him, and he snapped, "If you don't care about her, then back off and leave her alone." I heard her voice crack, and then her fear snapped into rage. "You left me hanging all this time, and now you show up out of nowhere to drag me back? What is your problem?" The man's expression stayed grim and unshakable. "So Mia's power is finally starting to awaken," Abel said it like it answered everything. Abel froze. "Wait, what do you mean?" His patience snapped in two, and his eyes cut into a venomous glare. "Step aside, brat." Abel didn't budge, he just lifted his hand, and a jagged magical circle erupted in blazing light. "Teleportation," he said, dead calm, like he was talking about the weather. In a blink, a colossal, multi-limbed totem ripped out of thin air and slammed down between them like a meteor. The robed men snapped backward in pure shock. "Matt, dead on," Abel barked orders and yanked her onto the construct. The totem blasted forward on the spot, roaring through the dirt and whipping up a huge cloud of dust as it became their getaway ride. It tore through the forest, hauling them away from the fight before anyone could catch up. Chained to that blazing totem as it tore through the air, Abel's thoughts slammed back and forth. He doesn't look like the type you can talk down, so how the hell did they zero in on our location? Suddenly, the ground right in front of them detonated in a blinding burst. Me and Abel gasped in pure shock, crying out like the world just shattered. Crouched in a trench he'd carved with his own hands, Mia's father moved so fast it blurred past their eyes, standing right in front of them and shutting off their escape completely. Abel's face snapped into steel, Looks like fighting is our only option now. He snapped his gaze to Mia, voice dripping with death. Mia, can I blow your father and his men away? Her eyes went huge with terror, but she still bit back the truth. I don't want to go back. Albil snapped his arm forward and screamed as a brand new magic circle tore open in front of him. Earth energy roaring to life. The ground under me split wide as my father and his men crashed through. Rock pillars exploded up from the earth like the world was tearing apart. The chieftain only bared his teeth and clenched every muscle, bracing himself for the magical blast coming at him. Abel wasn't done yet. Go, Ashura, he barked, and his combat golem exploded forward, its fist blazing with raw power. Swear I saw a blurred forward slip into place, pure wizard-level engineering. But his father snapped out of the way with impossible ease, dodging that strike like it never even had a chance. He slipped through the golem's wild onslaught, moving like a ghost that somehow stayed ahead of every strike. Abel gaped in disbelief. He's actually keeping pace with Usura's moves, and that old man is straight up a monster. The chieftain clocked his perfect opening. He darted aside, dodged the hit, and smashed his fist straight into Ashura's torso. The strike landed like a thunderbolt, shattering the ground right out from under the golem. Abel snapped into action, earth become a wall. A massive wall of solid rock blasted up from the ground, slamming straight into the chieftain's advance. But it didn't even slow him down. The wall exploded and shattered like glass, torn to pieces by the man's brutal, unstoppable physical strength. He burst out of the wreckage untouched, like the chaos couldn't even faze him. He snapped the gap shut again and surged forward, ready to end Ashura for good, ready to tear the golem apart piece by piece. But Abel was already one step ahead. 5 spheres of pure, condensed energy slammed into existence above him. Hiding magic metal, he exploded into a roar. 5 blazing orbs blasted forward like cannons, racing to collide on one single target. A wave of brutal explosions tore through the forest, choking the air with thick smoke and flooding everything in blinding light. The chieftain didn't even try to dodge. He just braced himself and let the impact slam in. The blast swallowed him whole. As the smoke finally started to clear, Abel stared at the epicenter like it was about to explode. Did I go way too far, he wondered. A stone went clang as it hit the ground. Then a shadowy figure stumbled out of the thinning smoke. So it was Mia's father, clothes ripped a bit, but his body was totally unscathed. Not even a single scratch marked him. Abel's eyes went wide with full-on shock. The chieftain's eyes burned with cold, sharp analysis. Like a magician from Marin had stepped right into the room. He soaked it all in with bone-chilling speed. Because the truth is, that tribe member who hasn't stepped outside their settlement in over 150 years is now backing Mia, and the world's distortion is spiraling even bigger. Abel brushed off the terrifying weight of that statement, then barked an order to his golem Ashura, but the chieftain stopped caring about the construct altogether. His burning stare locked in only on his daughter, but he growled through clenched teeth, his voice heavy with a wild blend of fury and a razor-sharp purpose. With a thunderous roar ripping through the air, he tore into his true power at full force. He seized Ashura, this magican steel golem, right in his bare hands. With a grip that smashed logic itself, he started to crush it. Metal screamed as it tore apart, and the enchantments shattered like glass in midair. The golem that had survived brutal punishment was now getting ripped apart piece by piece, like paper in a furious storm. The armored shell crumpled in an instant, then shattered to pieces under the brutal raw pressure. Abel and Mia could only stand there, frozen in pure shaking horror. Right before their eyes, the greatest masterpiece of magic was shattered to pieces. The clearing was pure wreckage. Ashura Lee's mighty guardian lay before them, its powerful form shattered, finally defeated and still as the dust settled. Towering over the wrecked creature, the Doom Clan chief loomed like a nightmare, eyes ice-cold and unmoving. Abel just froze, staring in total disbelief as his mind fought to accept what he was seeing. A surge of icy fury hit him like thunder, and with a roar he hurled his hands forward, igniting a complex magic circle that flared to life. A storm of razor-sharp air currents slammed straight at the chief, so vicious it could slice right through steel. The wind spell smashed into something nobody could see, and the chief got flung backward through the air. Yet he landed on his feet like it was nothing, totally unhurt. He stood there in dead silence, staring like Abel's desperate attack was nothing more than a tiny, harmless inconvenience. The woods felt eerily silent, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Abel panted, mind sprinting, and told Mia, "Your father, this is wild," was his movement powered by magic. Then he admitted he couldn't wrap his head around how he wiped out Ashura, a creature soaked in magic so damn easily. Mia snapped her head side to side. "Nope, that's a secret technique, one our ancestors passed down." Then she stared him down and said, "And I'm pretty sure your master used something just like that wooden pole style." She said it's a real physical art. She channels magic power through your body to forge strength, but it takes insane control, and totems usually lend a hand. It was a secret obsession, locked behind layers so brutal to learn that even Abel threw himself at it, only to fail and fall short. Abel stared at the new data, muttering that their magic runs on a whole different set of rules. So how in the world does the Doom clan control it? He pushed for answers, demanding more. Was there some kind of tool like the Marin clan's totems? If I could trace where his power truly came from, I'd spot a crack in his armor. They say the crystal sitting on the Doom clan chief's forehead holds the power behind that calm, commanding voice, power he controls through spirit unification. When he stared at Mia, he reminded her she'd been warned not to use magic, and it was a tragedy, because she's insanely good at sensing the spirits in the air. Abel's eyes snapped open with understanding. He finally realized they only stared down at her because she didn't have a crystal. The puzzle pieces snapped together, and suddenly the answer made sense, how he managed to pinpoint where we were. Abel's voice turned grim as he spun toward Mia. I'm sorry, the tools I stole, the World Tree Totem, I swear they all give off this unmistakable aura. The situation was on the edge of disaster. He didn't chase them for the jewels at all, he chased his daughter. Stay here too long and we'll be caught in a heartbeat, Abel figured it out. But if I unleash magic, the aura will spill our hiding spot. And after Ashura's fall, we can't charge at him head-on. No time existed to even dream up a perfect plan. The ground started shaking the moment the chief surged forward. His speed was unreal, and his presence felt like a crushing weight on your chest. Every single step shattered the ground under his boots. He halted just a few steps from him, like an unstoppable storm refusing to be stopped. Abel shot both hands up like peace, then said, I surrender. His voice flat as stone, I can't see a single way to beat you, not like this. The chief froze mid-breath, his face impossible to read, then he growled, I respect Mia's will. But May refused to bend. She let out a defiant cry and snapped a sharp dagger into her grip, pressing that cold blade right to her own throat. Don't drag me back, she gasped, her voice shaking but unbreakable. If you try to bring me back, I'll end my life right here. The chief sneered, stop acting like you're above it. He mocked Abel's performance. Then Abel's cool finally shattered. Chasing your daughter until she has to flee? That's the cruelest kind of father there is. Abel screamed and the sound blasted through the trees. Mia was trapped in loneliness. Everyone ignored her and she stayed locked away. Yet all she ever wanted was to finally see the world. He tore open his past, fathers who were cold or demanding. Yet somehow he still got to chase his own dreams. You locked your daughter away and stopped her from chasing her dreams. Bringing her back would be like signing her death warrant. This is the only stand we've got left. You think this is just a show? Abel challenged him, eyes blazing like the fire in his chest was about to explode. You doubt Mia can pull this off? Fine, then watch me do it. No matter how quick you move, my cast will be quicker. Fuming at the boy's defiance, the chief drove his fist into the ground and shattered the rock beneath it. This was the moment, the gambit, and Abel's thoughts cracked through his skull at lightning speed. Whatever the reason, he's dead set on getting her back alive. At least that's what he tells himself. So first, we've got to stage a performance to crack the door open. He shot me a knowing look. Just a little will do. If we can rattle him, he'll lose focus, and that's when I swing his own razor perception back on him. The ground slammed up like a fortress wall, so strong it obeyed his command. A towering wall of solid rock blasted up from the ground, slamming shut and cutting off the chief's path. It was a useless last-ditch move. Then the chief tore through it with one icy, contemptuous strike, blasting the wall into a storm of dust and rubble. He burst out of the rubble completely untouched. Oh wow, Earth Rage teleports back in, and his hands whip through the air in a blur. The chief's feet barely touched the ground before it buckled and roared, earth and stone blasting upward like a raging maelstrom, ready to swallow him whole. He planted his feet and held the line as the attack crashed down. His power was pure force. His eyes narrowed like daggers, locking onto the magical assault. But while the chief was distracted, a tiny wooden totem shimmered into existence in midair behind him. Abel roared that he'd teleport the World Tree Totem, channeling his magic into it. Then he pulled off the real core of his plan. The totem throbbed with the exact same aura as Abel's. And while Abel's still reeling, the boy quickly worked out he'd confuse it for my own power. The chief snapped back, senses crashing overload, and in that one dizzy heartbeat of confusion, Abel launched his last cast. O spirits, you who shape the earth, forge this right now. Earth magic twisted in midair, snapping from a protective fence into a ruthless trap to seize its target. Rock-hard chunks of earth blasted up from the ground in massive, furious slabs, wrapping tight around the chief's body, then yanking his arms and legs fully in place. He thrashed against the bonds, muscles screaming in protest, but he still couldn't snap free with. While his opponent was pinned in place, Abel pulled out the game-changer. Then a brand new weapon snapped into being in his hands. A long, bendable blade forged by the hidden Manga metal transformation technique. He declared it loud, his voice blazing with triumph, Abel Whip, I call it. He swung the arcane weapon with everything he had, muscles straining like it was the only chance he'd ever get. A whip screamed through the air, cracking like thunder, and he drove in with a brutal slam, smashing into the captured chief with terrifying impact. The impact hit like a hammer, boom, sending a shockwave that cracked the trees around them to splinters. The whip finally snapped midair, but not before it landed one flawless strike. Job done. Murasif, the Doom Tribe's chieftain, shattered the silence with a voice that sliced straight through the air. Why are you chasing Mia like she's your whole obsession? The ruthless chieftain, roped tight by Abel's magic whip, refuses to say a word, staring with pure contempt like his face is carved from stone. Abel's eyes burned with razor-sharp analysis. Tell me straight. If this is about the jewelry Mia snatched from the World Tree in Ramen City, the chieftain's gaze flickered and his eyes widened by the tiniest bit. Abel drove the advantage home, his intellect cutting like a rapier. So you've been tracking those clues and hunting Ashura's magic, right? Ashura, I'm talking about the wooden doll you totally tore to pieces. Murasef unleashed a savage blast of raw power that tore through the air. Abel caught it, stunned by the chieftain's stubborn grit. He still had the power to resist. With a furious roar, Murasev yanked at his bonds as crackling magic surged around him. But it was useless. Abel just barked the order, cracked the whip, and locked in the season. The magical construct snapped tight in an instant, slamming that powerful warrior into the dirt and choking his rebellion out with a furious burst of dust. Mananasev groaned through clenched teeth. Shouldn't one or two bones be wrecked already? Abel stared, wondering what was happening to his body and how he could even analyze the toughness of his opponents. The chieftain snapped his gaze upward, fury and awe crashing together as the metal reshaped in an instant, controlled with terrifying precision. So this is the power you got from exploiting my daughter? He demanded. Abel, what are you even talking about? I asked, acting clueless, because last night I saw this symbol drift through the sky. Murasef leaned in, voice cold and heavy. That's exactly Mia's power, and the prophecy was right because when it comes to you. He locked eyes with Abel, and grim certainty burned in his gaze. I don't care what your plan is, but you went after my daughter because you figured you could use her power like a sorcerer. Ma, who'd been sitting there in total silence, suddenly looked completely lost. Father, what on earth is going on? Two men stood face to face, locked in a brutal stare, like a whole ocean of secrets yawned between them. Marissa finally snapped the silence, his voice weighed down by ancient grief. So you truly know nothing at all. A heavy, deathly silence crashed over the plains. 4,000 years ago, he stared into the distance like he could see the future. Kujir, this land's guardian god, roared into war with the evil sky god Silpum, and then locked him away inside the moon, until the fight drained him so hard that Kujir finally crashed into a deep, exhausted sleep. Somewhere deep in this land, he pushed through for one goal: get it back. Abel leaned in, eyes sharp, soaking up that divine lore. These days, it's basically only the elves of the Sky Kingdom who still know it. But Murasef's eyes blazed pure tragic pride. The Doom Tribe descended from the people the Sky God forged. Mia and Abel froze, staring in stunned silence. What did you just say? The chieftain kept talking, spinning the tale like it was stitched into his people's blood, revealing why the Sky God forged the Doom Tribe. To build a war force strong enough to challenge God Kujir. And yeah, that's the legend. Kujir, the god of legend, locked the Sky God inside the moon. With his power drained dry, Kujir sealed him away, and then he crashed into a deep, endless sleep too. But before the seal even finished, the living tome blasted the sky with life and shoved it straight into the Doom Tribe ancestor's body. As Abel said it, living to me, a sudden flicker of understanding sparked in his eyes. Medes whipped his gaze over to his daughter, Me. Her eyes flew wide with pure shock, because that was you. The weight of his words pinned them to the moment. Doom tribes, born from the Sky God himself, got forgiven and granted the right to live in Dinrat by God Kujir. Beyond that point, the tale's basically a mystery, even the elves do know. And up on the moon, the Sky God is gathering power to resurrect something. Only a handful in our tribe have truly inherited this prophecy. 2,000 years later, he stared me down with a grim face, then swore the descendant of Doom would rise as the Sky God's ultimate weapon. Wait a sec, Abel cut in, like the last cosmic puzzle piece finally snapped into place. I don't know if this is some tribe legend of yours, but tell me, how in the world could you know about an ancient evil god's revival from myth, or where Kujir even is? When the moon festival din appeared, the Mersef answered, because once every 500 years the moon draws near, and everyone believes the magic inside all living beings surges to a peak. So countries and religions everywhere throw their own kind of celebration. Abel's thoughts sprinted as he figured it out. I'm guessing it's about 6 months from now, he said, because even in that town, people were buzzing about pushing festival plans forward after trade came roaring back from that revival rite. He stared at Murasef, and a terrifying new theory started to click into place. So tell me, what do you think about the way magical beasts have been going berserk in all kinds of regions lately? Medisev's grim face was all the proof he needed. Abel replayed everything, Ramen's magical beast disaster, Zalaman the demon crashing in, and the wild, unprecedented chaos that history books swear never happened. Even I remembered Nargilin herself was still there, blocking the trade route deep in Phage territory. Morsef told us that our doomed tribe was forged by the Sky God, and his voice carried the weight of that duty. Because for 2,000 years we've lived in peace with no reason to bow to our creator until now. If turmoil might finally drag out our cursed child, the one who could turn into a weapon for the Sky God, then we won't hand her over. He stared at his daughter, crushed by grief, while Kent's Maya, no longer stone, was trapped alone inside a fortress sealed off by a brutal barrier. He shut his eyes tight, and I had no clue how well the barriers would hold. But I swore we had to keep her out of sight until the Moon Festival 15 years later. Mia's voice shook. Why didn't you tell me? Tears burned at the corners of her eyes as the truth smashed the grudge she'd carried for so long. And if I'd known that, I never would have turned my back on my family or run away. 15 years ago, Morsov confessed, and man, that memory still burns in my gut. When I realized my newborn was a cursed child, I knew, as the tribe's chief, I had to erase every thread that could spark a crisis and drag the world into disaster. A wild vision hit his mind, him cradling his baby daughter, then he met her gaze and agony poured from his eyes. Because the only reason I spared you was my selfish need to keep you alive. May stood there completely frozen, like the revelation had just slammed into her chest. I'm a weapon the evil god will unleash the moment he comes back to life. On a ridge miles away, two mountains towered in the dark as a brilliant symbol blazed across the night sky. That's not just luck, it's a sign, like a voice slithering out of the dark itself. Giselle clutched the cliff edge, eyes blazing. Simsan was right, Big Brother's out there, and I can feel his magical power roaring through the air from that exact direction. She clutched that grimoire like it was a trophy, grinning like she already won. Cuckoo, honestly, I have no idea why, but it's shocking how perfectly everything is falling into my hands right now. The book throbbled with dark power, no doubt about it, this is my father's wish, and I'm going to claim Abel and that girl too. That smile screamed pure confidence, yeah, I knew it. Big Brother was dying to get back home, right? Staring down her father, the demon Lord Murasef, she finally broke, spitting out the truth that had been choking her for days. I am a weapon waiting for the evil god to rise again, ready to be unleashed. A cold dread hit her like a wave. If my father's right, then I'm the kind of person who will unleash disaster across the whole continent. And that insane spike in Abel's magic lately, was it his way of being pushed by the dormant power of the Sky God sleeping inside me? The moment it hits, her mind snaps to him, and her heart clamps down with terror. What would Abel even think? The idea that the magic he swore was his own, might actually be clawed out of some dark, horrifying influence. Paralyzing fear crushed me. Was he really ready to leave me behind? She inched toward him, trembling so hard her voice barely squeaked. Abel. As he spun around, his face went stone cold, unreadable for a split second. Then his face cracked into a blinding, almost manic grin, and his eyes lit up with raw, unstoppable excitement. Mina's father just froze, staring in total disbelief at his own reaction. Abel's mind was already sprinting, snapping facts together at a blur no normal person could keep up with. He spun toward Murzef, voice blazing with the realization. If you're right, then Mia's whole job is to hand the Sky God's underlings power the moment he smashes the seal so they can take over the world. The stakes hit like a thunderclap, and that's exactly why, as a sorcerer, I fought to have Mia standing at my side. Because with her I could unleash terrifying magic. He remembered a key moment, the Evenubble ball I pulled off, right when a nightmare struck at an inn in Ramen. A wild theory snapped into focus. What if, when my thoughts get murky, I'm easier to sway from the outside? He snapped back to the stunned Mia, and real gratitude lit up his face. Because I was with you, I accidentally pulled my power out for the first time, and I just have to say it. Thank you, Mia. She was still reeling, and Abel kept pressing. Aren't you even a little freaked out? If that prophecy's real, I'm supposed to bring calamity to this country, but Abel only saw a chance. What do you mean? I can't possibly ignore something this wild, can I? He clasped his hands, excitement spilling over. From now on, please stay by my side. I need you for magical research. Murasef stared at the whole exchange, and a sudden flash of understanding lit up his eyes. Yeah, if we truly get what's going on, then why would we ever need to be enemies? Abel spots the opening, thrusts his hand toward the demon lord with a daring political move. I'll help protect you too, let's do this together, father. Muraseth's face twists with fury. You, how dare you call me that? You've got no right. Even with fury roaring inside him, the demon lord stayed practical. Because if you've got this kind of power and you're claiming you'll protect her, what's your actual game plan? Abel's confident grin didn't budge. Yeah, he answered. About that. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Fage's mansion, staring up at it like the night itself had risen to meet them. The lord himself was in full-blown panic, jabbing a shaking finger toward the horizon. Lord Abel, tell me right now, what does this mean? Behind them, a mountain got ripped in two, the land lay wrecked, local nobles gawked in terror. while Abel stayed stone calm in the middle of the chaos and just said, Then he waved grandly at Marizef and his entourage. Yeah, that's right, I'm the one who called you all here. The crowd exploded into pure confusion, right? With every noble staring him down, Abel kicked off his story, talked about it with Milord the other day, didn't I? We were hunting the real reason crops here are failing, and this guy, he's the expert. He flashed a fake sorry look, because the expert was swamped, and we honestly had no clue when he'd finally show up. I forgot to tell you we were starting excavation work, my apologies. He kept spinning his tale, and each second made it wilder and more detailed, because this guy loves research even more than I do. When he finally showed up, he was so fired up about a case he'd never seen before that he couldn't sit still. Right, Mr. Expert. Before the stunned lord could even get a word out, Abel bowed and blurted, Sorry about the mess this early, just watch. We'll use magic to repair everything we wrecked, and soon it'll be back to normal. Abel calmed everything down and then marched the group into the battered wasteland. Now, first things first. We're making a totem for construction, right? Marizef swept the area with sharp eyes, and grimness twisted his face. This wooden log just doesn't have enough magic power, and moments like this make me realize how lucky Marin's settlement environment is. His voice snapped sharper and sharper, so tell me, are you really just going to sit there and wait for answers? The sky god's resurrection is creeping up right now, and it's almost here. Abel's eyes flicked up to the sky, and the ominous symbol hit him like a memory with teeth. Because without the same barrier that shielded our village, magic's sign will rise in the heavens again, and the sky god's minions will come sniffing for it. Abel snapped, so what is this ancient Doomtribe barrier? Who can break down the magic formula and the rest of the details? Merzef shook his head, then pulled out a small hexagonal wooden charm. Abel's eyes lit up. Perfect, then I've got a magical tool to cobble together a barrier right here. The object wore ancient script all over it, and at its heart, one lone gem sat like a secret waiting to be found. Morisef said it was a relic ripped from ancient ruins and carried back from the settlement. And if we drag it home again, it's going to power up even harder. Abel stared at the artifact, and his mind started running the numbers at full speed. Honestly, this doesn't look good, Merzef admitted it right away. I don't know how hard the sky god hits, but at this kind of power, even a sorcerer like me can tell what's really going on in an instant. Abel already mapped out a multi-pronged plan, and I want more details. So while we head back to the Doom settlement for a breather, we'll grab what research and notes we can from here, too. Doom crew, lend me a hand and help clear the ground around this place. We'll tackle what we can first and then decide our next move. He called forth his own creation. Now go, help the World Tree Totem with its mission, and Mia will back you up too. Teleport. But when the totem finally took shape, Murasov snapped, wait. And then he locked eyes on the wooden figure like he'd just realized something. Right. No, that wasn't all. I felt it the moment I saw it. And then it clicked when I remembered what the demon lord said, eyes darting from the totem to the ancient relic in his grip. Could this thing be forged from the very same material as that barrier magic tool? The shock hit Abel like lightning. This really was the magical tools core, the one built from the world tree. I never clocked it before because it was ancient and rubbed smooth. And yeah, we tracked this place down last night after that symbol flared in the sky over this land. Right then it all clicked and I knew Mia was here. Mia snapped another piece into place. Right back to that terrifying night when my fever spiked at the inn in Ramen. While Abel stumbled out of his nightmare, he accidentally summoned this massive magic circle. And if that mark really is the tell that Mia's power has me in its grip, then Murasef-san and everyone else should have tracked our location down 2 months ago. Nirezef nodded, jaw tight. Look, I'd been tracking Mia for 2 months, and I'd never once seen her react like that. The answer just floated there, right in everyone's face, calling it the World Tree Totem. But if that's true, then why didn't it work last night? Mia asked, and Abel pieced it together. Maybe physical distance mattered too. Last night, I sent the World Tree Totem to patrol the fields, and yeah, I wasn't anywhere near it. The theory kept locking into place. Abel insisted that totems naturally hide you from evil like a living shield, and if the World Tree can beef up barriers, then totems carved from it should slam down even stronger protection. Abel leaned back, eyes bright, and told his companions, "This is a game changer, go look into the World Tree. Tell me you don't feel it too." My eyes flared the moment it clicked. I knew this was fate shoving us together, then real life smacked me in the face. Wait, I still haven't paid me back or even the money from back when we bought it. But Abel was already sprinting into the next phase. First, we tracked down the World Tree. Morissette tried to butt in. Hold on, Abel, I've got stuff I still need to handle. Thalan didn't hesitate. Then we're investigating the World Tree right now. Suddenly, Marisef snapped his head up, his face turning grim. Gather up, he bellowed, and a brutal wave of malevolent energy crashed over his men. A soldier asked, that feeling like a demon's coming, right? Murasef snapped his gaze down, eyes narrowed. Yeah, hey, something sinister is on the way, no doubt. Abel's face went chalk white already, and that mark from last night didn't just set us on edge. It lit up the sky god's servants too. Myra's Zeph rumbled with a low growl, they're coming. Over the rise, a crew of knights burst over the hill crest, banners flashing as they came. Abel's blood froze. Those crisp white and gold armors, immaculate as a nightmare, snapped into his mind, and he knew the woman at the front at once. His voice came out as a choking whisper. He froze in total disbelief, his mind scrambling to understand why she was standing right here. That voice from the grimoire thundered inside Giselle's head, like a flashback from the moment it was born. The second I came into being, the very first thing I saw was an enormous burst of light. A swirling, ethereal darkness roared inside a blinding sphere. And I swear, I don't know how, but I instantly recognized it as the one who had made me. My creator is Silpum, someone who feels like a father to me. A flood of information crashed into its newborn mind, and with it came the creator's crushing backstory. How its father was wrecked and trapped by another god, and how he's been lying dormant ever since, waiting for the perfect chance to rise again. Then I found myself surrounded by a sea of towering shadows, born before me like human older brothers, and their father's final command still thundered in every one of them. Descend to the surface, unleash chaos, and set everything in motion for my return. The plan was clear. Grab the spellbook already waiting up there for the Moon Festival Dinmei. We dropped to the surface as the plan kept rolling, so when our father comes back from the dead, the invasion won't get stopped. While its siblings tore through the world with raw power, whipping up chaos and sixing magical beasts on everyone, this thing was built different. Its magic was painfully weak. It was the only gift he had, and its power was deadly subtle, bending the hearts of the weak without them even realizing. Its first try went up in flames. It tried to seize a mighty magical beast, but the ritual nearly chewed up its own soul first. Then it got stuck with some mediocre magician, until a crew of adventurers showed up, dragged it out, and tossed it aside in seconds, laughing at how pathetic it looked. And yeah, they mocked him hard like, what a loser. And I swear I figured he was a low-level demon because he's got zero aura. Humiliation burned in its core, and all it could think about was one fierce need: to prove it mattered, to be useful to its father just like the older brothers. But it had zero power. Trying to get anywhere near someone truly strong felt flat-out impossible. Then from out of hiding, it locked onto him. A fearless young sorcerer hits the road with a band of loyal companions. The demon clocked his power in an instant. This wasn't some ordinary nobody. If only it could pull him into its ranks, if only it could seize that vessel and claim it as its own. But in this state, it couldn't touch someone built like him. It had to dig for a crack, any weak spot it could pry open and exploit. Then it finally locked onto the perfect key, a young woman in a far-off town reading a book, scribbling to her dear brother, and murmuring the words under her breath. She murmured, "A way to get that, boys." Right ahead on the path, a figure suddenly materialized. Giselle, serene as ever, gripping a familiar grimoire in her hands, like she'd come for me, dear brother, and like I couldn't help wanting her to find you. Abel froze cold, dread flooding his chest. "Gazelle, why are you here?" Abel sounded tangled in confusion, like, "Wait, do you two actually know each other? And hey, she's my little sister." Lord Graham's eyes narrowed at a jolt of wrong, sour energy. Then he felt it clear as day pouring from that book. Maya's breath caught and she blurted, "No, could she be under a demon's spell?" Gazelle closed the distance with one bold step. "I'm so sorry, dear brother. I forced you to travel all the way out here to this remote place." She flashed a soft, reassuring smile, "And I've regretted putting you to the test ever since. Because you were terrified, weren't you, after breaking those laws? But things have shifted in the village now." She shot her hand out. "Don't worry, father will forgive you now. Come on, let's head back to the village together." Abel froze, eyes locked as his thoughts sprinted. Something was terribly wrong, Gazelle. As Gazelle backed away from the grimoire, Abel exploded into a shout, his instincts blaring warning. "That thing's dangerous." But his sister just beamed, "Because Simsan guided me the whole way here with divination." May's jaw hit the floor. Gazelle's stare didn't waver. "I'm Gazelle Balak, and I'm Abel's fiancé." Chaos erupted. Lord Graham blew up in rage. "You bastard, what do you think you're doing? Tell me what you planned for my daughter." Gazelle's calm smile shattered in an instant, and a chilling stare locked onto Mia like a blade. "So tell me, who are you exactly?" she snapped. Taken aback, May froze, stammering, before Abel's Gazelle snapped, "What's your relationship with my brother?" Inside the book, the demon relished its win, like I was the lucky one. Who would have guessed that the girl trailing Abel was hiding the magic tome her father left behind? Its plan clicked into place flawlessly. I just knew it. And honestly, nobody's more worthy than me to become father's confidant. Its whisper slid into her mind. "Bring Abel back, ignore the girl standing beside him. Just do what I say, big brother." Abel froze, staring at the girl in front of him. Who the heck is she supposed to be now? That voice spilling out of Gazelle's own mouth sounded cold as ice, so just ignore the girl beside him. Seriously, don't you think you're getting way too familiar? But Gazelle's will buckled for a heartbeat. "Simsan, please be quiet," she snapped, yanking the book to her chest. Mia stared at Abel, baffled, like, Wait, who's your sister? Abel didn't blink, his eyes locked on the grimoire, because whatever was possessing that book was staring right back. Lord Graham scoffed, his demonic senses snapping to the energy like a bloodhound. Yeah, this thing reeks of limited power, mostly mind games, and honestly it feels like a low-level demon. The moment that insult hit, the demon's mind snapped back like a blade recoiling. Low-level, how dare they talk to me like that? And those two siblings, they dared to mock me. A surge of dark energy blasted out of the book in a terrifying pulse. Dazel gasped, frozen stiff the moment the grimoire slipped out of her hands and crashed to the ground. She snapped her gaze upward, and a twisted, malevolent grin bloomed across her face, her eyes turning into black voids with chilling white pupils. Lord Graham's eyes went wide with pure horror. The demon had seized her body, and that possessed gazelle soaked up her new vessel, boasting of its dominion like it owned the world until finally, now I'm in control of this body. She jutted her finger straight at Abel and barked, "Submit to me." Abel clenched his teeth while the demon's voice rang with victory. "Don't you dare try anything funny. I've got your sister's life in my hands." Lord Graham scanned the nightmare spreading before them, and he knew it, if they didn't crush it fast, they were done for. They had to risk it, even if it meant endangering that girl, because that thing might expose Mia's location to the sky god. The possessed Elle just grinned like it already owned the moment. "Bring my puppet here." A tiny wooden totem rocketed into her hand, as if it had been waiting for her. She lifted it high and a storm of raw energy whipped around her. Life's power, come to me. The moment she summoned that immense power, the ground beneath her split, cracked, and shattered like glass. The energy slammed together, pulsing like it wanted to explode. Abel and Lord Graham stood there, jaws dropping as a brutal burst of raw magic tore free before their eyes. The totem ripped from her hand like a bullet, slamming straight toward Mia. "Oh no," Lord Graham snapped out in a panic. But it wasn't a full attack. The possessed gazelle's voice turned into a sharp whisper, lulling sleep. For a split second, Mamie's eyes bulged wide. Then her body crumpled to the ground, completely out cold. The demon cackled, and that wooden puppet started pumping with body-boosting magic. Abel Giselle had busted his ass to hunt you down. Abel's jaw dropped as the demon kept smugly talking. She soaked up every spell she could learn in that village, snagged the Marin tribe's secret techniques too, and honestly, that's exactly what I'd expect from your blood sister. With Mia sprawled unconscious at her feet, the demon spun back to Abel. This was over. "Guess what? I've got two hostages now." Its venomous whisper slithered into his soul, sealing his fate, so surrender now. If you want to save these two, lift your hands and hand over your body. With Mia snatched hostage, the whole situation exploded into chaos. Giselle's eyes glazed under the demon's grip as she stared Abel down and dropped her ultimatum. "If you want to save both of them, then hand over your body." Murray's subordinates gasped in pure shock, but all their fears zeroed in on one thing: their captured leader. But right before Murasef could strike, Sim stepped in, his voice steady as an anchor while chaos swelled around them. "Wait," he told the demon lord, calm and cold. "I'm sorry, but if Mia gets taken, it'll all fall into the holy god's plan, even if I have to sacrifice that girl." Sim's voice turned ice-cold and razor-focused, baiting exactly the right reaction. He shoved at Murasef's paternal instinct like a weapon. "You want to save your daughter, even if it means cutting her off from the world, right? And of all people, surely you'd understand that." His eyes locked onto Mia, trapped and helpless behind that glassy prison, while Sim tore through every scenario in his head. "Because if we rush in blindly, we'll put ourselves in the same kind of danger." Gazelle hoisted the prison high above her head, a brutal banner that screamed she was running the battlefield. Because intellect sliced through the chaos, spotting the one path that leads to victory, the only way to save them both untouched is to rip the demon away from Giselle. Using the World Tree Totem, breaking the nightmare possession is easy, but then memory hit like lightning, a past fight with Mia's father. Just like last time, Gazelle's ramped-up physical strength, powered by that wooden puppet spell, will slam into me and stop me before I can even shout the curse-breaking chant. The plan was crystal clear. Destroy the totem Giselle's using, the one powering that wooden puppet. Inside the gazelles, the demon smirked as patience snapped thin. "All right, I'm done with the nuisances." A swirling magic circle burst from its hand. "Oh wind, rip those people apart." Vicious blades of air come screaming straight for them. Murzef snapped into motion, turning into a human shield as the wind magic ripped through him, sealing the safety of everyone behind. While the assault raged, Sim blurted out the vital intel. "Those totem handles are what control the physical upgrades inside the wooden puppet." Mazev stared at the little wooden idol hanging in the sky, then growled, "Got it. We smash that totem and I'll rip the demon right out of Gizel's body." He roared to his warriors, "All of you." A roaring wave of demonic power barreled toward them, but Giselle wasn't backing down. She slammed a command, "O Earth," and dragged another spell into existence. A rock and soil pillar exploded into the air, but it was just a dirty decoy. "All right," Sim blurted, watching Mirror's F burst through the chaos. The demon lord barreled toward them, his fist cocked to smash the floating totem to pieces, and possessed Giselle just grinned with a terrifying calm. But right as Merzef's strike was about to hit, the totem darted out of the way with unreal speed. Before he could even blink, ghostly chains whipped out of the puppet, clamping onto his arm and smashing his momentum to a stop. Then bam, a second earth spell way stronger than the first tore out of the ground like a roaring beast. Earth Rage. The blast shredded Merzef's subordinates, blasting them apart like leaves whipped away in a raging storm. Sim's eyes snapped wide. He finally got it. This was a trap, a curse that bites down on anyone who strikes physically, and it triggers the exact response the demon wants, because its laughter rolled through the clearing like thunder. Did you honestly think I wouldn't catch it? The thing mocked me, and I knew you'd come running for this totem because you'd risk everything to save both of them. Merzef choked out a pained grunt as the curse clamped down harder and harder. The demon snapped its full focus onto Sim and pushed the question like a threat. So you gonna join me as my minion now? Yeah, it was pretty sure he wanted to. Hiding miles from the chaos, Giselle's family shoved through the woods, racing to put distance between them and the battle. Her father snapped out loud, "What kind of hunter are you? Son, you're pathetic." Her mother spiraled into worry. The rest of the search team packed up and headed home because they started missing everything, while we're the only ones still here, and there's no way we can just abandon Giselle-chan on her own, right? Their father sighed, steaming with frustration. Honestly, what has snapped in both my son and daughter, dragging themselves all the way to some far-off place like this? Suddenly, the whole ground shook like it was hit by a massive explosion miles away. What was that? They whipped around and stared at where it came from. They shoved past the trees, burst onto the ridge, and the world opened up ahead. Before them stretched a cratered wasteland where the forest used to be. Now everything was wrecked and silent. Merzef crumpled to the ground, groaning in pure agony. The demon seized the moment, its poisonous whisper slithering through Sim's mind. "So what's it gonna be? Are you really letting that man of doom drop right here? Stop it, Sim." Then the demon's voice snapped into a mournful whisper, and it stared out at the distant Abel like it hurt to look. "Why won't you sing my praises? Tell me why." A wild inner battle kicked off, and I actually learned how to pull off the totem's response moves. Moves my big brother never managed to master. I poured everything I had into the magic my dear brother loved so much, and still. But that voice was Giselle's at all. Inside the crystal, Maya's mind was breaking through, and then she screamed, "Why won't you even look at me?" Suddenly my body erupted in violent convulsions, like something inside was fighting to break free. The demon inside Gazelle froze in pure shock. Fat consciousness snapped to a halt. "Stop, we need this girl, don't lay a hand on her." The demon is spiraling out of control. This perfect host is fighting back from the inside. And no, you've got it backwards. It's not me the girl in this body is. In that instant of total inner chaos, the curse that shackled Merzef finally shattered. Freed, the demon lord didn't waste a second. He blasted out a crushing surge of power straight at the distracted Giselle. Sim shouted, "This is it," and grabbed the opening before it vanished. He lunged the curse-breaking puppet forward. "Demon, get out of that body." A brilliant magic circle slammed shut around the gazelle, and the demon shrieked as its connection got ripped apart, the whole link dying in an instant. The possession snapped, the crystal prison crumbled, and Mia dropped right into her father's arms, safe at last, while Giselle crumpled to the ground, knocked out cold. A wisp of dark energy slithered through the air, then the demon tried to bolt, but Sim was already waiting. "Like hell I will," he said, walking straight toward the shaking spirit. "Demon, rest in peace. I've got a bunch of questions for you, so hang tight right over there." A wild vortex of magic started spiraling around the demon's grim wire, lying there on the ground. With a final command, it gets sealed. Slam. The book snaps shut and traps the entity inside its pages. The danger finally loosened its grip, and Sim sprinted straight for the fallen Giselle. "Hey, are you okay?" he whispered, then gently shook her awake. Her eyes snapped open, dazed. "Dear brother, what just happened?" She started talking in this tiny, shaky voice, and I swear I thought Big Brother would rush home right away, so I didn't hesitate, but the second I did, regret hit me like a punch. I couldn't stop fearing the worst for my brother, and the moment Sim-san asked me to lend him my power. Sim stared at the sealed book, his face heavy. "I know it isn't your fault that demon feeds on people's broken hearts." Gazelle stared up at her brother, and pure remorse flooded her eyes. "I won't push you to marry me anymore," she whispered, "so come with me together, let's." Abel's face softened. Then his words hit her like a curveball. Sorry, even without the marriage thing, he couldn't bring himself to go back. Gazelle just stared, totally baffled. Wah. He tried to play it cool, but I got pulled into something way nastier than a demon, so intriguing I couldn't just walk away. "Yeah, I'll come back to the village once it's all settled. I just don't know when that'll." Gazelle's shock crashed deeper, like the truth finally broke through. "A crisis is closing in on the whole country, and I don't even know when I'll be able to come back." For Giselle, those words didn't just land. they shattered her fragile mind for good. "Oh no," she screamed with her eyes stretched wide in pure gut-dropping horror. A dark thought clenched in her mind. Asterisk, my dear brother is being tricked, and those outsiders are pulling him in the wrong direction. My poor dear brother, I need to save him. She shoved Abel aside and locked her eyes on a brand new source of power. She skidded over the shattered ground, blowing past the others' screams without so much as a glance. She slammed her hands onto the sealed grimoire, like the fate inside was about to break free. A menacing magic circle ignited around her, and I shout for the one who's here. And a vile, unholy aura erupted from the book, blasting out around her. Yeah, when Sim revealed the demon's real master, the guy just stared, stunned, like his world got cut in half. "You." Gazelle's voice rang with terrifying resolve as she stared down the book and demanded, "Give me your power. Just watch me prove I can handle it better than you ever could." So Sim could only stare wide-eyed as terror swept horrified. A vicious wave of dark energy burst forth and swallowed her whole, and she screamed, tearing agony mixed with wild ecstasy. Abel screamed in pure terror, his cry swallowed by the roaring storm, Gazelle. A blinding surge of dark energy detonates and swallows Gazelle whole, while Abel screams her name in pure, terrified panic. He freezes in disbelief, thoughts crashing and burning, because the seal is broken, and he just learned the demon's real power the hard way, with the fallout now playing out right in front of him. From the swirling chaos, a brand new figure surged into view, drowning everything in a chilling aura of pure malice. Giselle drifted through the air, her body warped and twisted, while that unholy glow burned in her eyes, no longer the girl he knew, but a hollow vessel for something ancient and terrifying. From afar, Mercenary stared. Then his face hardened as the truth hit and he snapped, "My dear brother's getting played," snarling as he spotted the signs of a conspiracy that runs way deeper. Giselle, fully possessed, ignored them completely. Then a vicious magic circle erupted in front of her hand, blazing with dark, terrifying power. Without a single word, she tore free a deadly concentrated blast, pure destruction straight at the demon lord. Merzef's sister, gasped in terror, stared with eyes so wide they looked like they might pop, pure shock on her face. The blast ripped open the earth and detonated with pure, cataclysmic fury. Abel stared at his own strategy, dread pooling in his gut as he dissected the attack. "No shantless magic," he murmured, "has the demon already swallowed Gazelle's body whole?" Merzef's soldiers flinched in terror, their courage cracking on the spot. "What the hell is that monster?" one of them screamed. Runaway Merzef Road caught the cold, calculating stare in the possessed girl's eyes. Another beam tore out and Abel snapped into action, hands thrusting forward the moment it fired. For a split second, the gazelle-shaped creature that had once been her froze, and a warped whisper cut the air. "Big brother." Those words sounded like a joke, but the attack pattern screamed a hidden clue. Abel's mind raced, snapping the pieces together. He snapped his gaze to Meryshev, and his theory hardened into something deadly, magic born from the sky country above. She had to have gulped down the sky god's power completely. "The trap is way bigger than I ever pictured. Damn, that demon must have lured us into dropping our guard just so it could pull this dirty stunt." But then a weird twist pops up. Wait. Merisev's sister whipped her head side to side, furious. Giselle would never pull something like that. It's the evil demon's doing. She only came here because she was worried sick about me and the demon tricked her. The possessed gazelle snapped out a deep, furious sigh, her voice crackling with unnatural power. Because everything was so irritating, like everyone except me and my brother was in her way, and she just wanted them all to vanish. Abel knew the moment demanded action, so he snapped his gaze to the demon lord, fearless and grim. "I'm doing it again. I'll drive the demon out of Giselle and I'll prove she's innocent." He leaned in. "I need your help." Merzef nodded, letting his pride flare as he yelled, "All of you follow me," and drove a desperate charge forward, while the possessed gazelle swooped in from the sky to give chase. She unleashed a brutal storm of energy lances, carving the ground apart with non-stop blasts. Once again, he surged forward, yanking that demon away from Giselle, because Abel had already decided. In the middle of the chaos, he'd steal the world tree totem and teleport it right behind her using the brief opening. He tracked her every move, biding his time for that exact nanosecond when the opening would finally explode into view. Mana surged through him as he barked the command teleport, and the sacred artifact snapped into existence in midair right behind the demon. But her reaction was freakishly instant. She whipped her hand up and blasted a beam of energy before the totem even finished settling. Ample could only stare in terror as the beam slammed into its target. The World Tree Totem, their ticket to victory, got instantly vaporized. Possessed Giselle snapped her fist tight, and a wicked grin tore across her face as she crushed the final, stubborn spark of the totem's sacred energy. When it got destroyed, the blastback didn't just stop. It detonated, and Morasiv and his whole entourage got flung crashing to the ground by the shockwave. Her voice boomed across the blasted wasteland, dripping with triumphant scorn. because that girl's soul has already been swallowed by the sky god's power. Mercenary rose to his feet, his face carved into cold rage. The last resort was a bust. Kill that girl, Abel, he snapped. With the world tree totem destroyed, there was zero room to hesitate. My power isn't nearly enough for this monster, he admitted. Still, Abel planted himself, no backing down. No, he said, I won't. So why is the demon lord losing his mind? This isn't some pushover you can crush by holding back. Give it everything you've got and you should be able to take it down. His sister's voice cracked with pure desperation. Say one wrong thing and we're done for here. Abel's mind went into full battle mode and the truth hit like a punch. No world tree totem means removing the demon is almost impossible. So the only play left is the Abel ball or some power that hits just as hard. Remember that totem you carved from the soil back then? One of his buddies asked, can we use it? And he shot it down. You mean Yamasen Nobuo 4? That's earth magic molded into a dummy form unless it's built from a tree packed with insane magical power. A totem like that's worthless. And the tactical situation kept spiraling downhill. Gazelle is stronger than she was last time, so breaking that curse is even tougher now. And using a totem to cage a demon is like trying to crack a brutal code on a computer. I'm fresh out of options. Trust me, even if I wanted to slam a choice down right now, I've got zero time and I don't have the first clue where I'd even find a decent tree. The world tree totem was built on careful prep and rare treasures, things he'd burned through long ago. Now he needed a replacement, any replacement at all. From the safety of the woods, Abel's friends froze with terror, staring at the monstrous power blazing in front of them. A desperate new plan snapped into place. Marisef-san, I screamed. Draw their attention while I chant the spell because this is all or nothing. The demon lord barreled forward again, slamming out a devastating counterattack. His sister screamed in terror. Abel gritted his will and drove the incantation to its blazing peak. Just let it work, please. He shoved his hands forward and blasted out a tidal wave of raw, unstoppable magic. Energy screamed across the battlefield, ripping the ground open like it couldn't hold them anymore. He dragged the raging torrent wherever he pleased, unleashing a storm of destruction he fully controlled. The possessed gazelle snapped around to meet the attack, surprise flashing across her face. Then the spell's full blast swallowed her whole. As the light dimmed, Abel's eyes snapped wide with pure disbelief. She stood there totally unscathed, while the raging energy split around her like she owned the calm center of a storm. And then an even darker, heavier power surged out of her body. The air around her twisted and warped, screaming out an overwhelming power that crushed everything he had. The demon inside Dazel tore reality open, blasting out wave after wave of energy, meteors smashing into the ground around Abel and his companions. The attack hit with brutal scale and weight, and it shoved Abel straight to the breaking point. What spell was that? Sylphane screamed as blinding explosions tore through the air, and he slammed his hands over his eyes, because at this rate we're all getting wiped out. Fiora stared at Abel, her voice trembling with worry as he clenched his teeth, fighting pure frustration. He thrust his hand toward the sky, pouring every last bit of will into a desperate call, so come on, please hurry. Answer me and get here. The demon smirked like it already owned the world. Victory was locked in. Then a dark shadow crashed over the battlefield, like the sky itself buckled, while countless objects tore into existence out of thin air and the demon's eyes went wide. Abel's call didn't just get a reply, it summoned a brutal army of wooden totems, packed so tight they swallowed the sun itself. The demon snapped back in shock, its voice dripping with disbelief. Sure, the quality might be shaky, but that amount. Abel clocks it instantly. One brutal magic circle ignites in front of him as he snaps his finger at his sister and roars, "Demon, get out of her body." A wave of pure shock crashed across the demon's face. In perfect unison, the legion of totems whirled their combined strength into one blazing point, then blasted out a massive beam of cleansing energy. A pillar of light ripped down from the heavens and slammed into Gazelle's body with divine fury. A violent burst ripped through her backward, dark miasmic shadows surging out of her body like something being cast away. As she crashed downward from the sky, Abel snapped his focus instantly and slammed out a brand new spell, then roared, commanding a wind as he shouted his sister's name. A fierce gale ripped up from the ground and spun into a shield-like vortex, softening her fall as she dropped. He tore to her side just as the winds eased, lowering her down to the ground. "Dazel, tell me, do you recognize me?" Her eyelids snapped open and for a breath she looked dazed. Then her eyes sharpened with clarity. Relief slammed into Abel so hard she could barely breathe, and she rasped, "Dear brother." Meanwhile, the faceless demon's presence started to crumble, and its last thoughts rang out in the void, "Except that wasn't the truth I wanted. I swore I was the one taking over a human body, but I realized I was the one getting played. That girl wasn't possessed. She was yanking power straight out of my body and using it like it was hers, and those siblings are way too dangerous. The entity finally crumbled to nothing, but its last thought was a terrifying proof of just how unstoppable those two really are. With the danger finally crushed, that dark presence tore through the night and vanished over the horizon. Sylphane stared at the now empty sky, then snapped his gaze back to the battlefield, just wooden figures everywhere. Still, he demanded of bewildered, where did that massive pile of dolls come from? Abel, panting, answered straight up, from my family's place. He flashed that little knowing smile. Though it was a straight-up gamble whether he'd crack it in time, that's my master for you. The real genius of his plan wasn't luck at all. It was pure logistics paired with hard magic theory, and he'd already seen this exact trap coming long ago, waiting to pull it off. All he had to do was haul the practice totems from his home village, but the problem was brutal. They didn't have the magical energy to survive a long-range teleportation. So he cooked up a genius workaround. He blasted a coded pattern of air vibrations into the animal-repellent sound device he'd already planted across the village fields. The villagers caught that weird, rhythmic pounding and scattered out of their homes to see what was going on. That strange sound drew them straight to the chieftain's house, where Abel's totems had somehow all gathered by themselves. The chieftain's jaw dropped when he stepped into his garden and found it packed, row after row, with wooden dolls. One of the totems picked up the signal and blasted Abel's pre-recorded message, set up a teleportation circle on your side. The chieftain froze cold. Abel's message, and he's asking me to help him teleport these totems to the edge of the country? No way. But when he heard the urgency in his student's plea, he didn't hesitate. He slammed the right magic circle into place. Hubble cracked the real teleportation secret. By using one-way summons that normally burn power with distance, he dodged the cost by drawing a magic circle at both the starting point and the destination, locking it into a stable conduit that turns space itself into a bridge. With the chieftain cracking the gate wide on his side, Abel swept in the whole totem army with barely a sweat, then flipped the entire battle with one flawless move. This whole plan only worked because of what he'd built back then. He'd already shown the chieftain how his sound device worked, breaking down how those plain little beeps could carry coded messages. A raw, early shot at long-range communication. The old man looked genuinely impressed, even if he couldn't quite wrap his head around what it truly meant. Staring at the mountains, the chieftain suddenly snapped into clarity. He realized that this boy's genius was too huge to ever fit inside just one village. Back in the present, the reunion got slammed to a halt when the local lord and his knights thundered in. Abel's side flips fast, first it's demons, and now it's a full-blown political bloodbath. He clutched his head, wiped out complete exhaustion. How are we even going to clean this mess up? He groaned, breath heavy, because it feels like he can hear his father's voice echoing in the silence. It wasn't a hallucination. His father and Faraz had burst in with the chieftain, roaring his name across the cratered wasteland. Lord Abel froze in pure confusion. Villagers packed the area, hundreds of totems stood everywhere, and the battlefield looked like titans had shelled it. Abel, what is happening here? But Sylphane sliced through the chaos, jaw set and eyes cold. We don't have time for this. With the Sky God's minion finally taken down, the real danger is screaming louder than ever. We're heading straight for the World Tree Grove. The Lord went deathly pale. Is the country really in danger? Finally able to turn to his family. His face hardened, no doubt about it. He had to slam the brakes on that other god's resurrection. He shot one last look, then spun to leave, because I can't return to the village until all of this is finished. Forgive me. After they saw the impossible happen right in front of them, the villagers could do nothing but stare in stunned awe. Gazelle stays locked in silence, and a crushing realization hits her like thunder. After the battle, it hit her hard. Her heart was burning with pain. I can't win against my dear brother, she cried. No matter how I try, I can't stop him. That crushing thought hit him hard. He'll ditch me and vanish somewhere miles away. The truth hit her like a truck, and she crumpled, tears pouring down like she couldn't hold it in anymore. Right then, Elena, the librarian, stepped forward. And you studied magic and chased him all the way here just to get back together with him, didn't you? Then she whipped around to Abel and asked, tell me, would it really be okay if I came with you? Giselle shot back, nearly matching your magic, then said you'd be an asset down the road. Hope flared bright in her eyes. I'll go, she whispered. Her voice surged with fresh purpose, like fire finding its way into her chest. I'm going as long as it's with you, dear brother. Abel shot a glance at his father, and his stern stare met it head-on. Letting out a defeated sigh, because you'll never listen to me anyway. Just promise you'll come back when it's all over. Overjoyed, Giselle grabbed Abel's arm and declared, Big brother, I'll help. Whatever it takes, even if it means taking down a god. Regaining his composure, he pointed straight ahead at their destination, because our top priority is stopping the evil god. Let's go. Brother and sister sprinted side by side, charging straight into whatever fate the world had waiting for them.